And we're live.
Welcome to the Pantheon of the Blood God, a monthly podcast dedicated to exploring the very best RPGs of all time. I'm your host, Kat Bailey, and I'm joined by my lovely co-host, Eric Van Allen.
Hello, hi.
And also we have two special guests. First, it's our old pal returning to talk about Shin Megami Tensei. Once again, it's Miriam, formerly of Fanbyte, now of the games industry.
Now the games industry over at Digital Extremes, working on Warframe.
Wow.
Oh, heck yeah.
I've been playing it for 10 years, so I was excited about it too.
And also, special guest joining the podcast for the very first time, it's Scott Ryder himself, Tom Taylorson.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I said before the show, thank you for having me. I'm going to say again right now, thank you for having me. This is rad. For an old man.
This month we'll be diving into Shin Megami Tensei's Strange Journey. It's an atmospheric and original dungeon crawler, but does it deserve to be in the RPG pantheon? Let's find out. As always, we'll be exploring its history, its greatest moments, and its soundtrack, after which we'll decide whether it deserves to be enshrined in the RPG pantheon. We'll get to the episode in just a moment, but first, some housekeeping. We're in the middle of a charity stream right now, and it's going very well. And we currently are sitting at about $4,600. It's a few $100 off the $5,000 mark. And at the $5,000 mark, Eric is going to play Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
He's going to live stream it.
I've never
He's going
played
to finish
Chrono
it.
Trigger.
He's going to talk about it.
I know nothing about it.
He knows nothing about it somehow. This is his favorite game of all time. He just doesn't know it.
I just don't know it. But here's the thing. If we don't get to 5K by the end of the weekend, I swear, as long as I exist on this mortal coil, I will never play Chrono Trigger. So this is your one opportunity to make me play Chrono Trigger.
Don't do this. Do it for Chrono.
Yeah.
Do it for Luca. Do it for Robo. Do it for Frog.
It for Gato.
Donate. But also donate to Trans Lifeline and support transgender people. We really appreciate it. Also, we've got some new merch over at shop.bloodgodpod.com, where I also have a new pin coming very soon. And you'll be able to see that soon. That'll go out to all of our Stars of Destiny and people who supported the show for free. Pretty cool. Cool commemorative pin. This is part of our monthly Pantheon of the Blood God series. We've done quite a few of these at this point. We've done Persona 5 and we've done Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. Miriam was actually on the Nocturne episode.
I was.
And the Persona 5 episode, if I recall.
And the Persona
correctly.
5. Is that Royal specifically, or is it just more general?
P5 Royal and P5. That was you and Hayam, as I recall. It was a good episode. That one is available for free. But basically, the idea is that we go through and we talk about the game's history and we talk about its relative merits and we debate them. And then eventually we decide whether or not it deserves to be enshrined in the RPG pantheon, which is a wholly arbitrary kind of Hall of Fame thing that we've come up with. But it's fun. It's a fun talking point, I think. You can follow me on Twitter at @the_Capod. Eric is at @CMusi. Miriam, where can we follow you?
You can find me on Twitter at Nerium Strum, NERIUMSTROM. Wow, can you tell it's been a minute since I've been on a video game podcast? Holy crap.
How about you, Tom?
On the dying app, Twitter. That is at Taylorson. I'm also on Threads and Instagram, though I'm not a very visual person, as at Polixenes, because Taylorson was taken and that was Polixenes. Polixenes. It is a Shakespeare reference.
Ooh.
If you're curious.
And if you want to support the podcast, patreon.com/bloodgodpod. All right, time now to talk about Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey, released on the Nintendo DS on March 23rd, 2010.
Yeah.
And on the 3DS on May 15th, 2018 as Strange Journey Redux Tom, I brought you on the podcast in part because you're like a fan of this series. Tell me, what is it about Strange Journey that grabs you?
Okay. Well, first, it was you and Jeremy Parrish talking about it on an ancient one-up podcast.
Long ago. I
Long
looked for that
ago.
podcast, by the way, and I couldn't find it. It must be buried in one of the ones
Yeah, who
that
knows?
had a different title or something.
Right. Or it was you talked about it when the main concern was some other title, and this was in the mix. I had not even done like SMT games or anything like that. This sounded interesting. The SMT stuff was fine, but I really liked the science fiction, like The Thing vibe that they had going. I just thought that kind of mixture was really, really cool. That idea hooked me. And I'm like, okay. And I was doing a lot of commuting at that point too. So something on the DS is also perfect. And so after you all hyped it up and whatnot, I ordered it. I got it, one of the release copies with the music CD and everything. And it really did suck me in. I really liked the story, the concept, the weaving of these, battle amongst the gods and that kind of stuff with this kind of gritty sci-fi thing. I was looking up some of the research regarding like the choices for the suits that the humans wear as they go into there. They didn't want anything that looked cool. It all looks very utilitarian, and it was a neat choice. Again, maybe think of like like kind of like hard sci-fi type stuff. And then of course it all goes sideways because now they're dealing with interdimensional gods and other things like that. And I just like that mashup.
Yeah, Strange Journey got onto my radar because of Jeremy Parrish, and I think it's probably the first proper SMT game that I ever played, because I played Persona 3, I played Persona 4, but Strange Journey comes out, and it was explicitly geared toward a Western audience because they had started to be able to get a lot more traction in the West over the past several years at that time with SMT3 Nocturne and then Persona 3 and 4. So they were like, okay, well, we're going to put out this game for the Nintendo DS, very popular platform, and we'll try and, I don't know, we'll do John Carpenter's The Thing, but with SMT Nocturne.
Yeah, it was cool. And it wound up that, and again, you and Jeremy Parrish wound up like taking me down this rabbit hole of different interesting little kind of niche DS titles. And I was looking up like my purchase history, and I found like, the week it came out, I purchased Nocturne, or excuse me, I purchased Strange Journey. But then also I was like, what else did I start doing at that time? I wound up picking up Etrian Odyssey 2, and then the following year picked up Etrian Odyssey 3. And so it was just this kind of rabbit hole of, oh man, it's so bad. I make the jokes. You've seen me on Twitter make the jokes about how much money you and Parrish cost me back in the day. I am not kidding. But they were all, they're all games and things that even if I wasn't, overly enamored or, into it like super deep, and I finished it, I put 100 hours into it, they all have a special place for me. And like, I really enjoyed my time, and then you Marie Kondo it, you hug it, and you send it on its way, knowing you're never going to put in that 100 hours. But you go, you know what? I put in 20, I put in 30, and that was a good time. They were doing something cool, and I appreciated it. The 100-hour playthrough is for somebody else. So
Marie Kondo it. I like it. That's a great way to approach RPGs.
Yeah. Which is hard as you get older.
Tom, I alluded to you being a scout writer. You're also Octodad. Yeah. You have had many roles in the games industry as a voice actor, including on several RPGs.
Yeah. Recently Strikers, P5 Strikers a few years ago.
Strikers, yes.
Yeah. Gosh, what it's ESO, and gosh, the Tactics Ogre, and like I'm just losing track because a lot of times it's not that I'm super busy or super popular, but sometimes it's like on Tactics Ogre, it was it's an Excel spreadsheet of 12 different characters, and you have one or two that they're like, hey, this is the thing that you're going to be doing mostly, and you knock those out first, and they go, okay, young 20s soldier, okay, this is a 35-year-old soldier and he's dying, okay, go. And that stuff kind of blends together over time. In the moment, it's absolutely phenomenal, and if somebody picks you out, you go, oh yeah, I did that thing, that was great. But yeah, and like I said, although it's Mass Effect Andromeda, it's an RPG. You play a role, you adjust stats, you put numbers on things. Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest one. I don't think I wound up doing any RPGs before then, because my work dates back to a very, very long time ago in Chicago, Illinois. My first role being in the first fighting game on the Xbox, Dao Fang, The Fist of Lotus.
Oh my god.
Anybody? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That was the first voiceover audition I ever had, and I wound up playing like 5 parts by the time the game finished up, because they brought me in for Fiery Phoenix and some other character, and then they were like, this kid's pretty good and relatively cheap. Let's keep bringing him back. And so I wound up doing more with that. But it was amazing. I got to, like, for me growing up in arcades and with Mortal Kombat stuff, like, I got to meet and work with John Tobias like a bunch. It was rad. And then later on, when I got to work on a Mortal Kombat, got to meet Ed Boon. Like, it's crazy. I went on a very, I said, hey, I'm going to be an actor. And it just led me to this place that I'd already been in. Funnily enough, like in video games, steeped and stuff, used to build my own computers, that kind of thing. And so to kind of come back around and have it, my love and, hobby growing up kind of turn around into being part of my work when it was not really anything in my brain at that point is amazing. Nowadays, younger people, they know this is a job. I really wasn't aware of it when I was a kid. But it's a very different time now for voices, voice acting, things like that. That was to bring it back to Strange Journey. The Redux had voice acting in it, and I was like, no,
Not very good voice acting either.
No, and you know what? I don't want to say anything here or there because there might be people I know or have worked with or whatever who did this stuff. But I remember listening to it. I go, oh, right, this is 2018 3DS game voiceover. This probably ain't going to be great. And as somebody that loved the DS as like this kind of machine where you kind of lose yourself in this thing. And I'm a very, very fast reader. Stop. I don't. Whereas if there's voice acting involved, many times I'll go, somebody worked very hard on this. I should listen to it.
I should respect the craft.
Yes, exactly. Although many times in many sessions, including Andromeda, we made jokes about like some of the longer sections of dialogue. We'd go, nah, we need to pick it up. We need to do this faster. We need to bring this exposition or whatever we're talking about, some technical, engineering speak. We need to make it faster because in our back of our minds at all times, we know there's somebody on the other side of that screen with a controller going, I just want to make out with the hot alien. Please, let's go.
Guilty.
And so so that's always in the back of our minds. If you think this is taking too long, no, we know.
By the way, Acid Queen 5426 wants to know who you played in Elder Scrolls Online.
I just finished off something for. Oh, I can't talk about that. Okay, something later this year. But I did something else for Mortis. I don't remember what. It's again, it's a lot of background things. It was a couple years ago. One of the expansions. It was some old Nord that you wound up like taking out of a prison, and he gives you the thing, and it's an escort mission. I don't remember the name, but
just Old Nord.
Yeah, Old Nord. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, that's the especially with something like that, where if they like you, they bring you back. It's definitely a, please tell me you have a Scottish accent. Okay, great, let's go. And you just, fill out the world, because they'll bring in some heavy hitters to do some of this stuff. And they just go, all right, these people sound like this. These people sound like this. I think my favorite thing is they brought me back again and they said, okay, these people sound like this. And they played me from like a year or 2 years ago. And I go, no, that's me. I know.
No, that's me.
I'll young it up. I know.
Young it up.
Young it up.
But yeah. So so I don't really like. I found somebody doing a playthrough of it because I looked up the name. It was like a lot of work to find like a video of me in the game. But yeah, that's the problem. Unless it's something like, and this is not again to be insulting or anything. Unless it's something like Strikers, where it was like a week or more, or Scott Ryder Andromeda. That was 54 sessions over a year and a half.
Yeesh.
Like, you remember that. The other stuff, it's so, we don't get the script ahead of time. It's in and out. So it's harder to remember some of the stuff unless something really sticks with you. The thing that stuck with me about the stuff for the Tactics Ogre is that I'm on the horn with the translator, writer, director, and whatnot. We're doing the stuff, and I said, "Hey, I played this on the PSP, man. This is fantastic." And I said, "I know you've done some tweaks to the script again, but it was already in a great shape. This is fantastic." And the writer, "Oh yeah, I worked on that. Oh, thanks for playing." I was like, "Yeah." So, and that, it's stuff like that that sticks with me. Like I said, it's a weird thing to be funnily adjacent to the industry now. That I've been a fan of for so long.
Miriam, what's your history with SMT Strange Journey?
My history with SMT Strange Journey is not nearly as exciting, but my history is that me and my friend Sam, when I was in high school, I didn't own a DS when Strange Journey came out, so I was not playing games. At the time that I was listening to 1UP and IGN and XPlay and all that stuff, podcasts, back in the day, I would hear about things like these, and then I would think, that seems so cool, but I didn't have a DS, I had a PSP. So when I got a DS years later, my friend Sam and I would go around. We called it war driving. That's not what war driving is. War driving is already a thing, but we would go around town looking for old games that we never got to play at pawn shops and mom and pop video game stores.
That's right.
And it was just a fun activity for us because that was the fun part, because didn't play it that entire time that I had it. Wow. Bought it for like $20 or something like that because it's just like, this is a thing I need to own because this was such a cool game that people were talking about 5 years ago. Never got around to playing it. Many ages later, eons passed, and I, back in the day when I was still young and fresh-faced freelancer in games journalism, one Chris Loris Child, one of the people responsible for getting me my first full-time job in video games, assigned me the review of Strange Journey Redux. So I played all of Strange Journey Redux to completion. Got as I do in every Shin Megami Tensei game that has multiple endings, went for the true neutral ending, and then promptly, apparently, forgot 90%. Because I remember it. I remember playing that game. I remember enjoying the hell out of it. I remember beating it to all the way to completion, because I remember I have screenshots from the end of that game and stuff like that. Screenshots. It's shots off my phone and stuff like that I took for Chris. I was just talking to Kat the other day. It's just like, I'm trying to remember things about this game because I remember loving the vibe. The Thing is my favorite movie ever. I've seen it like 100 times. And then this game is just like, I remember Lucifer is a trans woman who has a baby, and the suits look cool and they show up again in Shin Megami Tensei 4.
Yep.
That's what I remembered up until I started for this was like, I swear I really liked this game, but like so many other things from that era, like my review from back in the day, I tried to find it and stuff like that. It's been scrubbed and lost to time by various people in suits who have entered buildings and taken out boxes full of my old copy, I'm sure, and burned them ritually. No. By which I mean the CMS probably just ate them, and I don't have access to that CMS anymore, so I can't go back and change that. I really wish that I could find that old review, though, and see what I had to say about it at the time, because I remember really liking it. I remember it was like training wheels for Etrian Odyssey at the time, too. Because Etrian Odyssey, one of my all-time favorite DS franchises now. But at the time, I was like,
for Etrian Odyssey. That's an interesting way to put it.
It's the auto mapper and everything like that. I don't have to draw. And then, of course, years later, I'm like, oh my god, I love the drawing part of this. How are they going to translate this to the Switch port? But at the time, it was like, oh my god, thank you. It's not manual. I can just play the game and shoot my little laser bolts, and it's fine. I can cast Bufu and move on.
Eric, do you have any history with Strange Journey?
Not with Strange Journey, weirdly enough. My love for the Shin Megami Tenseis on here is known well, but it's mostly for Devil Survivor and getting into
rough contemporary of Strange Journey.
That was the weird thing of playing this, was that where Devil Survivor feels like SMT going, what if we did tactics to trick people into playing Shin Megami Tensei? Because you are really just I love that game, but you are playing Shin Megami Tensei. You're just playing it with a tactics wrapper. Yep. Strange Journey is that, but what if we gave them a wizardry wrapper or an Etrian Odyssey wrapper? Here's that first person dungeon crawler wrapper for anybody who wasn't already into Shin Megami Tensei, and it's dual screen, so that'll make use of the DS. And that was kind of my first impression of it. And the further in I got, definitely echoing a lot of what was said here, I was reminded of stuff like Event Horizon, every we land on a planet and things go bad type story. But I think what makes Strange Journey interesting, that we'll probably talk about, is that it still takes place on Earth. It's still very much about Earth. It's not about an alien world necessarily. It's about the strangeness of humanity being laid bare by these demons as they start to infest the planet. And I find that really interesting, but we can talk about that when we get into it. But I think one of the main things I wanted to do for this one was play it in its original intended form, so on a dual screened handheld, and play the original DS version, because I heard so much discourse about the Redux versus the original, but also because I love that original Nintendo DS, and so I wanted to make sure I got it in the way that it was originally designed for. And I think it rekindled my love of the DS, which already was kindled, but now it burns even brighter in general.
DS nostalgia, let's go.
Yeah, this is not even necessarily a commentary on the quality of Strange Journey. We'll talk about that later, but I think playing this game reminded me of all the ways in which the DS was a haven for different experiences, stuff that just physically did not feel like something you were playing on anything else. I talked during the pod episode earlier that we recorded today about getting kind of tired of certain ways of playing games or styles of games, and the DS is filled with a lot of things that don't feel like anything else you've played before. And that's my way of saying I've been playing Hotel Dusk. I've been playing Layton. I've been playing all the hits. We're back in there. We're fully down the DS hole over here.
You got down the rub rabbit's hole.
Yeah.
The Schwarzwälder of portable game devices.
Yes, I've been Schwarzwäldered into the DS hole.
I now need to use my readers to see the DS screen or something like that. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at now.
The nice thing about the 3DS, and hopefully the Switch is like this, is that it's fully backward compatible with the Nintendo DS, and the 3DS has a much better screen. It works out very well, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I miss, for birthday, I got the DSi, the black DSi. I loved that form factor. It just had a great feel. Not necessarily, I have larger hands. It's not really necessarily comfortable in the hands, but those clicky buttons, the way it snapped open, the screens, everything. Yeah, it's
Look
just
at that.
a great,
That color.
And the 3DS was cool. It's got the different things there.
It's
there you
this
go.
for me. It's this right
That's
here
it.
for me. I
That
need
is
nothing
it.
else. This goes with me on trips now. This is what I travel with instead of my Switch or my Steam Deck is this.
Wow.
What you playing on there right now?
I can tell you what's in the cartridge slot. Anything else, I'm gonna have to tell you off this stream. But we do have the classic Fire Emblem Awakening.
Oh yeah.
Awakening.
I have it
stays
digitally.
there. Yeah.
Classic Fire Emblem, the first Fire Emblem.
Nice,
Yeah, the
nice.
only Fire Emblem, really.
Okay, chill out.
Another pod.
As for me, as Tom alluded to, I think Jeremy introduced me to it and said, Shimigami Tensei Strange Journey. We should all play it. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but sure. And I started playing it, and I was like, this is actually really cool. Very reminiscent of The Thing, a movie I had not seen at the time, but I was aware of The Thing existing.
As a thing.
In the years since, I have, in fact, seen The Thing. I saw it in a San Francisco movie theater, an old school one, 1920s. And let me tell you, seeing The Thing for the first time in a movie theater is an experience, because when that dog suddenly starts transforming into The Thing, I was trying to back up and bury myself into my seat. It was so intense and gross and horrifying. And I didn't know most of the famous scenes, so I was going, oh my God, the guy's head come off, and
Oh, yeah.
And now I think it's, one of the great horror movies ever. And I don't even like horror movies that necessarily, which is how I kind of avoided it in the past. If you ever want to read a really good piece of science fiction short story, go check out Clark's World. Somebody did a story called The Things, which is from the perspective of the monster, which is really cool.
But The Things by Peter Watts. It's available for free online. I know this because I just reread it like last week because I'm using it in internal documents to pitch a narrative project.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I just looked it up. Wow. The awards, the everything's woof. That's amazing. All right.
Final line's a little intense, but the rest of it's like chef's kiss. But I've retained fond memories for SMT Strange Journey kind of ever since. I would say that was my first real experience with a true meat and potatoes SMT game. And then a couple years later, I reviewed SMT4. And in the years since, there have been a handful of others, but I think Strange Journey actually kind of remains first in my heart. So it was a fun opportunity to go back and revisit it. And I was happy to discover that actually it holds up, though it is very hard.
Yep.
And on that note, Shimigami Tensei Strange Journey was developed by Atlas and Lancarsey. It was developed by a number of Shimigami Tensei veterans, many of whom worked on Nocturne. Its director was Eiji Ishida, who's the chief designer of Nocturne. Its main writer was Shogo Isogai, who also worked on Nocturne. And its composer was Shoji Meguro, who you may know from Persona.
Yep.
But SMT Strange Journey's music sounds absolutely nothing like your standard Persona. Meguro was actually gearing it toward more of a motion picture feel. So it's very ominous. There's a sci-fi movie feel to it, heavy militaristic orchestral elements. Sounds phenomenal on the Nintendo DS. It's actually kind of shocking how full-bodied it feels.
Yeah.
It really helps give the game that kind of sense of. I know The Thing is the one that everybody goes to and like stuff like that, but I always think of like the black hole and like 80s sci-fi. I mean, The Thing is 80s as well, but like 80s, 70s, 80s.
What people are now referring to as like Disney's dark period.
Yeah, exactly.
In like the 70s and the 80s, where it's like it's black hole and all this other stuff like that, and it's. Yeah, and it's got that great feel to it. I remember because I was playing it mostly on a commute, so I had headphones on, and the orchestral stuff, the choral piece. Well, I was like, what the hell is this? And it really lent itself to running into little demons, and you've got like the cute demons and things like that. But then you run into something, and you start a conversation with some truly horrible unknown thing. Along those lines too is that it had the level system where you got to know the demons, and if it was a brand new demon you'd never seen before, it's just fuzz. The analysis. I think adding to the difficulty, like right there, it's unknowable until you run into it a bunch of times, and then you can defeat it. It just added kind of a little bit of a grind to it as you like kind of there was now that you mention it, the difficulty, you did wade through the levels, and I feel like the music lent itself to that. You were trudging through stuff, and I did a lot early on where I'm like, nope, bag out. Nope, I know I can't get any, I know I'm not getting any further out. And I spent a lot of time doing that because I was, and I think I still am as a player, reluctant to hit that wall, die, lose whatever progress I had. It would be years later that, Dark Souls and that kind of thing and Demon Souls would kind of knock that out of me a little bit. But at that time, it's like, no, 3 steps. We're going to die. Leave. Now it's 6 steps. But I really feel visually they did that, but I think orally that music really added to that kind of oppressive feel.
The producer was Kazuma Kaneko, came up with the main concept, which is a phenomenon called the Schwarzwald appears, which is sort of a giant black hole or something that resembles the third impact from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Remember how they're in space and they're looking down on the giant multicolored spatial anomaly? That's kind of what the Schwarzwald looks like, and I bet they took some visual cues from
top
it.
of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Ava in here, like in terms of just like
Surprise.
Universal threat, existential weirdness, like the idea that humanity is bringing its own doom upon itself through hubris.
Instead of angels, you have demons. Top researchers and soldiers are sent in to stop it, but are quickly separated. A movie that I thought of, and actually it's interesting, the novel for this did not come out until 4 years after Strange Journey. That's the movie Annihilation.
Yeah.
A
Like
similar
the Area X
concept
trilogy.
of women walking into something called the Shimmer, which is basically like the Schwarzwald, and weird stuff happening. And even what happens to Jimenez is very reminiscent of what happens in Annihilation. So
yeah, even like I don't know. Can I spoil the basic
spoiler
concept of the
limiters
book?
off on this
Okay.
one.
Oh, yeah.
Because the book Annihilation is like very much like descending deeper into levels of a thing. It's like the movie diverges pretty heavily from that. And it's like that book is like, going down deeper and finding weird, strange, unknowable creatures and things like that, or a creature in that case that you don't know how to deal with. And there's a weird like level of connection between those two. That's wild. I didn't know that this came out before that.
Several years before. Nuclear Sandwich said, Strange Journey, it's a second impact fanfic. Nothing will convince me otherwise. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But something, so SMT Strange Journey actually began development using the Etrian Odyssey engine, which is why it looks the way that it does. It was conceived as a spin-off originally, but it was so good, marketing thought about making it Shin Megami Tensei 4, like properly making it that way. But they said, no, it should be a spin-off.
Yep.
One thing to keep in mind is that this was 2009, 2010. It's not a great time for the Japanese games industry. So it was very much more Western facing. And so this one was designed, as I already mentioned earlier, with overseas in mind. So
you could definitely pick up on a lot of that, like in just the visual design and things, like even just the fact that
Space Marines,
the closest
cool
thing,
looking Space Marines, but still,
Also,
they're older, and that's a huge part of it. Is that they're adults, they're not teenagers, and arguably that's what sets this game apart from, say, the Persona series or even a lot of your other SMT games. Instead of high school students who are trying to figure out what their set of moral principles are, we have fully established adults who are drawing on personal experience as they are making their decisions. And so that vibe, I think that is maybe one thing that was the result of them having more of an overseas facing position with this game.
Yeah, I don't think, like, if you had put kids in this predicament, I would have been as interested in the idea straight up. Like, I Persona works for a reason, and I think the Persona formula works for a specific reason. But something about Strange Journey that I just dug was that like you have these characters like Jimenez who is literally just like, yeah, I just want a paycheck. I'm just here to like punch a card, and if it sucks, I'm gonna hit the bricks and I'm out. And I believe that a lot more from some, late 30s something soldier who is just trying to get through the day than I do from some happy-go-lucky Persona high schooler. And I do think it makes it more interesting. The more they delve into the labyrinth, the more they delve into these layers of the Schwarzfeld, the more you see them kind of warp their own perceptions of what this could be. That it is the Evangelion impact of offering you like, what do you want? What if you had the power to reshape the world, what would you shape it into? And I think that gets more interesting because the law and chaos stuff is kind of the Shin Megami Tensei like go-to, right? I love this series, but every single game is going to end with, well, would you like law, neutral, or chaos? And do you want God in charge or demons breaking everything or somewhere in the middle? And I think the way that the characters get there and the way that the motivations get there is what makes Strange Journey a little bit more interesting to me than if it had just been, we've got to stop the Schwarzfeld from destroying the earth and let's go deeper into the labyrinth. No, like they're complicated people, and you get to see even NPCs.
Our teacher's a demon? What?
Yeah.
I like all the NPCs in like the second area who get drawn into that pleasure palace, and you have to go like pull them out because they're like, yeah, I want to go hang out in the demon pleasure palace. Like I hear the siren song and I will enter it. And I'm just like, look, that dude, understandable. All right. If nothing else, we're in a bad place and you hear something fun's going on at the demon pleasure palace, but I got to drag you out, my dude. It's bad in there. It's not good.
Wow. Demon pleasure palace sounds great.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think that too, because this was one of my earlier forays into SMT type stuff and like Persona. Like I'd played other stuff in the PSP and whatnot, but this would then lead me to, I just looked it up, ordering Devil Survivor and Devil Survivor 2 in later this year for 1, and then 2 in a couple years later. And I think this because, I was older when I started playing it, and so this looked very different from like all the teens on the box art for all this other stuff, or the super deformed, almost chibi stuff from like Etrian Odyssey. So I kind of had like
dude in a helmet on the cover.
Yeah.
So I'd like move my tastes to go, okay, the art may not be my jam, but these games play great. And I think this was like the good combination of those things. It's like, okay, the art's going to play to older sensibilities and the look and the feel. And by the way, here's this, really engaging, challenging gameplay and all this stuff underlying all of this. Had it been a bunch of kids, I don't know. If I'd have, it's Space Kids doing Space Kids,
Kids.
It's just doing, Space Marine stuff, and it wouldn't have clicked. There's a definite feel throughout the whole thing that, lends itself to, I'll buy into this more than, as I think, Kat, as you said, kids trying to find their morality, whereas people being challenged, older people being challenged on their moral compass. And I'm like, yeah, let's go, let's play.
There's like, to Eric's, your point about like it's the go-to thing in all the Shin Megami Tensei things, like at a certain point it almost feels like kind of an easy fallback for them, where it's just like, wouldn't it be fucked up if these kids had to kill each other because of their different beliefs and stuff? Like, I love Digital Devil Saga, but a lot of their ideas are just like, well, this is scarier, this is weirder because it's kids developing these beliefs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's like this almost there's like this clinicism to, like, is that a word? I don't know. Clinicalness to Shin Megami Tensei that is scary and it's clinicality.
Clinicism?
Kingdom Hearts for clinicism, clinicality. There's this like kind of just element of it that just feels like everything is set in stone and you're just kind of trapped in the gears between these people and their differing opinions on the way that the world should be run. And you are a blank slate character, as you are in most of these games, even Persona. And it really gets that sort of sense across, that feels like kind of, all right, time to roll up our sleeves and just deal with this stuff, and not this sort of element of like, no, my best friend is corrupted and now he's working with the angels, but the angels are bad.
Ishida said, when talking to Kazuma Kaneko, the creator of the original version, we naturally ended with those types of characters as we talked about the main points of the story and the setting. This storyline surrounding the investigation team descending into internal conflict amid a desperate struggle for survival was written as a representation of the whole of humanity and is decided upon at the very early stages of the discussion. I believe we determined that to write this from the viewpoint of a younger boy or girl would lose some of the reality. No kidding.
Yeah.
There's a black hole that's opening in Antarctica. We need to send our best people. Get Class C from a Japanese high school.
It's time for the special division academy class to step in and take their place. So
we joke, but that's definitely the plot of like 7 different JRPGs out there right now.
I'm actually writing that isekai right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pitch it to Madhouse. It's gonna do great.
That's Darling in the Franxx. That's like a million things. Like, we need kids on this for X reason.
Get the kids in there. So one other thing I wanted to point out that I think is really, really interesting coming from a Shin Megami Tensei standpoint is that you yourself, the person, cannot use magic, as far as I can tell.
Right.
Full disclosure, I didn't finish the game in time for this Pantheon. There was no way I was finishing that game this month, but I got pretty far in, and I was like, the whole time I'm sitting there, because I always go strength build in SMT games. I like strength build in SMT games. That's just the way I roll. But I was like, I have put a lot of hours into this game. I've cleared a lot of floors. I've met a lot of demons, and I have not learned Miraji yet. Why have I not learned Miraji? Instead, you have the gun. The gun shoots magic. The gun can do magic, but
The gun shoots magic.
Yeah, my gun shoots magic, but I don't. But it's a cool, interesting twist. I think it ultimately it's not super important because I'm not certain on the stat scaling, but I think like your gun magic scales off your magic stat or something like that. But what it does do is it reminds you that you are in this place that you should not be in. Yeah. That you are not equipped to deal with. Even the demons. Yeah, even the demons arguably not equipped to be doing the things that you are supposed to be doing, and you are having to use them as something that can fight here in a place that is fighting on rules that you are not part of. Like, you have gun, and gun's pretty good sometimes, but it's nowhere near the level that some of the other demons can get to, and the things that they can put upon you. I always thought it was kind of weird that in some of the Shin Megami Tenseis, you become the what was it called in SMT5, the Nahobino or something like that. The
SMT4. Oh no, 5. You're right.
5. Purple hair.
Yeah. The giant Super Saiyan 4 version of a character. Yeah. And so it kind of justifies why it makes sense that your character can suddenly shoot fire out of their hands and stuff. But I kind of like that in this game, you are just a soldier the whole time. You are just trying to get through this because you're not going to magically learn how to shoot fire out of your hands. You got to stay in that space suit. You don't know what's in here. This is the bad hole at the bottom of the earth. You don't want to mess around here.
There's so many parts of what you just said that would just make perfect clips. Just like, this is the bad hole.
This is the bad hole at the bottom of the earth.
The gun shoots magic.
I don't.
I don't.
Yeah. Sadly, I do not shoot magic.
Returning to Evangelion, I have a lot of sympathy for the techs who are just showing up for work because they paid well and I had a good pension. And hey, what else are they going to do? And all of a sudden, everybody around them's turning into Tang, and they're looking at the people that they love as the world is literally coming to an end, and all of the different gates are opening into the stars. And like, I don't know what's going on. I just wanted to go home and watch Law and Order.
Yep. But that's kind of like the interesting thing about all these, and like the major thing that I think the Schwarzwelt represents is that idea that like eventually humanity's what it does is going to come back on itself. Like it's very heavily implied, I think, that this is not at all a loose analogy for climate change. It is at least somewhat decent analogy for climate change, that like whether you like it or not, the earth is going to reclaim like what it is owed and what you have taken from it. And how's humanity going to deal with that? How are you going to take care of it? Like in some ways it rules that you're a bunch of like essentially salary workers going in there, like just punching a ticket to go in the Schwarzwelt, but like someone has to go in and deal with it, because like humanity's got to take care of it. We don't have superheroes. We just have dudes.
I wish I could go into the heart of climate change and like go kill some demons,
punch
and
it,
roll it back.
Punching.
Just need to punch the climate emergency and it'll be okay.
All right, do the things I got to do today. Broccoli, milk, go into the Schwarzwelt.
Demon contract.
Kill
Demon
climate
contract. Kill climate change.
Mem Aleph, like who is kind of one of the central, not the big bad ultimately of the game, but like she's very direct about that, or about like, no, this is humanity has fucked things up. There was another civilization out here before you. They fucked shit up too, and we put the Schwarzwelt on them, and now it's going to happen all over again. And then if you, at least in the neutral route, it is very much like you can set the clock back, but even then they do tell you like this is all just going to happen again if humanity doesn't start to fix things. Like it's just you're not safe. Like you've not fixed things. You've like bought some time, but this is all predicated on like the ability of humanity to change like on a broader scale.
A Schwarzwelt on you. The battle system. So it's a little bit different from the push turn system, the press turn system that we know from SMT3 Nocturne. So when you attack an enemy's weakness, instead of getting an extra move, instead you get attacks from enemies who match the alignment of characters in your party.
Yes.
And this makes party composition and deciding who you want to align with, like how much you want to go into it, combined with the storytelling, very important, which sets it apart from other SMT games, which especially in later years kind of de-emphasize the alignment part a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Strange Journey is Atlas going all in on an alignment, and I think it's one of the stronger parts of the game.
Yeah. One of the biggest problems, honestly, and I think Persona really has this issue, but like most modern SMT games is like at a certain point the demons that you have in your party don't matter. They're just soup. They're basically empty suits filled with whatever abilities that you've given them over like many hours of fusion breeding. It's just like this guy can use Miragi now, or this guy can use Frey, and it's like that's just because I had a pixie 6 hours ago that had that, and I just very specifically selected all of the upgrades that make sure that I get to pick whatever abilities I want to carry forward, and I'm just going to make like a complete superhuman Lucifer later that just does the best nuclear move, the best fire move, the best ice move, the best light move. Okay, I'd have run out of slots on that character's ability screen, so this one's going to have the best lightning move, and this one's going to have the best psi move, and all that stuff. And it gets it makes it much less getting new demons and fusing new demons much less exciting the farther you get into those games, whereas in here you're really thinking about who you have access to at any given time and who you have, and it makes the individual dungeons that have specific things, I mean, in a very Adrian Odyssey like way, the specific dungeons require like specific party compositions, and you have to like maybe even go back to an earlier one, go grind out, go do some fusion, go do some other stuff, come back, which, you know, also ends up making it a bit of a slog in its own way, but I think is much more interesting. And like really honestly they have not done it as well or as interesting since in a mainline SMT game.
See,
at least in my opinion.
For me, looking at the loss of the press turn, it winds up forcing you. So forcing you to use similarly aligned demons, and then what if you run into stuff that just shrugs off that alignment or shrugs off that team? Well, now I've got to go back and like you're saying and reconstitute your team. The problem is if they don't align with you, you don't get the press, you don't get the extra attack and things like that. So now I've got this team that's for this job. Okay, now they're useless. Now let's get back to my team rather than going through and building a team that, like you said, is just all right. Here's my starting 11. Let's go. No subs, no nothing. This is my gang.
Are we making soccer references?
Football. Football is life.
Yes.
But see, for me, again, I was playing these. I was older. No, I want my team, and my team comes with me. It winds up being like a Mass Effect game. It's like, no. This is my gang, and this is the gang I roll with. And if I'm having to constantly go back and retool and change out the gang all the time just to deal with different problems, that's a lot of work. And it winds up being kind of a grindy slog. I thought it was cool when I started playing, but then when I wound up running into instances where I go, oh, my whole team is like not good in this instance or against this boss or against these groups of enemies. I got to do it, but and I'd lose the ability to press turn. I would lose that co-op ability. And I thought, it's like, is this just making it arbitrary? It's a cool thing from the standpoint, like you were saying, Kat, of the story, the idea that the alignment, what you choose is paramount, is very important. But it winds up being, to me, mechanical slog. I liked the difference. I thought it was cool. But then playing other SMT stuff, I go, oh, that's how these work. This is very different. And so I wind up being kind of torn. I go, I like the difference. I like the change. But the added grind you have now foisted upon me in this game is, I don't know if I like that.
I think it infuriates me, and I like that. I think that's where I'm at with it. Like, it is. I would not go as far to say that it is a perfect or even like thing that anyone else should replicate. But for what this game is trying to do, I do think it kind of works. And the big thing that, like, when it kind of clicked for me was when I realized that I was keeping certain, I almost called them Pokemon, where I was keeping certain demons in my party because I wanted to level them up, not just to get them higher level and get my character higher level. I wanted their essence. I wanted those little chicken nuggets I could get from them to feed to the demons during fusion, because if I leveled up this one really bad demon, he's got an ability locked in there, and now when I fuse another demon, I can feed him the chicken nugget during fusion, and he's going to learn the good skill. And so I started playing that game, and so it was like building up these alignments. And I think that's where the alignment played back in an interesting, like, very frictiony but good way, is that I was using intentionally bad teams to get those chicken nuggets of good skills to then feed to other demons that would have the alignments and stuff that I wanted. And I was doing that extra layer of team building that I thought was interesting, because I think the most interesting part of any Shin Megami Tensei game is like the 20 to 30 hour mark, when you are just fully in and you are doing all that big mathing, and you are like, okay, I've got this demon and they could turn into this, or I've got this one and it'll like at this level, and so I need to think about what skills I want. By the time you're at the end game, like Nerium was saying, you kind of have some targets, and once you have those targets, you're just kind of funneling it back down. It kind of like expands out and then expands back in, and that middle part where it feels like there's just a sea of possibility and so many chicken nuggets to feed to so many people, that I really did like it.
Stop. Podcast stopped recording.
How long ago did it stop recording?
Just now.
Oh, just now. Okay.
Whew, okay. Because you dropped some science, and it was really good.
Trying to talk about the chicken nuggets.
Really
It
disappointed.
stopped. Eric had just finished when.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, here.
Perfect.
Join again.
They say you never want to see how the chicken nuggets get made. This is how they get made.
No.
Yep. Check your mics again.
Waveform.
I think that's what my mic went out.
Test
Your
2,
mic
test 2.
turned off.
Weird. Health check passed on all of them, it says.
Looks like it, yeah.
It's weird
Yeah.
because sometimes it defaults off. I know sometimes my computer likes to default to the webcam mic for some reason, which why do they put mics on webcams? It makes no sense. They should just stop doing that.
I think it happened. It was my fault. My mic isn't being picked up all of a sudden. Boy, we've had some real gremlins here. One sec.
It's fine.
Are we
can
still streaming to Twitch?
Oh yeah, we're still live.
Yeah.
I know exactly why that
How's this
crash
for
earlier
Twitch,
happened.
huh?
Yeah.
It's good TV, right? This is content.
Hey, remember to donate to Trans Lifeline.
Yes,
You can find the
yeah.
link in
right.
the
Let's
chat.
talk
Please.
about those donos. We are like $100 away from Time Trials, our 5K donation incentive. Actually, right now is a good time to maybe do a quick little charity giveaway, because you know what we have? We have some Atlas codes to give away, including some Soul Hackers 2 on the PlayStation and Persona 3, 4, and 5 on the Switch. Let me look up some Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey trivia that Kat didn't already talk about in the Pantheon. And we can do
Everybody
a
on the
giveaway.
stream is getting the full Stars of Destiny experience.
Yeah, no, this is the Stars of Destiny experience. This is what you want.
Yeah.
Okay. I have successfully plugged everything back in.
Can I go
We're
put
good
my
again.
cat in my room real quick?
Okay.
No.
I love
This is the actual.
Oh my gosh.
I want them.
Yeah. This is
here
the
actually?
content.
experience.
Look
Yeah.
at that. Yeah, look at that. Oh,
Oh,
That's what we're here for.
baby.
oh.
Little baby. Love.
Yeah.
was dropping some.
What's that?
So yeah.
Yeah, Eric was dropping science on us.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, that was fantastic. I'm glad that made the pod, because that was
I agree.
and again, it's not, some of the stuff that I like, that I get into, is not necessarily my game. I'm like too old for this, but sometimes I'll buy it, spend 10 hours on it, and set it down, and go, well, I'm glad I supported this developer. I'll do that a lot. Yeah, I'll do that a lot with like indie stuff, and I go, well,
Yeah.
you know what? $20 is good. Let's go. And if I spend whatever, great. Or if I buy Loop Hero on 3 different platforms over the course of 6 months and never get too, but I'm like, no, Loop Hero, it's fantastic. Yeah.
You just
so
you want
yeah.
them to have some walking around money. You enjoy the product.
yeah. But the SMT time, that era of DS, that was,
By the way, we're not recording right now.
I know. This is for the stream.
This is for the
This
stream,
is for the
yeah.
Trans
for the
Lifeline
stream.
stream. This is for the
Exactly.
Trans Lifeline stream. But like that era for me was a lot of that experimentation, and I didn't have like a lot of money or anything like that, but it was enough for me to go, I think I can afford this $40, DS game or whatever. And it was a lot of, I pick up this, there's a new something, 3 to 6 months later. I'll pick that up too. And I wouldn't necessarily get, further than, 10, 20 hours or something like that into it. But great time, it was that era of late DS before 3DS, 2010s to like the 2012 or whatever.
It was the year
3D
before the 3DS came out.
Yeah. And so you had that transition period where not everything was going on 3D. You still had stuff that was just being developed in the DS, and so you could put it in a 3DS.
Weird,
There's just,
gimmicky time.
so much cool stuff going on.
Before we continue, we are at $4,910. So less than $100 until we
Fantastic.
get our latest incentive, which is Eric has to play Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, we'll be doing a series called Time Trials, where I will play Chrono Trigger every week. I've never played Chrono Trigger. I don't know what happens in Chrono Trigger. I just know there's a dude that looks like Goku in it. I legitimately have no idea what happens in Chrono
You're
Trigger.
hurting my
There's a
soul,
robot,
Eric.
I think.
You're hurting my soul right now. I feel like you're
Man,
trolling
you're
me.
about,
There's a cave woman too.
This is not a
and
bit,
there's
right? Like,
dinosaurs. No, I'm dead serious. I know nothing about Chrono
Please
Trigger.
share. Please
Yeah.
show Eric the light. Seriously.
I saw the some of the Nuzlocke and talking about that during the Nuzlocke run, and I was like, how are you even adjacent to the podcast and everything else, and you've not even like the not so great like DS port, like
I don't know.
no.
Oh,
The DS
I was
port's
playing
fine.
Devil Survivor. I was
Yeah.
playing Tactics A2 before
it's-
ever playing FF Tactics.
Tactics A2 is
Tactics A2
Those
is
are
very good. It's a very good game.
games.
Yes,
Very good
yes,
games.
Yes.
Yeah, the DS port for the was like they didn't mess with it too much, which was for the but it was good. Is it on the SNES Mini?
It might
Is-
be. I
No,
if,
Is Chrono Trigger? No, that's
not.
6.
6
That's the
is.
Final Fantasies 6. Okay.
well, it can be on the SNES Mini if you want it
Oh.
to be.
It is on Steam.
Oh yeah.
PC port wasn't great when it came out, but
No.
it has been
I've
substantially
heard it's
improved.
Imran was saying it's good earlier. Imran was saying that's actually all right now. So
It's one of the like classic examples of why does the font look like this?
They kept supporting it. They
Okay.
kept putting out patches, but the
but yeah,
fans weren't happy to start.
I know nothing about it. I know that there's a red-haired Goku. I think he goes to jail at one point, and there's a
It
frog.
is a JRPG. The characters usually do go to jail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
I
I mean
think
that's just
there's
basically
there's like a jail part, and then there is time travel. I know that. Anything else? No idea. No clue.
Yeah. Do you remember that game that came out late last year, Chained Echoes?
Oh yeah, I love
Yeah.
Chained Echoes.
Oh
If you love
yeah.
Chained Echoes, you're gonna love Chrono
So,
Trigger.
yeah.
Just saying.
Am I gonna play Chrono Trigger and be like, oh, this reminds me of Chained Echoes, and then everyone in the chat will just be like, oh my god.
Getting some real Chained Echoes vibes from this.
Yeah, get to,
Eric
hey,
is-
guess what goal we just hit?
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, I have to update the Tiltify. That's the goal that we just hit. Yeah, so I guess I gotta play Chrono Trigger now. I gotta find out why Chrono went to jail. Why they put him in jail.
What
All right.
crimes did Chrono
I'll
commit?
put you in jail.
What
Gotta
crimes
find-
did Chrono commit?
What got
I know
jail?
I know you got to stream it, but you got to find like what would be like the optimal way to play it for the first time nowadays. Like, do you
I
go
think
for like
probably PC? I mean, you can't play it on DS.
no?
The alternative is emulation. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You
No.
emulate the PlayStation 1 version with all load times intact.
No.
And this
No. Okay.
No.
All right. We hunt down a CRT TV.
Right.
We've got a
There you
freaking
go.
old
Put a
school
camera on
TV.
it.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't
mean-
even stream it normally through an Elgato. I just put a like HD cam pointed at this
Oh,
CRT.
I love it.
See, Jeremy Parrish could give you a lot of tips about streaming off an old school console. It is doable. And you can get the old translation too, because I think the PC version probably uses the DS translation, which is different. But
The
Yes, it is.
problem.
we were here to talk about SMT Strange.
Oh,
What?
You may
Are we
recall.
recording?
Huh?
Are we recording the pod
Yeah,
again?
we are
Wait, what?
recording.
Are we doing a podcast?
is that happening?
Yeah, this is happening.
So much editing.
Oh, don't worry. I'm also the one editing this episode, so
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
well, it's my fault.
Just making work for you. I'm sorry.
So return to SMT Strange Journey. Another thing that really differentiates it. So SMT has long had the demon negotiation system, but this one has a demon research system. So the idea of you're delving into the Schwarzwald and you're discovering all of these strange things, and it gets weirder and weirder and more abstract as you go. And so when you find the demons, you can't even really see them. They're these strange blobs, blue blobs on the screen.
Yeah.
And at level 1, you can actually see what they look like. And then at level 2, you can see their resistances and weaknesses. And then once you get them to level 3, you start getting these things called demon sources. And demon sources are how you pass skills into demons during fusion. It counts as an expendable resource. There's a lot of expendable resources in this game. You know what I love in RPGs? Expendable resources. So many finite resources.
I don't use anything. I don't use anything because I'm worried about them running out. Those 500 potions, just in case. Just
You
in
might
case.
actually need them in Strange Journey,
Yes,
especially for
yes.
like the final fights.
All
I
those
did that.
potions. I was using all those
I
super
did that.
potions in Pokemon. Because I need to keep them all alive. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a Nuzlocke run, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it is. It is in fact a Nuzlocke run. The dungeons are really hard in
Yes.
this one. They're very dense. They're very long. Honestly, I think they're harder than Entry and Odyssey because
Many
there's a
of
lot
them.
of there are trap tiles. They have like
Oh, yeah.
warp points. On my original run, I was stumped so badly when I got to the mall.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're cool. I've seen a lot of people comparing trying to compare them to example to Persona because that was the inevitable point of reference for SMT. So, and SMT fans are always going to be silent screaming whenever Persona comes up and related to SMT, but they put a lot of work into these dungeons, lots and lots and lots of work. And they're cool. Like they tie into the story. They're not faceless.
Yeah.
I think
Mhm.
that is one of the things that you can run into with dungeon crawlers is that they just
Mm.
become repetitive and depressing. And these have something to say, especially the first several, which are basically, let's be as heavy-handed as possible about how these are about humanity's failings.
yep.
The warp point is one that you just mentioned,
Ugh.
and the trap tiles and stuff like that. That is like the one that I remember when I was reviewing this game that like nearly broke me. Like the idea of like, yeah, the only way to figure out where all of these different trap tiles are is to walk down every blind alley that you can find and then just make a note of it and then hope you don't die before getting back to the save point or getting back to where you can go like mark that progress. And then from that point forward, like you'll know that that's going to drop you down to someplace else. But until you do that, like you might just be screwed. And that one I definitely wiped on like a number of times during the review process. And I think that is specifically called out. It's vivid enough in my memory that I recall it despite forgetting nearly everything else about this game until 2 days ago. So it must have made a pretty dramatic impact on me.
You have to be very intentional in the way that you approach this game. You cannot just kind of flail your way through because you will get your butt kicked. A lot of the bosses are quite tough as well. I had forgotten about this. The way that they do the bosses is pretty cool, in my opinion. So you have it's a first-person perspective. You have the enemies on the screen, but when you fight a boss, they're too big for the screen.
Yeah.
And they did this for SMT4 as well. And I think it looks really good. And actually, I have to call out the visuals in this game. Like, at times, they can be a little simple, but especially the monsters. The artwork is first in class, I think, for the actual demons and stuff, and really stand apart, even from other SMT games. I think it looks phenomenal.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think the way they do that dual screen stuff is so cool and is like one of those moments where we talk about how the map screen feels very conducive to map making and tracking a dungeon crawler, but also just the way that like the team thinks about ways in which they can keep kind of turning that clamshell like dual screen, what might normally be kind of an annoying thing to deal with, or what a lot of companies would kind of just shuffle inventory or a map onto. The Strange Journey team was thinking about ways that they could use it for really big, impactful moments. It's like when you open a manga to a page that is like a dual page spread, and it's that big moment where you're just like, oh, here's this gorgeous thing, and now you're fighting it. Like you're fighting. But like I when I was hitting those
giant
bosses,
bull. Oh, I'm dead.
yeah, when I was hitting those bosses in Strange Journey, I was being reminded of like all the manga I've been diving into recently, like Chainsaw Man and Dandadan, where you have these like big open like double page spreads, and you're just like, whoa, like it hits. It really, really works. You were saying, Miriam?
I was just going to say, it's like my favorite thing. Like, there's a lot to be said about how this game is basically the blueprint. And Kat kind of mentioned the origins of this earlier. This game is very much the blueprint for SMT4 later on and for Apocalypse. And it carries over that sort of like the 2D art of the demons and stuff like that in the first person perspective and characters on screen and stuff as well. But SMT4 moved to 3D for the overworld exploration, but I'm so glad that they kept this specific thing from this game because it is so striking. And they didn't have to do that. They could have moved to 3D by the time they were on 3DS and stuff like that, but it's so good.
When SMT Strange Journey came out, OneUp.com gave it an A-. Eurogamer gave it an 8 out of 10. It has an 80 out of 100 on Metacritic. GameSpot hated it. SMT Strange Journey may be the latest entry in the venerable franchise, but its outdated demon negotiation system and tedious dungeon crawling action might have you think otherwise. Longtime fans will no doubt appreciate its return to form for the dozens of hours its appropriately dark story will occupy them, but neophytes, especially those expecting something similar to games like Persona 4, are better off staying away.
Too hard.
I'm gonna say something.
Persona 4, no.
I'm gonna say something really bold. It's probably not even that bold. This morning we were talking about how Armored Core is having to deal with this stuff of like, oh, so it's mech souls. It's like, no, Armored Core has existed for a long time. It's two very distinct things. There are similarities in thought process and design that carry over, but it's like they have differences. There are differences, and Persona SMT is so frequently the same thing. And part of me understands why a critic, like as someone who writes reviews, I understand why you do have to bring that up. I brought it up when I talked to the Armored Core devs, but the number of times it's like, those who really prefer Persona won't like meet something on its own terms. That's all I'm saying. Meet something at least as far as it's going to come out to you. And then if it's not working, like judge it on its merits and its fallings, and not like it's not Persona. I don't know.
It's so funny you make the Armored Core comparison to me, because I also thought of Armored Core at this moment, but for different reasons. Because like if you look at Armored Core reviews for like Armored Core 4 Answer and stuff like that from around this same era, it's a lot of the same things that were in that GameSpot review of like, yeah, I'm sure people who like these Armored Core games are going to like this one too, but these games, they've made a bunch of these now and they're all the same, and it's like we were just at that point, I feel like jonesing for anything like, like Atlas in point of fact was one of the good places I feel that carried forward traditions and like continued to evolve a lot of that stuff in that era, whereas a bunch of other Japanese developers were trying to chase Western trends. Like everybody else, they were trying to chase Gears of War. They were trying to chase third-person action games. Like this is the era of Mind Hack and Never Dead and things like that coming out around the same time. Even Lost Planet is great, don't get me wrong, but that was them doing that, Capcom doing that same thing. Yeah. And there's something that I kind of like, I admire its purity. There is some kind of like element to this that I appreciate from this era of people just being like, no, we're continuing to make incremental changes to this thing that nobody else is doing right now. And then everybody else is like, but it's too much like the old stuff. Make something more exciting. Like more, I want more anime kids running around and stuff like that. And it's like, listen,
anime Gears of War.
Anime Gears of War. That exists.
It was 2010.
I mean, how far is Valkyria Chronicles from that? It's not that far from it. It's
pretty far.
No, it's it's turn-based, but you're definitely like running and shooting and taking cover and stuff. We're close. I'm saying that
Valkyria Chronicles is anime XCOM, Enemy Unknown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it came out before before XCOM Enemy Unknown.
Yeah.
Predates it.
It
by a number of years.
Something important. God, why are we doing that for Pantheon?
There's a lot of stuff in this Atlas era though too, transitioning from the original DS to the 3DS. This was 2010. Later that year is Etrian 3. You've got Soul Hackers over the course of the next couple different years. They would wind up putting out an Etrian with, again, those incremental changes or little spins. Okay, now you got a boat. But over, like every year and a half, because they could. Actually, it is. I really like that one. But
I like that.
but yeah, and there was a lot of that. They were playing with it because, though, I think um, it's an era. It's gone. I don't think you're going to see something like this because you could make something for the DS and have it be a mild success or do okay and still make
Yeah.
good on it
Yeah.
because you could have a small team. It didn't
Yeah.
require many resources. Oh, SMT4, it's in 3D, but we're going to keep the 2D sprites because everybody likes that. And guess what? It's also cost effective. It's space effective on the download. It's space effective on the cart. And you could iterate every year, year and a half, and get that extra. You could do that and not have to dump a ton of money on it. Gone. Like,
Yeah.
you can't. The indie space kind of fills some of that a little bit, but even that's getting expensive.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine something with some of these? Like, I don't think you could get away with these production values, on a Switch game, unless you said. And these were full. What was the DS 3DS? $40, 50 to 60 for something.
40 to
It
50.
was like
Yeah.
$35, $40.
Yeah. And you say, hey, this is a $35-$40 Switch game, and then that's a hard bargain. And so, yeah, I think Atlas was doing it, and there's a few other publishers. It was a special time for like these little special games. Now, no, it's got to be, purple hair kid running around in deserts swinging swords, and the
Was
production
the
value.
last gasp of the 16-bit and 32-bit era,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
especially the GBA. And, that's gone now because there used to be such a gap between the consoles and handhelds. And now
Right.
people are like, well, the Switch isn't a PS5. But, I mean, in reality, the games that come out on Switch are expected to have pretty high production values. Look at
Yeah.
Monster Hunter Rise and whatnot.
Yeah.
Unless they're an indie. And, a major release is even a game like SMT5 is it's big. It's a big game.
Yes.
So
HD assets broke everything. Like,
they really did. They made things worse in many ways.
Yeah,
and
this
seriously.
is a take I
PS2
can get on board with. Reject HD.
The PS2.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the PS2. You think about like how much more content they were able to put out. Here's an example: the Super Robot Wars series. The animations
come
used to
back to
be
this.
actually quite a bit better on the PS2, and and then once they went into HD, they were simpler because actually creating and rendering out those HD assets is a huge time and money sink, and so they're just not going to go as crazy. It's too bad.
I love Fire Emblem. I love all facets of Fire Emblem, but I badly want them to make sprites like they made those Fire Emblem GBA sprites,
Me too.
because there just ain't sprites like
They're
that
gorgeous.
anymore. They're incredible. They're so good. We were talking about this earlier today when we were doing the Street Fighter 6 part of the stream. We were talking about Third Strike, and we were like, that game is timeless. That game, you play it now, and you're like, Third Strike is gorgeous. It's still going to look gorgeous 20 years from now. And as much as I like Street Fighter 6, I'm not going to be surprised if it somehow looks different, looks aged. But there is something about almost embracing the fact that, yeah, you're a video game. Use pixels, use hyper stylized looks, use these characters that in so many bytes and pixels can really reflect
The
what
way
they are.
it did
who they
when I
are.
was growing up. Damn it.
I have no nostalgia for. I discovered Street Fighter late in life. I played Street Fighter 2 when I was younger, but like my Third Strike and Alpha love came much later in life, and I have a reverence for sprites. Certainly reverence for pixel art, and even that extends to SMT, but it's something about the ways in which I guess the limitations almost encourage a sort of expressivism. Like when you have limits, you have to push them as far as you can. You have to get to the edges, and I think you see a lot of that in these DS and 3DS games.
Pokemon has never looked as good as it did in Pokemon Crystal. That is a beautiful looking game.
there's and you see this now, and there is an element of like, well, it looks like the thing that I thought it looked like,
Color.
that I liked when I was a kid. but like low poly stuff is becoming like one of the
Yes.
new norms in a
Yeah.
lot of indie stuff, and it's a lot of people early on. I remember thinking like, this looks so ugly. These graphics don't age like fine wine the way that pixel art does. Like, and I even when they were new, even when people were like starting new games like this, like Anodyne and whatnot, I was thinking like, no, these look great. Like this is its own. This is quickly becoming like its own expression, like its own artistic genre, and like trying to push the limits of what is capable or what is
Yeah.
possible with that kind of brush is like so interesting. You look at like people like Botster on Twitter and stuff like Bloodborne Cart. And some of the like really interesting things coming out of there, and like indie games and whatnot.
Signalis was
Signalis.
a huge
Signalis.
hit for low poly. Oh, I
That
love
game is amazing.
That
That's one of my
game's so
favorite
good.
games of last year. Like,
Yeah.
I've developed a healthy. I used to think PlayStation 1 games just didn't age very well. I mean, geez, they're so rough. They didn't even look that good back in the day. And now I look at them and like, gorgeous, abstract.
beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, the low poly.
Oh, what if
There's
what
a-
is-
I was trying to play as like a little emulator device. It did okay. The controller's not the same, but Tenchu.
yeah.
Ooh,
And-
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, they did it, but you can really see like the limitations for what it was. It was amazing playing it again because I was like, oh, I see what they're going for, and they could not do it. So there were lots of tweaks and workarounds they made, and then finally, you get what 20 years more later, Sekiro. You go, okay, yeah, this is kind of like what they were shooting for, but it's
Yeah.
and that soundtrack, that stuff like that. They made the best they could with it. You look at Silent Hill. Well, that view distance, that fog, is because they had to do it.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Right.
You couldn't render, but they went, well. And I think like Signalis is grabbing into this. It's like, well, now you can't see. Well, that's creepy. That's
Yeah.
scary.
Oh,
And then
that
you bring in
works.
the audio, and I think Signalis is doing some of that with that low poly. They know exactly what they're doing. With the Bloodborne cart, they know exactly what they're doing. They're able to pick out that stuff.
Yeah.
And it works, but it's not the same. They joke about Final Fantasy VIII. Get yourself a guy who looks like this. The most handsome man here, and it's just
yeah,
all the
yeah.
but it's because you don't have the CRT, you don't have the scan lines, and it doesn't. It's not the same. So it's this weird space, like we do with pixel art and HD remasters, things like that. It's not the same because nobody is working to create it in the first place with scan lines. So this new stuff is really innovative in that they're evoking the feel, and you think, yeah, that's right, but it's not.
Right.
You've got to come into the creation process thinking CRT, and that's crazy. That's a lost art. You gotta. That's unbelievable.
Somebody mentioned that the fighting game genre maybe got hit harder than any other genre.
Yes.
Just ask SNK and what happened to King of Fighters.
KOF 13,
Yep.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the fighting game for the fighting game genre, it was already getting hit hard by the prevalence of consoles, the decline of arcades,
Right.
people wanting to play Xbox 360, Xbox Online, and fighting games could not figure out netcode for the longest time. I played a lot of MVC2 Online on 360, and
Yeah.
oh, I won some coin flips on that one. And that was good. That was good compared to some games I've played online fighting game. And it's better now. Like the fact that we were able to play Street Fighter 6 like we were earlier is a testament.
It's unbelievable.
To circle it back around, I don't want to just be like Abe Simpson, old man yells at cloud about this. There are
The style
games
of the time.
like Bloodborne that I think nail a modern style that have something that does feel just as timeless as pixel art does, that feels just as timeless as all these, even the low poly. But to bring it back to SMT, it does feel like a format, like Nerium was saying, this is a medium to work in. We're in the point now where games have mediums to work in, these different canvases that you can paint on. And I think the biggest bummer for me playing SMT Strange Journey is that while that sort of game could exist and even does exist, we have dungeon crawlers and stuff like that. I talked about one last week, the Demon Lord Reincarnation, that was really, really fun and really interesting. But it's the clamshell design that is completely disappeared, and I really hate that. I wish we had.
Hey, flip phones are back. Perhaps clamshell design will come back too. Maybe the new
Maybe.
Switch. Maybe the Switch 2 will
Oh, give me a
be
dual screen Switch that's a
a
clamshell.
giant
Just a
2D
big,
3D
chunky boy.
All right,
Chunk.
wait.
Chunk.
Let me hit you with this. Okay, so Switch, you can have it in your hand or you can have it on your TV. What if there was a Switch that you plugged into your TV, but then you could also hold a screen in your hand and then look down at
Whoa.
that screen while looking up at the other screen, and you could control one with the other?
Wow.
I mean, I have a Surface here, and we've got the detachable keyboard and stuff like
Okay.
that. Give me the detachable gamepad with a screen in it.
I think somebody's making a Wii U reference.
Yeah, Eric,
Did I reverse engineer the Wii U?
that's what I'm saying. I'm just making a joke.
Oh god, the chat's on it too. The chat's all like, "Oh yeah, the Wii U." It's that bit in
There we
30
go.
Rock where they're trying to
It's-
build a car and they end up designing like the Pontiac Aztec or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. We were making a microwave and we made the Pontiac Aztec. Yeah, I just accidentally reverse engineered the Wii U.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I mean, yeah. And again, I think it really, the game itself, all of it, it speaks to this design and era of game design, of hardware design that, and it sounds crazy to think, but the game it's little over 10 years old, gone, absolutely gone. The 3DS was discontinued 4 years ago, 3.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean,
Put a bullet in its brain, shutting down the
shutting
shop
down
and
the
everything.
servers, yeah.
It is
Yeah.
dead now.
Which is why.
Shame.
Which is why used copy without the box of Strange Journey, the original DS version, is $150, $200. It's
It's
ridiculous.
It's
Yeah.
really disappointing because it's a fantastic dungeon crawler, and like so many games now, it's just really difficult to find. There's also Strange Journey Redux, which we haven't talked a whole heck of a lot. It came out on the Nintendo 3DS in 2018. Reissue brought with it a lot of changes. Actually, it's in some ways pretty similar, but in some ways a very different game. A lot of quality of life improvements, more save slots, the ability to carry more demons. There's a new dungeon called, and this is an SMT thing, the Womb of Grief. It's a lot of optional enemies and stuff. They completely redo the apps system. So we haven't really talked about apps at all because like any SMT game, there's like a whole just layers upon layers of systems. And the apps system is the idea is that your spacesuit has programs in it, and you can they have a certain number of slots, and you can activate them and use them. Strange Journey Redux just makes it so if you buy the app, it's active. Like there are no limitations on that.
Yeah.
What, really?
Yeah. Nah, it's not really good.
What? I'm sorry, I haven't played Redux. I've only played original, and the apps being so expensive and then them taking up certain amounts of space and stuff, I was like, oh, I have to really decide what I want here. And they're just like, have them. Just have them. SMT isn't supposed to help you. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is the Schwarzwelt, not Schwarzfeld Hut Jr. I was trying to make a Weenie Hut Jr. joke. I couldn't get there.
I mean, the game is already so punishing in some other ways. Like, I'm definitely down for them to just kind of massage certain things here and there. Because I played through this entire game on Redux version for that review, and let me tell you, it's still pretty freaking hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also, I think the biggest point of contention is definitely the new art, which I don't know. It's almost like they smoothed it out.
Okay.
Certain characters have new portraits. They don't look super great. So, and in fact, somebody in our chat, the Manch Dynasty, said, with gross redone art. So it's, I mean, the best part of it maybe is that in terms of the visuals, it's that it's better aspect ratio because the DS was more of the 4:3 and this is more of a 16:9 kind of situation. But I think the big one for me is that Redux has a whole bunch of new endings.
Yeah. All
And
the
they're very
all the
different.
endings are
They're very different from the Strange Journey endings. Like we could spend a while talking about these endings. And I think they're really useful for our understanding where exactly this game ends up because, I mean, like most SMT games, the actual alignments have a big impact on it. But Strange Journey Redux takes the endings from Strange Journey and very greatly changes them. Also, has a new character named Alex who time travels. Has
Yes.
a time traveler.
Okay.
And I'm
Who-
sorry, the second that a time traveler comes into the equation, I'm like, okay. Unless time travel is explicitly baked into the premise of it, I cannot take it seriously.
Now hold on. What if that time traveler was the daughter of trans girl Lucifer, whose name is
Okay.
Louisa Farah? So quid pro quo. It's all fine. Everything works out great. I'm happy. The fans are happy.
So
You said
I
you got
had
the true neutral ending, right, Nero?
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite. It stood apart from the original quite a bit because the original was maybe a little more hopeful, but also a warning.
Yeah.
And this ending was, I think, quite cynical.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, the kind of general gist of it is really like in the neutral ending, it's like, listen, you've beaten back the Schwarzfeld, and it's like, and everything, it's not the world of demons, it's not the world of gods, it's like the thing that always happens in an SMT game in the neutral route where it's like everything is kind of reset back to zero, but also the warning of like, hey,
win, status quo.
yeah, exactly. Liberals win. No, third path. But in this version of it, it's kind of extended to this idea of like basically your main character winds up as like this guardian on the moon with I forget the name of your AI buddy.
Arthur.
Arthur. Is sort of like your Jiminy Cricket throughout the Strange Journey, and basically ends with like your main character kind of glaring angrily down at Earth because like heavily implying that like you've got godlike powers and stuff, and like over time you might lose your connection to humanity, and things might like if you kind of deem humanity unworthy of all this stuff, you might one day like become an even worse threat, and it's like some interesting things.
The original game, you escape from the Schwarzfeld and you manage to beat it back, but it comes with the warning of humanity, get it together because it may return. Which, if you want to talk about climate change, that's a big one. The Schwarzfeld is climate change. I've decided this by executive action. In this game, our future time traveler says, "Oh no, the Schwarzfeld does return. Humanity does fail."
Right. Everything gets fucked up because she's Trunks. Alex is Trunks. She's from an alternate future where everything went the way that like the neutral ending implied it would. And I just looked it up again to refresh my own memory. You stay behind partially to just keep nuking the Schwarzfeld for all time because it's just going to keep happening over and over and over again, and so you become the eternal bulwark. And it's kind of there's this kind of era. There's still, I think, this era of resentment to it. This idea that like your main character has to keep on fixing humanity's mistakes over and over and over and over again for literally endless time.
Yeah,
Take it seriously, like as a concept. I think the original endings are perfectly fine. I don't think they need to add these in.
What I like about all these endings is that it heavily implies that like you can either completely rewrite the nature of the world, but it does not ever give you the idea that the way the world existed as it did before was like necessarily something that you want to go back to, or that is like healthy to go back to. That it does imply that like change is necessary if you want to keep the Schwarzfeld back. And like sometimes that change is not good. I mean, I think there's reasonable arguments to be made for whatever. And also the idea is not even necessarily to make reasonable arguments, but just make decisions with the ones you've got in front of you, basically. But I do like the idea that in all these endings, it is heavily like stated that the world was bad. The world got to a bad place and humans drove it there and the world responded. And this is about a direct confrontation between the world that humans are inhabiting and doing things to and like you, and whether that's going to be like, I am going to become the eternal sacrifice and stand as a bulwark. How tenable is that? How manageable is that? Like, are you going to become resentful and then be an angry god who's leveled up from years of fighting the Schwarzfeld? Like, maybe. Are you going to completely hand the keys over to God or Lucifer or like, what are you going to do? And none of it implies that like, oh, it's okay, we'll just beat the Schwarzfeld and then the humans will take it from there and it'll all be fine. It's like bringing that time traveler back in to be like, no.
Similar. You know what story is very similar to SMT Strange Journey? Have you heard of a little movie called Barbie? Just replace the Schwarzfeld with the patriarchy. Done.
Is Barbie an Evangelion movie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Henry even said as much.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. You got to go see it. Henry Gilbert, friend of the pod.
Oh,
my point is,
Henry was a character
driving around.
No. My point is, go see Barbie already, Eric.
Yeah,
Stop being so busy.
Yeah. I don't have anything else going on. If the computer blows up a third time, I'm just going to go watch Barbie.
Well, this is the part of the show in which we talk about whether or not SMT Strange Journey deserves to be in the Pantheon. Well, what is the Pantheon? Well, I kind of tend to think of it as a little bit of a place of honor for amazing RPGs. Maybe RPGs that I can say, hey, if you really want to understand, if you want to really play a great RPG or really understand RPGs, see where RPGs came from, understand the story of RPGs, maybe go check out this game. Some games are slam dunks, some are more edge cases. I think this is more of an edge case, personally. Usually, the criteria that we come up with for a Pantheon game is, does it hold up? Is it like have major blocks from actually being able to enjoy it? Does it have a mark of greatness? Does it have something that really, really, truly elevates it over its peers? And finally, is it important? Is it influential? Is it crucial to understanding the story of RPGs? And friends, I don't think that SMT Strange Journey fits any of those categories. Discuss.
I hate to say it, but I think I'm with you. I like Strange Journey a lot, but I don't know that I consider it like a super important work in the grand scheme of things. I think it's just a really good game, but I don't know. I saw someone mention, I won't bring it up too much, but I saw someone mention another game that we've had come through the Pantheon, and I felt very similarly about that game when I was on that Pantheon episode way back when. And so I feel like I'm reiterating a lot of my things there, but it's a game that I enjoy very much that I'm not sure meets the criteria that we set out for the Pantheon. If this was just games that Eric digs and he's glad he played, absolutely making that list. No question. And probably one of my more favorite SMT games at this point, but I don't know if it clears the Pantheon bar for me.
What game are you comparing it to?
I'll spoil it. Tales of Vesperia. It reminds me of Tales of Vesperia a lot. I love Tales of Vesperia. I think Tales of Vesperia is a great game. I don't think it's a Pantheon game. And
does any Tales game deserve to be in the Pantheon? I'm more and more convinced no.
I think I made the argument at the time that a Tales game should never make it into the Pantheon because a good Tales game should never aspire to be a Pantheon game, and I stand by that statement. I think it has to be. It has to be what it is. And I love it for that. It's also not a Pantheon.
No problem with that.
Yeah.
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 Perfectly desired. It's perfect. It's like network television. Turn it.
Yeah.
It's like putting Law and Order in the fucking Law and Order
Mhm.
SVU in the fucking pantheon. Yeah, it's an amazing and popular show. It doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
Um,
It-
but go ahead, Miriam.
Well, it's one of those.
Yeah.
It's a neat take on one of those. And we have so many of those we of like that they're a part of the SMT pantheon and that formula. I think they've done it better elsewhere. Also from a contemporary standpoint, the difficulty of the grind, and I know that's part of the game, what renders it more of a challenge for accessibility nowadays. But I also say this as an old, so that may just be me. But have they peeled back a little bit on some of that, or is that like still? Do you think that that's still a thing with SMT? Like
Like
5,
SMT in general.
yeah,
I
like
think it's
5 had it, but they
easier.
they ratcheted it back a little bit, but you're
Yeah.
still kind of doing the things. But
Yeah.
yeah, this one I felt I was like, they got some hard walls and some other stuff like that. There's great feels about it, and I remember it fondly again for a lot of reasons, but I don't know if it's because but I don't know if it's because it's a Chrono Trigger. Yeah,
It's not
yeah, I
really
said
part of the
that.
conversation, is it?
Yeah.
No, when you think of SMT games, no, this is not something that people will go, oh, this one, oh, this one.
Oh no, I think of it.
Yeah,
actually-
I think they think of it in terms of SMT games, but I don't know if it all like it's
Outside
really
of
difficult.
that?
Nerium, you've been trying to get in here.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, this game presses so many of my specific buttons, even beyond like just it's an SMT game. I love Etrian Odyssey. It's like my favorite 3DS or DS 3DS series. I love like the wizardry style like dungeon crawlers. I love The Thing, as we said at the beginning of this episode. It's my favorite movie. I love also, we didn't really talk about this very much other than just generally that it's there, but I really, really appreciate it in media and stuff like this, in JRPGs, in this style of game, when it is about adults and like adult situations and stuff like that. That's like my favorite manga. That's my favorite anime a lot of the time. Stories like that with like I'm 30 or 40 years old and I do not have time for this sort of thing. And even then, even when it hits like so many specific buttons for me, I'm just thinking like, but I like playing Etrian Odyssey better. I feel like I have a more interesting like ability to build a team and go into the dungeons, and the dungeons are more memorable in a lot of cases, and XYZ. And then in terms of the vibe, like I would really love to see more of that vibe, honestly, frankly.
Yeah.
But then like a lot of the like visual stuff that they do is just better. They do it again better in SMT4, and especially SMT4 Apocalypse. Even like the app system and stuff like that like makes its return in those. And SMT4 Apocalypse, SMT4 has its problems. SMT4 Apocalypse is also, it just lives in this weird space as a spin-off of that game. But it's just fantastic and does a lot of the stuff in here just in a more streamlined and full way. And yeah, the game just doesn't, as much as it is in maybe my list of maybe like my top 100 favorite games of all time, I don't know that it's like in the pantheon of JRPGs or RPGs specifically.
I want to make a counterpoint. At the end, if you put SMT3 and SMT Strange Journey in front of me and said, Kat, pick one to play for the next 100 hours, I would choose SMT Strange Journey.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that SMT Nocturne is a brilliant work that was heavily influenced SMT and continues to influence it to this day.
Yeah.
And I rather love its story and where the apocalyptic feel of it.
Yeah.
So much of SMT owes so much to Nocturne. Having said that, I kind of enjoy the more grounded feel of Strange Journey. I like the graphics a heck of a lot more than Nocturne. I don't think Nocturne is aged particularly well at all. I think that the press turn system is superior to the co-op system, but I actually really like the way that all of the alignments come together. And it makes for one of the more compelling stories in SMT as a whole. And I like that it's adults. It's adult situations.
Yep.
It has stuck in my memory for a long time for a reason. So I think that it is head and shoulders above many SMT games. I don't know that it rises to the level of SMT4. I do think that you can make a pretty strong argument that SMT4 is better. I can't really speak for SMT5. But SMT Strange Journey is an outstanding RPG that holds up extremely well and has a lot to commend it. And returning to it made me feel like I was experiencing a lost gem.
Yeah, I think the one thing I keep coming back to is thinking about the ways it uses or doesn't use Shin Megami Tensei stuff, but specifically that it feels so much like that Shin Megami Tensei game with an Etrian wrapper. And I think in that way, it can be a very good game, but I'm going to look at things like Etrian and think about the ways in which Etrian embodies its space in the genre, the way it takes up that space in the genre. It becomes this thing that is itself. Other dungeon crawlers, I think, establish their own identity, and I think Strange Journey feels like a crossover that is really compelling and gave them a lot of room to create something different and something memorable. But I also don't know that we talked about is it a significant work, a historic work? Does it feel like it left like a mark on the industry that, like, I don't know that I would play another game unless it had a very specifically similar plotline and gameplay structure to the point of almost just being a straight up successor to this game. I don't think I'd go back and be like, oh, this reminds me of Strange Journey. I'd be like, this reminds me of Etrian Odyssey, or this reminds me of Shin Megami Tensei. But I don't think there's anything that specifically and anything else would remind me of Strange Journey specifically, unless you made a game that was a first-person dungeon crawler about a bunch of soldiers with demons going into the bad hole, and like that's it. Like you'd have to get that narrow.
Well, I put it to our listeners as always, and I asked, do you think SMT Strange Journey should be in the Pantheon? And here's what they said. False Logic said, I mean, if y'all let every Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest in, I don't know why we'd get picky now.
Ayo.
I just want to point out, False Logic, who I know in person, we took Final Fantasy out of the Pantheon. So
we did take 8 out of the Pantheon, yeah.
I'm sacrificed a lot. My heart was broken for that. So don't make light of my sacrifice in removing my child from the Pantheon.
Wow.
That's all I'm going to say. Also, it's self-evident that some Final Fantasies would not go in. Final Fantasy 2 and 3 certainly would not be going into the Pantheon. Just saying.
No.
I would honestly, I don't think 12 should be in either. So
12. Really? Okay.
Can we put
wasn't on
everything in
that
12 but Vaughn? Can we put everything but Vaughn in the Pantheon? Can we like find a way to do that?
Every time I try to play through Final Fantasy 12, I immediately think, wow, what a cool game. And then halfway through it, I just get bored and give up.
Let me tell you about a little game called Final Fantasy X-2, which is going to be a Pantheon game eventually.
All right.
I'm going to force it through.
Yeah.
It's a
Spooky
great
Man.
video game.
Spooky Man BR says, I vote no. Strange Journey is a good game, actually a great game, but not every great game needs to be in the Pantheon. It's certainly a top-tier SMT game and a great example of a successful Etrian Odyssey clone. However, it is not the kind of game that shook the foundation of the RPG landscape. Its legacy is limited. Perhaps you can argue it paved the way for a mainline SMT game to be developed for handheld hardware. But besides that, I don't see too many games taking inspiration on Strange Journey to move the genre forward. But again, I had an amazing time with it. Probably one of my favorite games we played this year, but that doesn't mean it needs to be in the Pantheon.
Is Strange Journey the Metal Gear Solid portable ops of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise?
Yo,
Dude.
yes.
No,
Yes.
no, that is
Wow.
no, absolutely not. Maybe the
Gauntlet
Peace Walker.
Throne.
I think it's the Peace Walker.
Is it the Metal Gear
SMT.
Acid?
Then what?
It's
but
the
that
Metal
is-
Gear Acid.
Metal Gear Acid.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is
Acid 2.
deeply disrespectful to SMT Strange Journey. Portable Ops is not a good game, and neither is Acid.
Oh, Acid.
Acid
Metal Gear
2.
Pantheon. Metal Gear
No,
Pantheon.
no. Old Man Jables says, also worth mentioning, I think, is Strange Journey's cultural impact is enough that it is a rare RPG experiencing the classical 15-year cycle, where folks who were massively influenced and inspired by a significant game start to enter game dev. There's a slew of incredible indie games being made inspired by Strange Journey. Some have just started to come out, like the surprise hit Demon Lord Reincarnation. Others, like Paradigm X, are a bit of a ways away, but still also look absolutely incredible. It's a super exciting time to be a dungeon crawler fan. I think, which hasn't been something you could easily say since that brief, beautiful moment from 2008 to 2012, at the height of the Etrian Odyssey games, Strange Journey, and the Legend of Grimrock games releasing. So you could argue that, in fact, Strange Journey was part of a little bit of a renaissance for dungeon crawlers, the traditional dungeon crawler. Maybe it was not the main driver of it, but it was certainly part of it.
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, the only weird thing about that to me is still just the fact that like this is also coming out basically in the midst of Etrian Odyssey 1, 2, 3, Untold 2. Like, it's part of a Strange Journey is part of a conversation. It is not a pillar unto itself, I think.
Light of Love says, okay, now for praise. This game has the best demon combos in the game, wildly swinging all over the place and using myth at times. Haunting OST, and Kaneko bows out with style before a temporary weakening with a punk RPG at Atlas. I think Nick Maragos was still working on SMT at this time, and Nick Maragos did some freaking amazing localizations. So I do not know if they worked on this one, but it definitely, I agree, the writing on this one is first class.
Oh yeah,
Definitely a cut above. Arcate says, I tend to evaluate games on two base criteria. Do I hate or not hate interacting with this game, and what are the vibes? SMT Strange Journey achieves full marks in this rubric. I'm not a big fan of first-person dungeon RPGs, but this is about as good as it gets, IMO. The premise and themes and the aforementioned vibes are what carries it through. I don't like it as much as SMT 5 because it doesn't have that absolutely perfected battle system, and it isn't as well balanced. But other than that, I think it's one of the best on the DS or 3DS. I want more RPGs with a cast and premise that is in the ballpark as opposed to Personas. So somebody in the chat was asking, what is it about SMT that keeps it from being Pantheon worthy? Well, we've only looked at one SMT game. That was Nocturne, besides this one. And Nocturne did get into the Pantheon. It just didn't make it into the top 25.
Yeah.
And you could,
And I have no say over that. All I have to say over is if it's in the Pantheon on that episode. So don't blame me for that.
yeah. So it's in the Pantheon, folks.
Are we looking? So, are we separating SMT? Are we separating like Persona from SMT? So it's like Persona. Okay, because
Atlas is.
yeah.
Five made it into
So then that winds up being 5. So that winds up being some of the weird thing too, where they're similar. They share a little bit of the DNA, but they are very distinct vibes. And there's the possibility that like an SMT game isn't top 25. I think it does its own little branch. They do their own little thing that is neat. The idea,
We do have P5 in the top 25.
Okay, yeah.
SMT fans to go freaking crazy. Like
P5
knowing
is
that.
good though. P5 is good.
It's really good. Yeah.
It is. I just thought I was about it, but it's got this. I says, wow, but it has this really unique thing in its dungeon crawling and other things like that, where you recruit team members from outside. It's Pokemon. I was like, it's not. I mean, right? It's demon Pokemon, and so when you think about that, of some kind of
Predates Pokemon
pantheon
by
group,
years.
it does, and yet so it's one of those things where you got to find like, well, what's the one then that, regardless of whether it holds up contemporarily, what's the one that you go, oh, well, this is the DNA that lays the groundwork
Nocturne.
for,
Yeah, it's Nocturne.
everything from So that's,
Yeah.
but of the other stuff, you go, is there anything
But
else?
I just said
in
that, like,
Yeah.
if you put Nocturne or Strange Journey in front of me, I'd pick Strange
Yeah.
Journey, which makes it
Those-
hard for me to put in the top 25 RPGs of all time. And I know that doesn't
Yeah.
make me an RPG connoisseur. I just find Nocturne hard to play, okay?
No, yeah.
So sue me.
Not everybody wants Nocturne. Sometimes you want to change it up a little bit. Play some Devil
I like
Survivor.
Strange Journey a lot. It hits just right
Yeah.
for me. Yeah.
I think
It's very good.
Even-
It's very, very good.
even when I hit the brick walls, the vibes, the audio, the visuals, all of it kept me coming back. Like, I wanted to know more. I wanted to see the next demon. I wanted to get around that corner. What is the boss fight? What happens to everybody back on the ship? I wanted to do what is the next layer? Wow, this is really cool. Okay, what's the next dungeon? What's that going to look like? It was
I like
fun.
that it ties into the human condition. I think that
Yeah.
okay, talking about war and consumption and all that. It's not necessarily new, but for a commercial video game, it does feel a little bolder than what you'll see from a lot of these games. And
Especially
I
at
commend
its
it. I
time.
find it compelling.
Yes, at its
Yeah.
time for sure. Yeah. It talks much more directly to, in a way that, like, I think other SMT games do this, but I think they kind of work around it. Like, I love Devil Survivor, but it's like, let's have a death game for the throne of the devil, and like, yeah, hell yeah, sign me up. But like, it gets a little like, it reaches at times for what it's trying to say about the broader state of the earth and all that. Whereas like Strange Journey is just like, yeah, humans, you screwed it up, and the demons are coming out of the hole in the ground to mess things up because you couldn't get it right. So do you want to all die? You don't
Gotta
have a
say-
choice.
Strange Journey feels more relevant than ever. I feel Strange Journey in my heart. 2023 is a freaking strange journey. We are all on the strange journey.
I tell you, when the Schwarzfeld shows up, I'm walking in. I'm going.
Oh yeah, let's go.
It's like I'm home.
Rather demonic.
I'll see y'all in the Schwarzfeld. There's no
that
X
pleasure
in the
palace,
I
Schwarzfeld.
live in the Schwarzfeld. It's called San Francisco.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. Twitter,
Right.
Twitter canonically
Twitter.
does not
The
exist
giant
in the
X on
Schwarzfeld.
top of the old Twitter, and it like lights up.
Yeah, this is the actual problem. You couldn't make Strange Journey today because if you depicted this, everybody would be like, "Oh hell yeah, let's get into the Schwarzfeld. Let's get out of here
Let's go.
and into the demon world." This seems oh my god. Oh, you guys got a pleasure palette? Oh,
Right?
okay.
What?
I
A
can just
world in which only the strong survive and demons prey on humans? Well, it's sure is better than Twitter these days.
What are the blue
let's
sky
go.
posts called now? What are we calling blue sky posts?
Skeets.
I'm
Are they
going to
not
be
skeets?
skeeting
Yeah.
from the Schwarzfeld. That's
Yeah.
what I will be doing.
you don't want to
Skeeting
skeet in
and-
the Schwarzfeld.
Reskeeting. Yep.
All right,
my
it's
new
time now to
podcast.
decide whether or not Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey deserves to be in the RPG pantheon. We're going to go around. I'm going to ask each of you, and you'll say yes or no, and our audience also gets a vote. And Miriam, we'll start with you.
I was ready to
Long
say no at the
pause.
beginning of this episode. I was ready, and then Kat, I think you did a lot of work there to turn me back around. Because I thought that I was going to have to dial back my enjoyment of this game, especially even for Redux. As I heard people talk about talk shit about Redux, and I was like, okay, I need to be reasonable here. And not everybody else is going to feel the way that I do about Strange Journey and the vibes and the atmosphere and stuff. But everybody, it sounds like, for the most part, does have those same feelings. So yes, fuck it.
Yes, I love when we I love when we do this on a Pantheon. It's like, yeah, fuck it, let's throw it in. I just talked about it for 2 hours. Let's go. I usually wait until it go last, but I'm gonna jump in now and put in my vote. I want to be clear that I was being a devil's advocate. And I just didn't want to sit here and like have us, talk about for 20 minutes about how it definitely doesn't deserve to be in the Pantheon.
It's mean. Yeah.
I think it has a case to be made, but no, of course I don't think it deserves to be in the Pantheon. Like I think it's an amazing game, the Hall of Great, Hall of Very Good. But I'm not going to say yes. If you want to understand the story of RPGs, if like you want to know why this is an amazing genre, pick up this freaking game. Well, I mean, okay, actually.
See?
No, I'm convincing myself. No, I'm gonna say no. Eric, what do you think?
I'm gonna say no. I stand by it. There's a lot of great games that don't make it in the Pantheon, and I think I've enjoyed this game a lot. I think I will probably still keep playing and enjoying this game more than I've done with other Pantheon games, but I think it just barely misses that mark for the reasons I talked about earlier. So.
Tom?
No. I think exactly what everybody else is like. There's great stuff. I do remember it. I remember the look, playing it, what it sounded like. But I've got not just contemporary stuff, but like my RPG stuff goes way back machine. And it's when you put it at the beginning of the podcast, the litany you read of what is Pantheon worthy, I was like, oh wow, she's got some standards here. And I just don't think that it hits those standards of something that you put up on the shelf. And I mean, to bring in like cinema, you go, is it Citizen Kane? Is it this? I'm like, and I like, you need, this is when somebody says this is required reading.
Like,
yeah,
this is the shelf.
This is required reading. I wouldn't necessarily say it's required reading.
Well,
I'm happy to be the odd person out on this one, because that just means that I don't have to feel responsible in like 6 months when somebody's like, how the hell did that get in there? Because I can still extol how much I love this game now here on the document of record. But it doesn't go in, so I don't have to have any consequences later. This is perfect. I love this.
The Manch Dynasty. Typical Pantheon discussion. I love this game. Should it be in the Pantheon? Obviously not.
That's right.
Like, it's 2023. We're boxing out the Pantheon harder, all right?
I just like weighing a game's individual merits and trying to talk about its place in history. That's the entire point of this series.
Yeah, absolutely.
The audience, actually, they said by a vote of 17 yes, 7 no, 2 Jack Frost emojis, and then 2 I don't even know what.
I think
emojis.
Jack Frost is a yes. I think
Perfect.
that counts.
The 4 shrug emojis. They said yes to it being in the Pantheon, even though most of the letters said no, which I think is interesting. But by a vote of 3-2, SMT Strange Journey narrowly misses out on the Pantheon, which honestly feels about right to me. Like
narrowly, yeah.
Edge case, getting
Yep.
so close. Gosh, like I'm, when I like started up this Pantheon, I was like, oh, SMT Strange Journey. I wasn't expecting that one. Like, I don't know if this one's gonna go in the Pantheon. And then revisiting it, talking about like all the things that it does super well, I feel like I have unearthed a really wonderful RPG, and I encourage anybody to go play it if you can get hold of a DS. It does a lot right. It's also a bit of a slog, not gonna lie, especially once you get to the middle part. So be ready for that one, especially those dungeons.
Those trapdoor dungeon, especially the warp panel dungeon. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But what's great is there are guides, there are maps out there for all of it, and they can hold your hand through some things. They can't hold your hand through the level grind and things like that, but they can help you, manage those maps.
It's true.
And that's it for this month's episode of Pantheon of the Blood God. Thank you so much for joining us. We are recording this in the midst of our stream benefiting Trans Lifeline, and we are now officially past $5,000, which means that Eric has to play Chrono Trigger.
Can I take Chrono Trigger out of the Pantheon if I don't like it?
No.
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, I'm just a
Nadia
guest,
will break your legs if you don't decide that you don't like it.
That's
So
great content.
Just watch out.
Stream that.
So
New
the
charity
next-
stream. Get Eric healthcare for his legs.
That's right, for his broken leg.
The next milestone, the next tier for the charity stream is if we hit 10K, we'll give away a Nintendo Switch OLED. It's right here.
Oh, we have props.
We got a prop.
Oh,
Ooh, it's the Pokemon one.
it's the
It's
Pokemon.
Pokemon one.
We'll give this one to anybody who donates if we hit the 10K mark. We also have 2 games.
We'll give one to one person who donates of
Not
anybody.
to all
We're
of
not
them.
giving one to anybody who donates.
Scarvi, Pokemon Scarlet, Pokemon Pearl. We've been very Pokemon-y. So
We have been in
yeah, so you
Pokemon
can have a
lately.
good. I mean, this has been a very Pokemon-centric stream between Pokemon Crystal and all that. But
It's you. It's you, Kat.
It's the power of cat. Yeah.
It is
I know,
it
it's
is
me.
your stream. I've
it
known
is my stream,
like I
it's
said,
my podcast.
This is the first time that we've like met, but I've known yeah. your hardcore Pokemon-ness. It's like, yeah, of course it's Pokemon centric.
Were you there when the first time that Jeremy was like, "So explain this whole competitive Pokemon thing"?
Yes.
to me?"
Yes. And you just went, okay, we're gonna dine right now.
Wow.
Jeremy, let's go. Here we go. Yeah, it's perfect. And even I, like I said, I was probably like mowing my lawn or something. It was like, wait, what? And the effort values and all those things to work to get like the perfect Pokemon. I was like, whoa! I thought it was just Ash, catch 'em, go do the thing. No, and there's this deep numbers, and I was like, wow,
If you're dumb
that's
enough,
rad.
it still is. If you're dumb enough, it can absolutely just be Ash Ketchum and his favorite Pokemon. Ignorance is bliss sometimes.
Yeah, well, my daughter, because she got into stuff, she's been playing since she was very little, got into Pokemon, loves all this stuff, but she's done her own Nuzlocke runs just to do it. She's
That's
like,
rad.
mind if I? And I was like, yeah, kid, you wanna do it? She's like,
Powerful.
yeah, I want to
Powerful.
delete it. And I was like, are you cool with deleting? She's like, I'm cool with deleting it. Let's go. So
Nuzlocke run
Yep.
is a special experience. I'm enjoying my Nuzlocke run through Pokemon Crystal very much. We have one more segment happening tonight. We're about an hour behind compared to where we expected to be, but we're gonna be doing it.
Oops.
We're gonna wrap up the night with the tier maker. I'm just gonna have some fun. Maybe raise some more money for Trans Lifeline. Go and hit !donate to find out how. Go check out our merch, shop.bloodgodpod.com. The current promo is 10% off all orders. Blood God Stream is the promo code. As for the Pantheon of the Blood God, lots more where that came from. We're releasing the Lunar Silver Star Story Pantheon for free. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
That one has like a long-standing inside joke in it that I'm glad will now be fully public, because there's a moment in the middle of that podcast where we
It just
discovered
goes off
that-
the rails. It
Yeah.
just goes off the rails.
Yeah. Oh, there's like a specific moment where it just goes completely unhinged, and it does not recover after that. I'm glad it's public now. It's important.
Yeah. We have completed the voting on the next Pantheon, and it is Morrowind.
Yeah.
So strap in, folks. Get those mods loaded up. It's going to be playing Morrowind ahead of the release of Starfield. So it's going to be a lot of fun. All right. Thank you, as always, to everybody for supporting the podcast. Thank you for continuing to make this a very successful stream. Thanks to Nerium and to Tom for joining the podcast to talk about, to vibe with us for a couple hours about SMT Strange Journey. Had a blast, as always. These are always my favorite episodes. Nice.
Oh.
Oh, God. Yeah.
The ones with me on them? That's so wonderful.
Specifically, yes.
No, Nira, actually, yeah, I love having you on. So wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back next month, as always, to see if another game deserves to be in the Pantheon. But until then, for Tom, Near, Eric, myself, thanks for listening and happy adventuring.
All right, stream, we're cutting to a break. We'll be back in a little bit. See you in a sec. And we're live. It's tier maker time. What's up, y'all?
What is going on?
Hello.
I'm sorry in advance.
This is my idea.
So here's the thing. For those of you who don't remember from Yes, Vanek and Dippo, for those of you who don't remember from last year, we did a tier maker to close out night 1 of the charity stream, in which Monster Seed was
It was born.
permanently embedded. But this is always the hours where, you know, we have been charity streaming for all day. We are tired, delirious, loopy, and I thought, what better time to bring in this group of rabble rousers here. Some pals that I've done a bunch of charity streams with in the past. I've talked about on the pod and in the Discord. This is my goofy group who loves to tier list, and we're gonna have a good time with it. I'm gonna go left to right real quick. Say hi, John Carson.
Hello.
Say hi,
I'm John
Lucas
Carson.
White. Are you?
Hello.
Hello. Say hi, Jesse Vitelli.
Hey, what's going on?
Say hi, Kenneth Shepard.
John Kramer as baby girl.
Oh, that's a take I wasn't ready for. Say hi, Cat Bailey.
Help me.
And coming in perfectly timed, might I add. Excellent timing to come in. Say hi, Cam Hawkins.
Hello.
The Worm Boy music is intensifying. We are doing a tier maker, and Jesse, you have concocted a tier maker of something that I want you to describe, because I want you to describe this genre.
Okay. So I have a weird obsession, a sicko obsession with weird little guys, parentheses, non-gendered, where they are just the weird little creatures we love from every video game. But to stay on brand with the Axe of the Blood God theming, we are specifically doing RPGs, weird little guys, non-gendered, freako tier list. So we have gathered just the absolute freaks of the RPG world, and we're gonna rank them in these 5 categories. The ultimate little freako, which I want to pose to y'all as potentially only putting one character in that
ultimate.
tier. It's the ultimate.
It's
So
the
we're
one.
all gonna have
It's the
to
ultimate.
pick. We're gonna have
The
to go to
monster
bat
seed of
for
little
one.
freakos.
Exactly. Then we have would probably commit a crime. Then we have weird, but could be weirder. They are fine. There's a couple of these. They're just fine. And then the last one is Jesse didn't do enough research and they might be problematic. This is to save my own butt in case we find out one of these weird little freaks is up to no good. And then they immediately go into that category and we forget all
Oh,
about
that
them.
little freak's canceled.
Yeah, exactly. This is the canceling the little freak category. So we don't have to cancel me for accidentally not knowing that they are canceled. So if y'all are ready, we can get this list underway. I am specifically not showing the little freakos that I have cultivated via the wonderful some of the Blood God Discord chimed in on these, Twitter chimed in on these. So we got a wide array of freakos. But here we go. Here are the little freaks of RPGs. Starting with the biotic god Volus from Mass Effect 2. I believe that's Mass Effect 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
too
those
bad.
go in the problematic category.
I was about to say,
I would probably commit a crime.
if you use the right dialogue option, he tries to commit a crime and then suffers the consequences.
That is true.
Also, I want to be clear that ranking these, we're ranking them on like vibes, right?
Yes.
Like we can bring in obviously like the things they've done in their respective video games, but we're not talking about like are they a good character, are they not? This is strictly like would this little freako commit a crime, and
Would-
if so,
looking
is it the little
Would
the
commit a
ultimate
crime.
little freako?
I think
I'm
I
looking
think
at this
would commit a
picture and
crime.
I'm seeing simmering rage.
Mhm.
It's definitely would commit a crime.
I think would commit a crime.
I'd almost fight for
agree with
they're
either.
weird, but they could be weirder. Because what do they look like under that?
It could be
knows.
weirder.
Mm.
It could be
It
weirder.
It
be
could
weirder.
be weirder.
They're holding back.
Morris D says he is committing a crime.
It's true. So we're floating somewhere between would probably commit a crime and would be would weird but could be weirder. So I'm thinking we put him in would probably commit a crime, and if we want to readjust the list as we keep going, we could drop him down a tier. You know.
All right.
Fair enough.
That being said, Eric, I think there's a donation incentive for tiers. Am I jumping the gun a little bit?
That's important to say. Sorry, I'm eating a very late dinner right now while we're doing this. If you donate $10 during the section, $10 lets you move any entry up one or down tier. Just no question. No, you don't have to worry about it. You can send a reasoning if you would like, but $10 gets you one tier. You want to move them more tiers, more dollars. So 2 tiers, that's $20. All right.
More dollars.
System? Yeah.
So what? So if you donate like $100, you can just 100% say I get to choose the ultimate little freako.
If you donate $100 to choose the ultimate freako, I think you get to choose the ultimate freako.
Then
And
have
if somebody
at it.
somebody
Unless-
wants to dethrone you with that, then they're gonna have to match. That's
I
how
would
that
like
works.
to encourage a
Or
bidding
pay
war
more.
here.
Mhm.
This is very good. Our next little guy is the serve bot, which I believe was one Lucas White's pick on Twitter.com,
correct.
if I'm not correct.
I love the server bots.
I they are servants of Tron Bond. They would be committing a crime.
I mean,
Yes.
they have committed several crimes. It's documented.
Many crimes.
Yeah,
But they
they're
might
also
be the
like
ultimate little freako.
they're very innocent.
they
you
are
know,
fine.
They
Yeah, I
don't
think they're
realize
fine.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah,
Like they're fine. They're
Yeah.
not bad. They're not
My
problematic.
My immediate reaction wasn't, "Oh, that's a little freak right there."
That's,
It was like,
that's the definition of they're fine.
Yeah.
Eric. By the way, Robo Riley has a fantastic idea in that we should put Poe on this list.
Mm.
Hey, this is not a precious crime boys. That's a different category completely. All right. Poe is a precious boy who would also probably commit crimes if he comprehended
Absolutely.
what
I
crimes
mean,
were.
Poe
Yeah.
commits crimes every day.
See, if I wasn't driving this list right now, I would have added Poe to this list secretly without anybody knowing. And then Poe would have just appeared in the tier list, but y'all would see me doing that. Sirbot, they're fine, right? I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything against that.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about a freak, a Teddy from Persona 4. And we're
Prison.
talking about a sicko.
So
put him in
is-
jail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he has committed crimes. It's like a character trait that he commits crimes. So he bare minimum is would probably commit a crime on this list.
I'm starting to think we need a tier between would probably commit a crime and
Yeah.
ultimate little freako
Can we,
because I'm
like,
underestimating the
Can we have they're
belongs in
canceled
a
here
cell.
because
Yeah,
Teddy's canceled.
I mean, he can easily fall in that bottom one.
I would just say jail.
We can call it jail.
Yeah.
Just
Slash
behind bars.
canceled. I don't even care if I spelled canceled wrong. So we're cool with putting Teddy just jail, canceled,
Yeah.
gone, out of here.
100%.
Teddy's in
Straight
jail.
Absolutely.
Throw him in jail.
Straight to jail.
Straight to jail.
Solitary.
Now we have Kate. How do you pronounce this one?
Ketchi.
Ketchi
Something like
Kate
that.
Sith.
from
Who
Final
knows?
Fantasy VII. The
Some
one
made up.
I've heard so many
pronunciation.
different pronunciations.
Yeah. And then they made a brand new one for the remake, basically.
Yeah, we're going with
Really?
OG though. We're going with
Yeah.
original
Uh,
because we haven't
I'm gonna
seen
say
enough
they're
in the
fine.
remake.
I just want to throw out that I like Ketchi. I think that. Well, okay. Let's break it down.
Hold on.
Ketchi is
I just came
controlled
back.
by.
What are we calling this guy?
We don't know.
Ketchi?
We'll all
Is it
call him
Kate Sith?
Sith.
Ketchi?
Kate Sith.
It's Kate Sith.
Yes.
Like Kate Bush. If
That
Kate
sounds
Bush
too
went
much
to
like
the dark
Kate
side.
Six from Destiny. We got to find something new. Destiny already took
Kate
this.
Sith came first.
No, it's
Yeah, okay.
Ketchi. It's pronounced
Ketchi?
Ketchi.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's from
I can
Scottish
see how you.
folklore.
I can see how you get the first one. I don't see how you get the second one out of it. That's just all I have to say.
Ketchi.
I'm just saying phonetically, it's messing with me.
So in Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ketchi is controlled by a Shinra employee who's fighting within the system, but is too cowardly to actually, but is nevertheless complicit in the crimes of that organization. So, while it appears to be a do-gooder, actually not a do-gooder because they fall to the system. So
Jesse didn't do enough research, and they might be problematic, is what that sounds like.
they might be problematic. I would be tempted to say jail. Would probably commit a crime, maybe.
Oh, we're swinging pretty hard. So we would probably commit a crime, which is
No,
almost
not competent enough to
wouldn't
commit a crime. No.
Okay, so
I
then
think
we
Jesse.
have do enough research.
Jesse didn't do enough research, and they might be problematic. That's a perfect tier for cashew.
I have
Cashew,
Ketchy
alright.
is the centrist. Yes, that's a good explanation.
Yes.
Very centrist.
Very good, yeah.
Ketchy is a narc. Yeah. Ketchy was just following orders, like Cloud. This is from Moonblaze Wolf, our Final Fantasy X streamer.
You don't
Ketchy
want to
sells out Aerith, crime boy.
Oh,
You don't want to give Ketchy the aux cord because
Probably
he's
would
going to put on his
commit war
podcast.
crimes. Oh, I
They're
like
a
that
cop.
one. Would probably commit war crimes. It's like would feel very conflicted about it, but would
Wait,
do
War
it.
crimes
Can we-
is still a crime.
Can we make
War
that
crimes
tier?
are like.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say like that feels like a tier above like petty crimes like
No.
Or
Yeah,
what a god would do.
Yeah, so we
Can
have
we-
would probably commit all crime, and then we have would commit a war crime.
Can we have would commit
Yeah,
a war
this-
crime / start a podcast?
Mm.
Because I feel like
Ketchy
those.
Crime on the
has a
trolley
lot of good
problem.
intentions, but people were mean to him for contributing to the plate disaster, and finally got really defensive and just went off the rails and is now tweeting way too much.
Yeah, has gone down that pipeline.
Do we
I
think
understand that.
Ketchy bought the check mark? Do we think Ketchy paid for the check
Oh,
mark?
Definitely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Twitter Blue, yeah.
Yeah.
Ketchy bought.
Does Ketchy have a ukulele apology on
And
YouTube?
Ketchy
Yes.
is just saying, look, Twitter or X or whatever, like uplifts the blue check mark. So I need to get it because it's part of my like business,
Yeah.
Ketchy talks about the
Big
marketplace of
startup
ideas.
energy.
Yeah.
Big startup energy.
Oh, I would hate to see Ketchy's LinkedIn. Oh, it'd be terrible.
Oh, okay.
This
so
is
wait, are we
already
happy
a great
with,
segment.
Okay. So I'm confused. Are we cool with how do we pronounce this thing? Ketchy? Is that what we're saying? Ketchy. Are we cool with it being down this low, or are we moving it up now?
Oh, commit a war crime.
Okay, so it's going
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
top.
or start a
Commit a war
podcast.
crime, start a podcast, buy a blue check mark.
Slash
Buy a blue check
by
mark.
Twitter blue. Okay, now we're moving on to how do you pronounce this thing? It's like Muktarok
I think it's
from
Muktarok.
Tears of the
Yeah.
Kingdom. This
Oh,
weird
this guy's
little
such a
alien
good
man.
little freak.
It's
I love him.
It's Prince Sidon's temple's boss, the weird little alien man that turns into the mudfish.
Is he
fine.
sentient enough to be any of these? My understanding with him that he was just a little guy that.
I think
did
he's
sludge because
Benjamin
it was just,
Shepard.
like,
There's a
naturally
man.
happened.
Do you see like 4 over with the fourth guy? That
Oh,
guy's
the
got no thoughts
four
behind
keys.
his eyes.
Mm.
That guy's not sentient either.
Just putting wild animals on this list.
I think that's weird, but could be weirder. You can make that
I'm
weirder.
cool with that.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is
Jail.
Null from
Put
Lunar.
Null in jail.
From,
Oh,
from
no.
Lunar.
Null is he's just like a guy, really.
Yeah, they're fine.
If we had Ruby
Inoffensive.
on
Kind
here,
of
she'd
annoying.
probably go in.
Do all Persona mascot characters belong in jail? Is that what we're getting
Yes.
into?
No.
Jack Frost.
Not
Jack
not
Frost.
Shin
Coming
Megami
up on Jack
Tensei, just
Frost.
Persona, because we've got Morgana and we've got Teddy.
Morgana does not go to jail.
No,
we'll see.
Morgana is not on this list.
We'll see.
Go to sleep.
He just wants you to get your rest. Get your hours.
We have this anteater that was explained to me. Its name is Farticus. Apparently, it is from
Legend of Heroes.
Legend of Heroes. Okay, we got the Legend
Yeah.
of Heroes expert here. Apparently,
Yeah.
it's like a handstand anteater
Yep.
that farts on your party members to confuse them.
I
Yep.
beg your pardon?
It is.
This is how it was described to me.
It is the most annoying enemy, like common enemy throughout the entire series. If you accidentally run into one and you're not prepared, because they'll just confuse you, and then and that's all it'll do. So like if you like recover from the confusion and don't have enough time to kill them, you will just get confused over and over again, and you'll inevitably just kill your own party. It
sounds like
the
a
worst.
competitive Pokemon strat.
But
Just
as a
use the
little
confuse ray
but
over
as-
and over again.
But as a little freak, they're fine. They're not. I don't
It
think
farts
that they're.
on you though.
Yeah, I'd put him in
Its
jail.
name
for
is
farting on me.
Farticus. I think that does a
That's
lot
a-
of work for
I
it.
agree. Jail.
Yeah, that is a
Jail.
crime at least.
Rampant farting is a problem.
What if it gets in your
just
mouth?
I agree. Jail. So we have Lord Crump from Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door.
Lord Crump is such a good
we really
name.
need Nadia for this segment. God.
Yeah, Nadia needed to be here for the next two, specifically.
The next three, honestly, because one of them's from DQ8.
Yeah.
That guy, I know where to put him. We'll get there.
Lucas is like, I got it locked and loaded.
I
Lord
did
Crump
not
is
do
just
enough
kind of a
research on
weird
this
weirdo.
guy.
This guy like runs the X-Nauts or whatever from Paper Mario. He's just a weirdo, really. He's probably committed some war crimes, but I don't think he would start a podcast or buy Twitter Blue. He might buy
So
Twitter
weird,
Blue.
but could
I
be
don't know.
weirder.
Look at him.
Yeah, I think he's weird, but could be weirder.
He's wearing
I
the
think that's where he
logo of
fits.
the new Twitter name.
Oh, that's true. He is he's wearing an X
He's
now.
advertising.
He's a Kingdom Hearts
Oh.
character.
Oh, he is wearing the Twitter logo now, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, we have a contribution from Robo Riley in the chat saying war crimes, that's literally his thing. Kidnaps a princess, traps her with his weird I'm becoming a sentient being through horniness computer. I think that's at least commit a crime. Would commit a crime. At least Volus God.
But is it crimes?
Is it war crimes? Would the Geneva Convention get involved?
I think because he's wearing the Twitter logo, he has to go in buy Twitter Blue. I think by association,
I agree.
he would buy Twitter Blue.
I mean,
Also
that is a
kidnapping the
must
princess.
fanboy right there.
I love how it's
Look at that.
unintelligible whether we're saying that war crimes and buying Twitter Blue are the same thing, or whether someone
Yes.
who buys Twitter Blue would also do war
100%.
crimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think it's
absolutely.
that confusing. I think it's like the
It's
same.
pretty straightforward.
It's all one
Okay.
entity.
There's a direct A to B.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Venn diagram is a circle.
So this is another one from Twitter. The Forkies from Super Mario RPG. I have never played this game, so I'm wholly unfamiliar with the Forkies. I don't know if this is a specific Forky or if there's a group of them, or I'm unaware. But all I know is this little guy's
Toy
got
Story
no.
4 now?
this guy's got no thoughts behind his eyes. This is just
might
head
be
empty, no
problematic.
thoughts.
Yeah, I've played that game several times and I don't remember them at all. So
Well,
think that
yeah, I
might-
don't either, but I assume you can't
Yeah.
jump on them, which sucks.
Yeah, they got two lines of defense: the fork and the flame. Can't jump on those guys.
The Fork and the Flame.
That's my favorite
Guitar
metal
Hero
song.
3 song.
I was about to make that same joke.
It's the next George R.R. Martin book.
With a fork and a flame, we carry on.
He's a weirdo, but I
Yeah.
don't know. Is he
He could be
weird, but
weirder.
could be weirder?
Yeah. What are
Um,
those toes? What's going on there?
It's just two balls. It's just like a bone. Okay, now yeah, Lucas, let us know about King Trod. Is that how you pronounce this?
Yeah,
Weird
something
little
like that.
goblin man from DQ8.
He's a king and he's really upset because I got turned into a monster and now I can't be a king anymore. So he belongs in war crimes.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
The feudal class immediately goes to war crimes.
Valid. I can't argue that. Jack Frost, just the OG weird little guy.
I fucking
Just
love Jack
Been
Frost.
around.
Jack Frost's
The
pretty good.
hee ho.
So
He's so good.
if I can point something out, it doesn't really look like we've got a tier for characters that we actually like and think are good and not little freaks.
So we're going
They are
for
fine.
bots.
Do we have an iconic
Yeah, that's what
little
they
freak?
Yeah, they are
fine.
That's what they are fine.
category.
They are fine is for the characters we like.
Hee-ho.
Because
I mean-
remember, they are fine within the category of being someone who is a freak and
Excuse
would
me.
commit crimes.
Excuse me, I think Jack Frost would commit a war crime.
I think you're
Look
right.
at that. Look at that smile. Oh,
I-
who wants to do a genocide?
Justice in the chat saying Jack Frost, not a pervert? Question mark.
Well, Jack Frost, oscillates heavily between jail and would commit a war crime.
Yeah. Could be. I'm leaning jail.
No,
Not
no,
trust.
put him in crime.
Jack
Put him in
Frost.
standard crime. He would do a standard crime, a
Would probably
felony.
commit a
He would do a
that's
felony.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Ultros.
Oh, our
I want to
Ultros
make a
would do
case
war
for the
crimes.
ultimate little weirdo.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
Ultras belongs pretty.
Well, Ultro loves puns. Ultros just loves being a freaking octopus. Why does Ultros love being an octopus? I don't know. Ultros loves being on land for some reason. Ultros attacks you during an orchestral pit. What is going on? He can be very dangerous in Final Fantasy VI. He's hanging out at the arena. He gets around. And look at the design. It's like don't what was it? Don't touch the octopus kids. Don't tickle the octopus kids.
In my mind, he talks like Jabberjaw. I think that's really important.
Oh, I cannot believe you
he's
just put Jabberjaw back in my brain.
He's the ultimate little freako right there. I mean, he's the defining freako of Final Fantasy, that's for sure.
It's true.
And he knows it.
When we think of top freakos of Final Fantasy, Ultros immediately comes up.
Absolutely.
I would argue that there's a better Final Fantasy freako, and we're about to talk about them.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing: is Ultros like a little freako? You know what I mean?
He's
like,
a big freako.
Yeah,
yeah. So I didn't say this at the top of the show, but I meant to, because you're talking from like a size standpoint. You're talking from like a physical size standpoint.
Well, like kind of both. Like when I think like I don't know.
He's a pretty big freako.
He is a big freako. However, I think your vibes dictate whether you're like a weird little guy or like an abomination. And I think Ultros exists in this like in between where you could kind of go either way. It's the same reason I didn't put Guzzlord on this list from Pokemon, because it's like that's an abomination. Like that thing's a freak, but that's an abomination. Like it's a big guy. But I think Ultros exists in like a weird middle ground. Maybe I'm crazy.
Ultros is both dangerous and somehow not threatening at all.
Exactly.
You like Ultros, but also Ultros will wipe your party. And it was don't tease the octopus kids. So I am open to moving Ultros away, but right now I think Ultros stands head and shoulders above all of these characters as the ultimate little freako.
I think we
haven't had an argument for an ultimate little freako besides Ultros yet. So
we can put people in the freako, the ultimate freako, and then slim it down later.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think Eric's about to make a case for Tonberry.
I love Tonberries.
So
jail.
So my take here is that Tomberries are not weird little freakos. They are simply little guys defending themselves from
No, they're hunting. They're hunting.
No, absolutely not. I think they are just getting out of bed because you disturbed them, and they just grabbed the first thing they saw, which was an incredibly sharp knife.
And then cast like death on you?
Yeah, why do they have those knives on them? That's not a standard knife. That's like, I grabbed a kitchen knife. I grabbed a knife that's really good at murder.
Somebody defending themselves would back away or try to escape. A Tomberry walks towards you to stab.
Slowly.
And doesn't stop.
They are the Michael Myers of Final Fantasy.
It even has a light so it can see the stabbing better.
Yeah.
That's what the light is for, so it can see the stabs better.
I simply think Tonberry innocent.
No, Tonberry
innocent. We don't have an innocent tier.
This is not a guilty. Tier. This is not guilty or innocent. This is Lil Freako. Also, just what is a Tonberry? Look at that Lil Freako.
Half of these tiers are about whether or not they do crimes or are a criminal or are in jail.
Yeah, murder is a crime. Murder is a crime.
Innocent self-defense.
Put Tonberry in jail so he can kill Teddy. Not a bad argument.
Okay, yeah.
Tonberry's gonna shank Teddy.
Yeah, so this is now a video. This is now a video game, and Tonberry kills whatever characters he ends up in a tier with.
We have to make a new tier, like as the tier list goes on. That it's like, Tonberry killed another one, and it just quick slowly.
If you would like Teddy to not get murdered by Tonberry, you've got to pay money to get him out of the Tonberry jail.
It's like when you send all those characters in Bloodborne to the church and that weird creature starts killing them all one by one slowly. That's what the Tonberry's doing to all the jailed characters.
Damn.
So
Milkmaid
Dark Souls
Eric
spoilers.
has a point. Most people looking to stab someone do so in the cover of night. Tomberry has a lantern so he can watch the life of his victims drain.
Tomberry wants to see you die.
Yeah, dead shark eyes and all.
Tonberry runs the Dark Brotherhood. We don't talk about that enough.
I would play that game. I would play that game so fast.
I would too.
Y'all played Stranger of Paradise.
Tonberry
Those
teaching you how to play Dark.
terrifying.
Tonberries are
gosh.
terrifying in Stranger of Paradise. There's a whole side mission where you got to fight 3 of them. That thing took me 10 hours.
Radical
So-
defect.
Could not beat it.
Defect. Yes, if somebody moves a character, you are allowed to pay money to move them back. So if somebody moves Tomberry out of the jail or Teddy out of the jail, you can put Teddy back in the jail.
Yeah, spend $10 to save a life, because otherwise Tonberry's
Or
going to
spend
kill him.
$10 to end it.
I think what I am going to do, though, just for the sake of it, is move that tier down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
that's fair.
that way, if people want to move stuff, they don't have like a nonsense
This
tier.
is
Yeah, it
tumbling
would-
into the pit with Teddy and Tomberry.
It would make no sense.
Farticus.
Yeah. I love that Farticus is farting on the entire situation. Like Tomberry is stabbing Teddy and then Farticus is just farting on that entire situation.
So I don't know this character, but I know that it is the ultimate little free.
Oh, I hate this thing.
This is from Chrono Cross. Apparently, it is like a ripped mushroom man.
Can we
that
invent
kind
the
of look like a
There's
something?
like 20 of those kinds of
appropriate.
characters in Chrono Cross.
I
They
wanna-
just couldn't stop.
I want to
Like,
add
you have
another
little
tier.
freaks
I had
in the
multiple at one
game.
point.
I want to add the bad hole, the Schwarzfeld, to put that little mushroom man in because he's from the abyss. He's from a bad place.
Fungi.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is his name
canceled.
actually Fun Guy? They really just said, "Oh, we'll do the pun." That's the name of his character.
Lord Bobry, fungi is a crime.
Like, absolutely. I think
Could he be weirder? No. No,
No.
he couldn't.
Mm.
He could
I would
not be
consider
weirder.
the ultimate little freako, maybe.
So,
Yeah, I
I-
think, yeah. He's
I'm gonna. So I say we
running.
put him up here. We don't move
Mhm.
Ultros yet. Maybe we can
Yeah.
get at the end. We can get to the bottom of who the ultimate delivery goes. I do want to say you can't see it in this image, but there is a slit in the top of the mushroom, which I
No,
think is
there's
like
not.
No,
absolutely there is. The image
No.
cuts it off, and I think that is like crucial to why this thing is so weird. This guy, I don't understand why this guy exists. I don't.
Chat thinks that he's just kind of there, and he's actually pretty mild.
Are
If
we
you
looking
s-
at the same fucking guy?
yeah.
Because
I
If you
think
saw
all
that in an
that.
alley, would you like see this guy like hanging out in the club and be like, "Oh, he looks pretty chill"?
Like, he might not do much in the game, but I think his existence itself is the crime.
Radical Defect wants fungi in jail. I just
that-
want to say, if you want to put fungi in jail, you should donate.
Yes.
Personally, I would love fungi to be put in jail with Tomberry and Chetty, because that thing needs to die. I don't like it.
Oh, we adding another to Tom Berry's body count here.
He
Yes.
looks like he'd have like a lifestyle podcast though.
He would have a TikTok.
Definitely a
He's
YouTube
a
channel.
fitness guru.
Yeah, he would have a
fitness
TikTok.
Oh, he's like a red pillar.
Oh,
He's like a regular on Fresh and Fit.
you must forego all distractions and become a greater version of yourselves, my fellow men.
wait, do we know that this guy's name is literally Fun Guy?
It's fun. Guy.
yeah, I
Yeah.
just
Fun
learned that.
guy.
That is, they just did. We'll do the pun as the name. That's fine.
Fun guy does ASMR videos and sells vitamins on the side.
Chills your alpha brain, brother.
Do we want to keep him in? Would commit a war crime / start a podcast.
I'm liking
Twitter
this.
Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Lofty from Nino Cooney.
Oh,
Here's what I'm gonna say. Like visually, this guy's a little freak, sure,
This
but
guy's a
like
little freak.
Mr. Drippy is actually a little fucking freak.
Wait, is his name Mr. Drippy?
yes.
The guy from the original Nino Cooney with the
Oh.
lantern nose, his
Yeah.
name is Mr. Drippy, and he has a deep, thick Scottish accent. For what reason? No one knows. But it's just like you're just like that little anteater looking dude with a lantern for a nose. Your name's Mr. Drippy, and you have a Scottish accent. That's a little fucking freak right there.
But what does this guy do?
I don't know. I
don't care about Drippy. Drippy's not on the list.
But like he should be.
Drippy's not here right now.
It's Mr. Drippy's
Ryan
in the room with us right now.
Does
I
the
don't know.
decisions of those who created them put them in jail?
Yes.
Anyone related to the making of any of these creatures, jail.
1242 has a Mr. Drippy toy. I had one as well because they were coming with the special edition. Another thing with Nino Kuni is that the DS game, because piracy was so rampant, had a little encyclopedia so that they could do copy protection. And when the DS game did not sell well enough, they had a ton of them sitting in a warehouse, so they included it as part of the collector's editions that were released in America when it came out on PS3.
Amazing.
So I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know anything about Lofty, but I did go on the Nino Kuni wiki, and when the first comment about Lofty is deformed Lisa Simpson. So I feel like that should probably go to would commit a crime. Yeah.
I mean,
We have Lisa Simpson at home.
Look at this. Look at the little face. That thing will kill you and stay smiling.
It would probably help out. Jack Frost would help.
Oh, this is
absolutely.
Jack
This
Frost
next one's
and
timely.
that little guy, they're best pals.
This is the scamp from Morrowind, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's a little freak right there.
I think this is specifically Creeper. Is that the name of the NPC?
I believe so.
I don't know much about this guy, but this guy's a freak.
I think he does crimes. I think he canonically does crimes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm double
I don't
checking
know
that.
if this thing's like Twitter Blue podcast crime, but I think it's like
I know. Yeah.
regular crime.
Like
I
petty
think this
theft.
guy doesn't have a Twitter account.
I don't think he has enough money to buy Twitter Blue. He is one of only 2 non-hostile creature merchants. This means that lacking disposition and mercantile skills, he will always buy and sell items at their base value instead of adjusting. This makes him the ideal vendor to sell your goods to. Oh, so he doesn't understand how trade works.
So he does a capitalism?
Yeah.
Or
But
it's
this
like too
probably
fair for
commit tax
capitalism?
fraud because he doesn't understand it, which is a crime. I think he does tax fraud.
I think he's safe there.
Probably.
He is one of the few merchants who will purchase skooma.
Oh, he's a drug dealer.
Oh,
That's a
he's
crime.
doing crime.
He will buy
It's a
skooma.
crime. It's a crime. You're laundering your money through Creeper.
Tax evasion, probably.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like he's doing crimes because he just doesn't understand the system. That he's doing crimes on accident, just out of pure ignorance. And
I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's just out there trying
I
to
think
hustle.
he's fine. This is the kind of little freak I like to come across in my video game.
Yeah.
This is my preferred brand of freak.
so we want him in there fine, or would probably commit a crime.
I'd go there fine.
He's just
They're all cool
hanging
with that?
out outside 7-Eleven selling cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
he's
he
just doing
doesn't
his
know
thing.
what cigarettes are. He's just trying to do capitalism.
He's the Jay
go
and
on.
Silent Bob of Morrowind.
You go up to him and you say, "Hey, Mister, will you buy me beer?" He's buying the kids beer.
So-
You know, like he's doing it.
I'm looking for some stuff.
Oh,
Must
Mr.
put some
Saturn is
skooma.
war crimes.
Mr. Saturn.
What?
What?
No, they're
He could be-
fine. He's
he
just a
could-
little guy.
Look at that
He could be
face.
the
That's the
ultimate.
whole tier list.
I know, but
He's
he's like
just
not
a
a
little
little,
guy.
he's not a little freak. He's just a little guy. They're
What war
fine.
crimes is he gonna commit when he doesn't have hands?
Time travel.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Wait, is
Is that a
time
crime,
travel
though? Is that a
war
crime?
It can be.
Is time
They can
travel as a
cover it up.
concept a
It can
crime?
be, but I don't think it is.
Maybe.
This is
They're
just
just
a little
kinda-
guy. There's
Yeah,
come on
they
now.
hang out.
They have a very curly language.
Yeah.
It's
They say
just
boing
them
zoom a lot.
chilling. They're fine.
I love
Fine.
the implication that time travel is a war crime.
I think
Oh, it's
weird,
weird.
but could be weirder is very much so for Mr. Saturn.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Cute
like
though. I
he-
love the bow.
Him and Forky get along. They're buds.
I don't know.
feel
I
But
don't
he's
know
like
about.
a cute, like Mr. Saturn's like a cute little freak though. Like you know what I mean? Like
I don't know about
Like,
could
he's
be
weird.
weirder. He's already
He
pretty
could be
weird.
Is he weird though? I don't know.
He's got skin. He's got human skin.
And 2 hairs coming out of the side of his head like whiskers.
Yeah,
And I've
it's
decided to
fine.
put a bow on one piece of hair coming out of the top
Wait,
of his head.
wait. Is Mr. Saturn problematic?
I don't know.
Is Mr. Saturn problematic? In this essay, I will.
They just like give Ness coffee and tell him he's doing a good job and send him on his way.
I'm texting Nadia right now.
I'm still caught on the time travel. Like, the
Listen,
implication that Mr. Saturn went back in time to commit war crimes is really messing with me.
I'm into
It
this.
was a spaceship that was shaped like a Mr. Saturn, wasn't it?
how do you think Gygas got to Earth?
I mean, I
Through crimes.
tell you.
Where was
Time travel?
Or was Mr.
Mr.
Saturn on
Saturn-
January
I
6th?
think the consensus is that Mr. Saturn would commit a crime.
Okay.
I'm
Crimes.
texting Nadia. Would Mr. Saturn commit a crime? I'm curious for her feedback on this.
All right, we'll find out.
Yep.
We have the Lump Wizards from Dragon Quest.
Oh,
Problematic.
Jesse didn't do enough
gross.
research. They might be problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This was just given to me on Twitter, and I looked at him. I'm like, yeah, that fits
Oh.
the bill.
Yeah,
This-
everyone's like gross.
So I thought that this creature was a Digimon, and then I learned it's from like apparently.
I thought
Yeah,
it was a Digimon, but it's from the Mana series. This is really fucking funny statement.
Digimana.
That little guy like helps you keep track of like all your like progress in the story or something like that.
So is he a cactus or is he wearing a cactus?
He's just a little homie who's not human.
Is he a cactus or is he wearing a cactus?
Chat is saying he does
Oh.
some crimes.
I just want to break in and say that Nadia has weighed in on Mr. Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I asked, would Mr. Saturn commit a crime? And she said, I mean, not on purpose. They epitomize innocence. So
There we go.
perhaps weird, but could be weirder.
Okay, I'm fine with
All
that.
I
right.
agree with
Yeah.
that.
Oh, look, their images like merge, like they're buds now.
Oh, yeah, they
Yeah,
are
I
buds.
hate
I
that.
think this is the
They're
right call.
forming an army. Put Tonberry
Yeah.
in that tier.
Can you make them look at each other a little bit?
On Mary fits the image
No.
too. Yeah. Okay. So the Digimon.
I think they're fine.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
I think it's fine.
He's weird,
Wholesome.
but could be weirder.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah, I
that's-
think they can exist either way.
There is an element
I don't
of
think it's
being
fine.
Yeah.
It's definitely not like.
I would
like-
disagree
Fine,
with
it's just
fine.
It's not okay.
That's the thing is like I think he's not
Definitely not
weird
okay
enough
with it.
not weird enough to be fine. You do have to be weird to be fine. Weird but
Fair.
could be weirder. Honestly, if they got weirder, they might be more fine. But may also commit more crimes. You don't know. It could go either way.
Yeah, imagine the crimes it could do if it wasn't stuck in the potted plant, like it's stuck in the pot.
That's what
If it had
Undertale's
legs,
about.
I haven't finished that game yet, so I don't know.
Spoilers.
Again, one day. Okay, we got the Incubus.
That's
Jail.
fucking criminal.
Jail.
Also, how
Immediate.
did we not get the penis monster from?
Because it's too big. It's too
It
big.
is
That's
too
an
big.
abomination.
That's
That's
too
a
That's an
monstrosity.
abomination.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I like that. I'm glad that we're quibbling over this.
Mara
So
has
Ultros
really good
is an
stats.
edge case. Like
this-
the Pantheon, Ultros is an edge case for being an abomination.
But the
It's much
Persona Dick
smaller
Monster is
penis.
way too big. Does not fit the bill.
Because
Little
the
guy.
vibes of Ultros, like Ultros as a character, is like weird little guy, like quirky, like kind of like you don't know what they're gonna do. The penis monster, abomination. There's no that it's got no motive.
no
besides-
two ways about
Very.
it.
I think
Creepy.
the Incubus, I think it is,
Yeah.
is jail.
Jail.
He
Yeah.
looks like he has,
Yeah.
he has
Well,
done
that's-
bad things.
I mean, I think you have to start a whole burn it with fire, throw it into the Schwarzwald.
But
Exactly.
that's
This is
why
what I was
Tonberry's
saying. The
there.
bad hole.
Tonberry will take care
We
of
need
it.
the
But
bad
no,
hole.
but that's what
Go to the bad
Tonberry's
hole.
for.
What? No, but what is that? That's from SMT.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's like one of those the bad hole. Yeah. No, he belongs in the bad hole.
I don't think they go to jail.
Gross.
No, they
Yeah,
go
the-
in the bad hole.
The bad hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is
Fair
the
enough.
battle?
A bad hole.
That's where that guy
It's
goes.
it's the bad hole.
Self-explanatory. It's a bad hole.
It's a hole and it's bad down
it's a
there.
hole. You don't want to be there.
No.
If you're in there, you want to get out. If you're not in there, you don't want to be in it.
Incubus had a podcast, but all of his sponsors left after the arrest.
That's where you go after
Um,
Tom Berry stabs you in prison.
It's where they throw the corpse.
It's they Heihachi Mishima you into the bad hole.
This is the scavenger, I think, from Parasite Eve 2.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like
This thing's a weirdo.
It looks like those things you can't get water on after midnight.
This is like, okay, so you know how
What?
we had if Mr. Saturn could be weirder? That's what this is. This is Mr. Saturn grew up.
Yes, okay.
You fed Mr. Saturn after midnight. And then
We microwave
in
Mr.
water.
Saturn.
Mr. Saturn and Gremlin had a child, and this is what we
Jesus
got.
Christ.
This was another Twitter suggestion. It's like Feste from Dragon's Dogma.
We actually
This
have a
guy is
donation.
like,
Hold on, we have a
in a-
donation.
Okay, all right.
I'm updating.
everything pauses.
I've seen it. It's coming in. Robo Riley says put Poe in the crimes tier. Poe has to go in the crimes tier. We do not have Poe, but Poe is in the crimes tier.
Eric, I need you to take a picture of Poe and send it to me on Discord.
Oh yeah, that's something I definitely don't have is pictures of Poe. That's going to take me a long time to find that and acquire that.
Okay, well, you know what?
This
Instead of stalling,
picture-
you could just send me the picture.
This picture gives
Is
immediate.
Poe in jail?
No,
Or is
Poe's
Poe
going in the
would
crimes
probably
tier.
commit a crime?
They
Which
haven't
type of
caught Poe
crime?
Yeah,
yet.
this picture.
Or is Poe the ultimate weird little guy?
Ooh.
Maybe.
I think there's a Poe tier. Going
I was
on
playing
here.
the RPG
this-
called Life, so you know what? It fits. It could be.
Yeah, this picture immediately exudes like fucking pedophile like energy.
Oh,
like
jail.
Jail
Jail.
or the bad
Jail.
hole, like
Just jail.
bad hole. I don't
Somehow
know. Yeah.
worse tingle.
Just jail.
No, he's above. Yeah, he's above Teddy. That's
Yeah, I
fucking
know he's
pedophile
number
right
one
there.
in jail.
He's
you know what,
watching
just to be
Tonberry
safe-
stab people.
To be safe, we're putting Tonberry next to him to keep him in check.
Yeah.
And then
this is-
Teddy's leaping away like, oh god.
But leaping into Farticus is fart.
But he likes
your
it.
fucking break.
Teddy's picking his poison.
Who's this little weirdo? There we
Oh,
go.
good. We have full screened an image of Poe now.
Yes.
Oh, I can't add Poe while we're doing this because I will leave the tier.
It's okay.
maker.
We have it on record that Poe is in the crimes tier.
Yep.
We have the
Would
full screen
probably
Poe here. So we're
commit a
good.
crime.
Poe would probably commit
Yeah.
a crime. Poe would go
Yeah.
here if I could add it.
If he was able to commit crimes, he would.
This is the Cannon Brothers, I think, from some game. Hold on.
I'm really
I have
looking
a
forward to their
blacklist.
fighting game. Poe,
Let me
don't
just
bite
scroll
me.
back.
See, this is why you're
Who
in the
is
crime
this
tier.
guy? I'm sure someone in chat is already saying Secret of Mana. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
I was gonna be like, we have a wealth of knowledge in Twitch chat, and I'm over here like, oh, what is this character with the goggles? Okay, yeah,
Yep,
this
this guy's-
little weirdo.
This guy's the podcast producer for the dude from Paper Mario.
Oh, Lord Crumpet.
Yeah, yeah. He sits off camera. He
he's
He's
chimes
the one.
in
He's like
occasionally.
Google that. He's like Google that. Look that up.
Podcaster, boyfriend, and e-girl. It's Lord Crumpet and Cannon Brothers.
That's Barbie and Oppenheimer, and I'm not going to explain any further.
Yeah,
or say which
one
is which.
You'll never know. Now we have Moomba from a game.
Final
I
Fantasy
love
VIII.
Moomba.
Where do we want
Also,
Moomba?
Moomba would commit a crime.
All right, sounds pretty
What was-
definitive to me.
What
Anyone
was
got
that
any-
line that we had when
second
we were
thoughts?
looking
Moombas are
up?
the best.
When we looked at the Moomba image, they were like, "What if we skin it and wear
Skinned
it?"
it
or something like
alive?
that?
Yeah. Skin it and wear it or something?
Well,
Yeah,
a lot of Moombas are very put upon in Final Fantasy VIII. Also, you can't trust them. Honestly, Moombas probably want to rise up. I would join the Moomba revolution.
Oh, are they fine
like-
actually?
Are they war
They're
crimes?
fine. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
look,
on,
they wanna
I'm
commit
on
war
Team
crimes.
Moomba.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool with me.
Commit war crimes, parentheses, positive connotation.
This is a weird. This is a weird.
Would
image.
probably
It
start
is-
the revolution.
This is Goo from Radiata Stories. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's such a very specific poll.
I don't know this character at all. Also, the image I was
Potentially
given was
potentially
in a book.
problematic. Put him in the
I don't know if
problematic.
I don't know if the book is part of its character or if it was simply just from an entry in the game. I don't know. This is something from Grandia. Puffy or something.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
a little guy.
Weird, but could be weirder.
Yeah.
It's not weird enough for me. That's crimes. That was crimes, Jesse.
This is just a disc.
What is that?
It's Nunazak from Legend of Mana. I didn't realize how many
Wow.
mana.
What a mana's
weird.
This is what a lot of people gave me when I asked. They were like, "Oh, don't worry, the mana series, they got you covered." I was like, "Okay." It's
Disc
just
for jail. Milk Main says disc for jail.
I'm gonna give the Tonberry a shield, so it'll watch.
We're really carrying him out, you know?
Just what it
What's
needs.
in jail? We just threw it in jail.
Someone in Twitch chat said
We
disc
had
for
we had
jail, and I
multiple
have not heard
Twitch
an
chats
argument
call for
otherwise.
jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that
Yo,
is.
Dodongo or whatever.
Okay, yeah. So it was very hard to pick one Pokemon because there's so many weird little ones. But I think Goldango is
Goldango,
by
yeah.
far
The
the
Silver
weirdest
Surfer?
little free.
Okay.
He looks
That
like
guy's
the
got
Cereal mascot looking ass.
yeah,
Which
he looks like a
generation?
cereal mascot.
This
It's
is
a
from
new
Scarlet
one.
and Violet.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's,
there's so
it's
many
Gimagool.
Pokemon referenced from Scarvi that I'm okay, cool.
It's
That's
the
Pokemon
evolution of
1000.
Gimagool. Yeah, that is the
Yeah.
1000th Pokemon.
So you saw the mimic
Oh,
Pokemon, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that Pokemon's canceled.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't get to
okay.
be the 1000th Pokemon. I'm sorry.
The wildest thing about this Pokemon is that after you evolve Gimagool, right, and you do the whole thing, when you bring it out to follow you, it has like a surfboard that it
Yeah.
follows you around on.
Inexplicably.
And I have no idea where it
Pokemon's
gets
gone
the
so
surfboard.
stupid. I'm sorry.
They looked at the
it's the
mimic from
Silver
Dark
Surfer.
Souls and said, "Yeah, that has a surfboard."
Is he the Herald of Galactus? Are we about to be eaten soon?
I don't know, but I think this guy would absolutely commit a crime, like no questions asked.
Tax fraud, any money
He's the
laundering.
getaway driver.
I feel like he would start a podcast too.
I have okay.
Of, like, 90s
Putting aside that I
nostalgia?
don't like that it's the 1000th Pokemon, I don't have any feelings about it, and I think it could be weird, but could be weirder.
But it's so human for a Pokemon though. That's like the thing that weirds me out about it.
It
It's
had-
like a modern day Mr. Mime.
It has a fanny pack.
So I have a rule about Pokemon, and that it's that any Pokemon that has fingers is bad. And this passes that
Well-
test.
Mewtwo has fingers.
Exactly.
It only has 3 though.
Mewtwo's a villain.
Mr. Mime has
Yeah.
fingers.
Mewtwo is also like sentient, depending on what version of
fingers
Pokemon
bad.
you're consuming.
Mew paws good.
Like this
Goldango.
guy runs a CBD shop.
Absolutely.
He so
Maybe.
does.
But
What if
also
he's
he's
the
into
ultimate little
crypto
freako?
schemes.
What if he's the ultimate little?
He is not the ultimate little freako. Not
Are
even
you
close.
sure?
I mean,
Not even
I'll
close.
hear the argument for it because I'm not against that idea.
I just think it's like it's one of the things like the longer you think of the implications of its existence, the weirder it gets. Like it has a belt, it has like a fanny pack, it has a snowboard. Like it is like this very
That's
clearly
its
human
natural
construct.
pose. When you idle
Yeah, it's-
or try to
it's
take a
like-
picture of it, it does the like paint me like one of your French girl
Mhm.
pose. Like that's its natural state of being.
Like it looks like string cheese, but it's trying to be sexy.
It if it were to start a podcast, it would be solely around 90s nostalgia. Like that would be its bit. It'd be like, you remember like old cereal commercials? I used to be in those. I didn't get a good residual
It's
check, so
the
I'm doing this
worst
podcast. Like,
podcast
that would
you've
be its
ever
vibe.
heard. It's like just the worst podcast.
Today we're talking about the Cinnamon Toast Crunch commercials.
Exactly.
There's no
not
editing. He
against
doesn't
Young
edit
Rooms.
anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
I
kind
could
of
do-
feeling it.
I could do either or. We'll keep him at Ultimate Little Freako now. We'll revisit.
I
Shawn Michaels.
cannot see Ultimate Freako here.
This is the Fat Mole, I think it's called. This thing's a weirdo. I gotta remember what it's from.
What is it from?
The Fat Mole.
Was it from like Dark Souls or something?
No. The FromSoft
Shadow
one's later on
Tower.
this list. Shadow
Tower. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's from Kingsfield 2, I believe.
Oh.
What's
Oh,
Shadow
it
Tower's
is-
from?
What a pull.
It's fine. I don't know. Weird, but could be weirder. It definitely could be weirder. I don't feel
Yeah.
like that's weird
So
enough.
the weird thing is that it speaks like full English,
Yeah, sure.
and it
It's
exists in this little
Uh-huh.
hole, and then it just like
Sounds right.
talks in this like weird little voice, like I'm a weird little guy, and then he
But, like,
rolls
I don't-
away, and then he comes
everyone-
back. It's
everyone in
It's
Souls
literally
does
pretty
that.
weird.
I think okay, so I think the problem with this guy is like you need to watch a video of him to kind of like understand the whole picture, because like
Well,
listening to
hold
him
on.
speak like an entire monologue is like very jarring.
Pull one up.
But I
Pull a
don't
video
think
up.
Looks like a normal animal.
While Ken does this, we can move on.
I think weird, but could be weirder.
All right, we can put him there for now, and then we'll see if anyone has any different feelings.
Yo.
This is Kezu from Monster Hunter, but specifically the Monster Hunter Stories version,
Yes.
because in this one he's actually a weird little guy, and you ride him around. If you're not familiar with Kezu, it's the weird penis monster from Monster Hunter,
Yes.
the one that like clings to the wall and it's all sorts
Oh,
of weird.
Kezu. Jail.
Yeah,
Jail.
Straight to jail.
Possibly
The
the bad
ultimate
hole.
little
Possibly
Bad
the
hole,
bad
I
hole.
would say. Bad hole, penis monster.
Bad hole,
you know?
bad hole.
Bad
Right
hole.
into the bad hole.
Is a perfect monster.
No, please,
I
no,
have to
please,
say,
Carson. Let's hear
fighting
your
Kezu
let's hear your
in Monster
discussion.
Hunter. Fighting
It's
Kezu
a
in
nightmare.
Monster Hunter is just a freaking nightmare every time. I'm just
Nightmare.
like, why do I have to deal with
Kezu
this
did
thing?
nothing wrong. Kezu was born that way, and Kezu's just trying to defend itself. If we can use that as an argument,
Well, I'm sorry that it was born that way, but it has to go into the bad hole now.
Look, some things are just born for the bad hole.
it,
You know,
it came from the bad hole.
I'm sorry,
it returns
Kezu,
to
but
the
you gotta
bad
go
hole.
in the bad hole.
Right
But
now.
see, Kezu will be in the bad hole, like clinging to the walls and doing all sort of freako shit. Like
I need to edit. I'm gonna edit that scene from FF Tactics where it's like blame yourself or God, but it's to like Kezu.
Honestly, that SMT monster should come out of the bad hole because Kezu gets to stay in the bad hole. The Kezu owns the bad hole. As
Can
far
there
as
only
I'm
be
concerned.
one bad
No,
hole?
no, Incubus
There
stays
could only
in the
be
bad
one
hole.
in the bad hole.
Incubus stays in the bad hole.
Why?
He belongs in the
Look
bad
at- look-
hole.
look
You
at
know
them.
what he
They're-
did. Look
Okay,
at
what
him.
if we
One
did
who
this? What if we
proposed
did
for
this?
The bad
What if
hole
we had?
for
What if we had separate bad holes that they
Separate-
everyone individually
Everyone
stays
gets
in
their own bad.
the bad hole? It's just like a bunch of pits, and they're
Wait,
all in
call it
different
no.
ways.
It's the
No
pits.
one-
It's the
Why are they all
pits.
penis monsters?
They are
too?
the
Why are
pits.
they all in the bad holes?
I kind of like the bad hole parentheses S. This is new from the game that Eric hasn't played yet, but apparently, Eric, you're gonna do
Unbelievable.
a stream of.
Yes, yeah, we cleared that goal. I am going to play all of Chrono Trigger live on Twitch for everyone to watch
Hell yeah.
at a time and date TBD. It'll be soon. It won't be that long.
So I have not played Chrono Trigger. I do not know much about new, but if y'all know about new, feel free.
My recollection of new is that there might be heavy spoilers involved.
You want me to take? I can take my headphones off.
Yeah, I also don't want to hear.
They just
I'm
kinda
taking
chill.
my headphones off. Y'all give me like a weird hand wave when you're done.
I agree that new is either fine or weird. Could be weirder. They're kind of innocuous in the game. They're like just around.
Okay,
So
I think
I would-
fine then.
Yes, they
Right.
are maybe bastions of civilizations long gone.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
Something like that.
I think they weird but could be weirder is the right call for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not even looking at
Doesn't
the
help that
screen.
Eric is just
He's on his
Eric's just
phone.
texting. We cannot move on with the tier list until Eric has stopped texting. Oh, Eric's doing his Duolingo. He's doing his Duolingo for the day.
Oh my god.
Eric, stop doing your Duolingo. God, I heard the Duolingo noise and I was like, this son of a gun.
Who put Chow in this?
Okay, so Alex, let me explain this.
I think that's two. Is that
Eric
two
and
chows?
Carson
No.
went on this tear the other night,
Yeah.
where we needed to include this Chow. Apparently,
Yeah, we need to include the chow.
Look at him.
I don't
What?
see it. I don't get it.
People are saying that we should put the Duolingo owl in jail, which I don't disagree with.
I agree.
Is Duolingo an RPG?
Yes.
You level
Yeah.
up in it.
I'm
Gain
currently
extra-
Mm,
I'm
And the
leveling
owl
up
can
my
go to jail.
hiragana.
And the owl's in jail.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So explain to me this Chow.
Oh, it's from Sonic, and it's in the little Dreamcast VMUs, among other things. Here's the deal. The creator of Sonic is currently in jail, so I would venture to say that the Chow should also be in jail.
Yeah.
Fair.
Are we all beholden to the sins of our fathers?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
pretty sure
in this-
we've
in
played a
this-
lot of
yeah, I'm
RPGs
sure we
that
are.
do
I think
assess that.
specifically
No.
earlier I
No.
said
No.
that any creature that is in jail, anyone associated with that creature also has to go to jail. And
Yeah,
so I think the
guilty by
reverse is
association.
correct as well. So if your
finding.
creator is in jail, you are in jail.
Double jeopardy, they both go in jail. Yes, that's how that works.
Wait, he was jailed for Square Enix crimes, not Sega crimes.
So
Look,
Yuji Naka
This is
specifically.
like, hold on. This is like your dad goes and gets married to like a different and like has a whole other family and does like messed up shit in that part of his life, and then suddenly you're playing.
Why aren't you checking your father? You got to check your dad every now and then.
Let me explain about this Chow though.
I was about to
This
make
one-
a dad joke on the Bud Country.
Well, you just did it anyway.
a little ding in the corner, like yay.
This one was fed all the wrong fruit by Yuji Naka personally, which caused it to become evil, which caused it to do crimes, and now it's in jail with Tom Berry.
This looks like a Squirtle that learned what speed is. All right, like that's.
I'm pretty sure the Chow. I think the Chow is Tom Berry's partner in crime. Honestly, either that or it's right next to the
Yeah,
fart
he's got
thing.
his back.
It's holding the shield.
Look, their pictures match up. They're one and the same.
Oh yeah, it's
I'm
true.
really glad Tom Berry's boxing out whatever that horror show is to the left.
Like get behind me and all of
I
them.
mean, honestly, should that thing go in the bad hole?
No, that needs to stay there. This is the Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey true neutral ending where Tom Berry has to spend an eternity keeping that thing in jail.
Tom Berry's the most. Tom Berry's the real hero of this entire thing.
Yes. Yeah, Tom Berry is actually a hero.
So Tom Berry's on the moon, like
Just
defending
stabbing
us all.
that thing, keeping it from escaping.
Will Tom
Yep.
Berry turn on us? We don't know.
Tom Berry's
Tom
the
Berry
warden.
has ascended.
We have the teardrop scarab from Elden Ring. This was an Eric request.
I love these guys. I love these little freaks. I love when they show up and they're just rolling around balls full of energy that just give you like flask charges for no reason. They just got like a little dung ball full of flask juice and they're like, here you go, buddy, if you can catch me. And he like skitters around. I love him. It's great.
I think they're
But
fine.
are they not just
Beetles?
a dung beetle?
Yeah, but
that's what they
what's
are.
wrong with that? That's great.
That
They're
just makes
fine.
them fine.
They're
Yeah,
fine.
they're
No, they're
fine.
fine. They're fine.
Yeah.
I
He just
love
wants.
it.
I don't-
Eric just wanted the shout out. Eric just
Yes,
wanted the
yeah.
shout out.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair, totally
Uh,
valid.
I forgot
know
what
what
this
this thing
thing
is.
I forgot what this thing is. I think it's a
this
Tails
was also
thing.
a Digimon.
Is this from?
No.
Oh,
Dark
is this from Tales of Zillia?
Oh,
Yeah, this is
Zillia.
the
Zillia.
Tales of Zillia
Zillia.
thing, and it is a.
I
It's a
think it needs to
Digimon.
go to jail.
It might be bad hole, but it's definitely in jail. Like
The thing is high out of its gourd.
that thing is a problem. That is the face you see. Like if you open like chat roulette, and that face like immediately pops up, and you just close the tab like light speed fast.
And then we have Kilton or Colton. I don't remember which one this is. But
the monster part guy.
it's specifically the one that wants to eat all of the bubble gems to turn into the Satori.
Yes.
Specifically that one.
Yes. Oh,
And he's just
that's-
like, give me the snowflakes, I will eat them.
that's a really good little freak.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a degenerate.
That's even potentially an ultimate freak.
I mean, I do think it is a crime that he is asking you to like kill these spirits to then give them to him so he can eat them and become the spirit. That's like a crime, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he'd
soul
buy
crime.
Twitter Blue. I think he'd buy Twitter Blue.
He definitely sells his stuff on Facebook Marketplace.
I think
Yes.
he bought Twitter.
Yes, he did. He bought it for self
I think the
promotion
Twitter
reasons.
Blue tier. I think we nailed it.
Yes.
who
Perfect.
knows?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I'm just looking at. I've been looking at this for 24 hours. It's beautiful.
So that's the end of the characters.
We have
so
to pick
just need
one
to make a
ultimate
decision
Freako.
between
Yeah.
Ultros and Goldango. I don't know
I
how
think
we
it
got
has.
to.
I'm on Ultros team.
Yeah,
team
I'm
Ultros.
on
So
Team
Dango's not
Ultros.
weird enough.
Ultros for sure.
Ultros is the lord of the
Strange that
Freakos.
snowboards and has a fanny pack and is a Pokemon.
Okay,
He's
I,
made
Why
of
did you
money.
become
All those things
Italian?
are very
I would like to
weird.
Why are you
subscribe-
becoming Italian?
Any
Ken
of the
starts
1,000
getting
Pokemon.
the hand motions.
Okay,
Goldango.
but where
that
does
was-
Ultros go if not in the ultimate Freako?
Oh, War Crime start a podcast by Twitter Blue.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. I think specifically the
Ultros is a
Wikimedia War
leftist. What are
Crime.
you talking about?
Ultros
Yes,
is a
all-
neoliberal in
Whoa.
this essay. I
Yes,
will.
most of his tentacles are pointing to the left. So I
Ultros
think that-
definitely listens to Chapo.
Yeah,
Ultros
with Hassan.
Ultros clipping the Hassan stream. Yeah.
Yeah. Friend of the pod, Ultros with Hassan.
Next year, if Biden gets primary, Chapo's gonna have Ultros on as a guest while they tear apart Biden and explain why this whatever candidate is the right one. So
I can't wait
Just
for a new
saying.
generation to be radicalized by Ultros. Very
Yeah.
excited.
Ultros is all about local politics. You know, it really starts at the grassroots. Yeah, no, I think Goldango's would commit a crime. I don't think he'd commit a serious crime, but would commit a crime.
Yeah, I could see
Yeah.
that. I'm okay with Ultros being the ultimate little
That's fine.
Freako. I think this makes
Yeah.
sense.
This is a
I think
perfect
this is a
tier
good
list.
list. I think we nailed it.
This is a perfect list. Did we want to do? How are we feeling? Did we want to do one? We're at the time limit for the night, but did we want to do another one?
I'm down.
Well,
Up to y'all.
going on.
You and Kat are the ones that have been going all day. We just got
I
here.
could
It's up.
I could go one more, and that's probably my limit. And if we all agree to it, I'm gonna need the chat to nominate something.
can I get food? Because food.
Can you give?
just
Yeah, go get
appeared.
food. Just go
Oh
get
yeah,
food.
go for it.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
just
I'm
ordered
gonna
for
get food.
myself. So.
I was eating for most of that thing. Chat, give us something weird to tier list. Whatever category you want. Anything. This is y'all's call.
By the way, Goldango looks like he's doing the pose that Shawn Michaels does, where he's naked with the championship belt around his
yes.
his
Yeah.
leg. Yeah,
Playgirl spread, yeah.
yeah.
There's
Pokemon's bad boy.
only one category we can't do because we are doing it tomorrow for Cat versus Eric. But
Wait, you're
RPG.
doing a tier list?
yes, well, actually, I have to still make that tonight. That is part of. I still have to make my Pokemon Gen 3.
If you haven't made it
too.
yet, we can't do it.
Exactly.
are we? I guess we're doing something that's already been made.
Yeah, probably
I
something
mean,
that's been made.
I
We
didn't make
can't-
another one. I only made this one. I honestly didn't even think this one was going to go as long as it did. I thought we'd be done with this one in 10 minutes. But we really drilled into this one. So
I don't know if we can do something.
RPG battle music. That's cool.
That one's pretty granular. Do we have something on Tier Maker that is that?
For what?
That's something
RPG
probably we would
battle
have
music?
to type out.
I
That's
also
probably
want to
type out.
float the question of how intensive do we want this final tier maker
Yeah.
tier list to be?
It also
'Cause it's
doesn't have
already
to be.
late for y'all.
It doesn't have to be RPG. It can also be we have tier ranked vegetables before.
Sure
we
have.
we have done. Have we done a soda tier list?
No.
This would actually be
I don't
torture for
remember
Ken,
one.
but
Okay, so I do want to float that whatever tier list y'all do, I need you to find because I cannot scroll tier maker while sharing my screen because the amount of weird stuff that will pop up on the screen that may get y'all in trouble is
yes,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
prefer not to.
We can't
to be
we
the
can't do
reason that y'all
candy
get in trouble.
again. We already did candy once. Soda, we see soda. Let's do that. Oh, pasta noodles. Tier rank
Before
root
we move
beers.
on, can I Can I make an announcement?
Yeah.
Of course.
So earlier during the Pokemon stream, I said that I would
Oh yes.
raffle off these little weirdos, and I would put them all. Well, I would
Trying to see
put
what are those little
Totodile.
weirdos. Totodile.
Totodile.
Camp's throwing
Come
money
on,
down.
crimes. Definitely crimes. Chikorita. They're fine.
Fine. Chikorita's fine. Yeah.
I believe that one was called Little Bayleaf earlier.
Little Bailey.
You're correct. Little Bayleaf. Umbreon. I'm not sure. I'm not
Ultimate
sure.
Freako or would commit a war crime.
No, not
Maybe
ultimate.
buy Twitter Blue.
Umbreon's a weird one. I feel like Espeon would buy Twitter Blue for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Umbreon feels like too cool for that. Like
Yeah, that's true.
they're on like Mastodon or something. They're on some social media that no one's using.
Umbreon's on IRC clients.
And then we have Pichu, who would commit a crime.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I want to announce that the winner of the raffle is Robo Riley. So
Hell yeah.
yay. Thank you for your donations and for your support of the podcast. Hooray. Your Pokemon will be in the mail.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to
Have
do
y'all
sodas?
come up with a tier list?
So sodas
thought-
is one. I saw pasta noodles as well. That's not a bad one.
Pasta noodles actually, I think, would have more interesting discussion because there's a lot of like actual utility of the pasta to
Let me
discuss.
see if I can find a tier maker for it.
Yeah, I need somebody else to find it. And then send it
Oh,
to
that's a good pasta noodles tier list right there.
me. Okay.
That looks
As the
fairly,
Italian, I have a lot of opinions.
this looks
on pasta
fairly
noodles.
comprehensive too.
The singular Italian in the world. It's just me.
Oh wait, no, there's one that's every pasta noodle tier. Yeah, this one has labels and stuff. Do the next one I'm posting is the one we're using. This is a good one.
Where are you posting it?
In the Discord in general.
Okay.
I'm definitely like showing that. No, I'm not showing that on stream. Am I showing that on stream?
Yeah.
Oh, Poe?
No, the
No, that's me.
Oh, right. Because you're I was
Yeah.
like trying to remember how I was funneling all this in.
All right, are we ready for this? I want to make it clear. Every pasta noodle is all caps. These people are very
All of them.
feel very strong. Okay, before we start, we need to make sure that the tiers are okay. Perfect, no complaints. Could be better.
Mid-ass noodle. That's
Mid-ass
staying.
noodle.
Fucking shit. The bad hole.
We're changing the last tier to the bad hole. I feel like no complaints and could be better are kind of the same vibe.
Yeah,
Like, perfect
It
and no
is.
complaints are like.
I
the
feel
same
like it
vibe.
needs to be good, great, perfect.
al dente.
Mamma
What
mia.
could be better is like basically mid-ass noodle.
Perfect is
Perfecto.
Yes. Yes.
Mamma mia.
Audio tier.
this
Great.
is great. This is Gaba good.
Mid-ass noodle has to stay. Mid-ass noodle is
Asshole
too
is young
funny.
Luigi.
All right.
And then great
Wait,
is actually
so like
noodle
can the
madness.
bad hole be like Tony Soprano's bitch or something like that? Like just like
no, we can,
oh, okay. We can't go that far.
bad
Okay.
hole. It's just the
Okay.
bad hole.
Pull back on the stick.
Pull back. Pull back.
I thought it'd be funny.
Okay.
We have Riccioli.
Have I had this before?
Listen,
Wait.
I'm gonna. Well, no. I'm gonna say it's mid-ass noodle.
What is this? This is just like it curls. Is it hollow inside that curl? So it's just like a.
It's a twisty fettuccine.
Okay, so yeah, Fusilli is the one that I think of when I think of like or Rotini. I don't think I've had a Riccioli before.
Can you see this new window that I pulled up?
No,
Oh.
that's not ominous at all.
No, I just wanted to get a picture of it, but I was afraid that I don't know what would come up.
they're just
Okay,
the
so you can see
spirally
this
ones?
one. You can see it now.
Oh,
There's a bunch of different ones though. There's like
Yeah, they have ones that are like more like
shingle.
that.
it has like
That's
ridges,
rotini
yeah.
though. That's like rotini
Right.
pasta.
That's when I think of Riccioli. I think of something that's like a little tighter twist.
Yeah, it's like
Got it.
braided, basically.
Yeah.
Got it.
That doesn't seem like it
Yeah.
would be that good at holding sauce. Like, would it
like-
have
yeah, I think
trouble
it's
getting into the
mid.
nooks and crannies there?
It's a noodle.
that's
I
the
think
thing
I
is
would
you-
do it with the cream sauce of some sort.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do it with a thicker sauce.
Yeah.
Mm.
If you're doing like a light tomato sauce, it's not a good noodle for it.
No.
It needs like a thicker sauce. Which
Should be okay with
Is it-
that, but I think it's a definition of a mid-ass noodle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, I like
I will hear,
like a good
I will hear
ravioli.
no complaints about a ravioli.
I
Ravioli.
love
I
a good
will not
ravioli.
feel
Put it to the
complaints
top.
about a ravioli.
Put it
A
to the
ravioli
top.
is
I
all the way
disagree.
Hold on. Yeah,
I
let
get
the
it.
dissenters speak.
whoa.
So
It's
I like
fine.
I like ravioli. I think it's hard because like I think that it's utilized differently than like most other pastas. In a way that like
What is a pasta?
that's how I say pasta. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
know.
I thought like the normies
Do you say
knew
Mario?
this, but no, God no.
Mariana.
Biased against
It's-
Hey,
ravioli.
put down
It's a
Mario's
British thing.
pasta.
It's a British people say pasta, and that's why I say pasta because it's just one of the words.
Are you
that
British?
Because you're British?
Yes.
You were
Yes.
born in Britain.
I was born in England. My mom is British. Half my family is British.
No kidding.
Camlor coming
Mamma
out.
mia.
Ken, how did
idea.
you know? You definitely knew this.
I don't think I did.
I
had no
don't think I knew this.
I knew
about
this.
you.
I knew this.
I'm pretty sure
It's
we.
why Cam's a tea drinker.
Anyway, that's why. Yeah, that's why I'm a tea drinker.
I got
No
you,
idea.
bud. Don't worry.
Okay.
Because tea is good.
Well, Cheerio.
No. Well, yes, but like no.
we're losing sight
Anyway,
of the ravioli.
Anyway, what I'm
Okay.
saying is like ravioli. I feel like it is a pasta, yes, but it's not the same. Like I'm always like pasta is like one of my favorite foods. Like I'm always down to eat some pasta, but ravioli is something different that like I feel like I need to be in the mood for. And so like I wouldn't say that it's I couldn't say that like it's perfect, but I do think it's like great. I would put it in the great tier.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
think
versatile.
noodle madness is good because I've had some bad ravioli before for sure. I think
Kat,
it does.
I felt like Kat had some strong ravioli feelings.
I'm biased against ravioli because ravioli often has meat in it, right? And that's why people
Yeah.
like it.
Oh yeah.
I do not eat the meat, so
Yeah.
What if
uh,
it's filled with
the cheese
delicious
is good. yeah.
cheese and garlic?
But I have to be in a very specific mood for it. Otherwise, it is very heavy.
All right.
That's
true.
another. That's kind of like another thing. A part of what I was saying is like I don't like my spaghetti or like my for lack of a better term, my general pasta dishes to have meat. Like I don't want like bolognese. I just want like the sauce.
Oh, mm.
But like with ravioli, I don't
We
mind
differ
that
here.
because it's a different type of food to me.
So ravioli, I will say like I've had like spinach and feta ravioli that is extremely good, like very very good.
Hell yeah.
That's
or
what I
like, or
wanna
like
get
a
to is
mushroom
the
ravioli. Oh my god,
versatility.
mushroom ravioli is so good. Oh,
The versatility of a
Hell yeah.
ravioli is unmatched because like
Yeah.
you can
Oh,
have it.
squash ravioli.
You can
oh my
have it.
God.
You can have like a brown butter sage sauce over your ravioli. You can have a
What-
tomato sauce over your ravioli. You can put lobster in your ravioli. You can do an egg yolk where you slice it open
Yeah,
and the egg
yeah,
the egg comes out. Like there's so many. You can have pumpkin ravioli, right? Like there are so many different options with ravioli that like I feel like anyone who enjoys pasta can find a filling that they also really like, as opposed to like some of these other noodles where it's just like you can't really do it. It's a noodle. You either like it or you don't. You know, ravioli is
Yeah.
like the filling
Yeah.
puts it in a different category altogether. Really,
Just wanted
that's
to
Jesse's
announce
hot
that.
take on raviolis.
That's.
I'm cool with leaving it in noodle
I
madness.
think
It's
that's a fair argument to put it in Mamma Mia. I'm sold on that. I'm sold on that
No,
argument.
I think it stays in noodle madness. I don't know if it reaches
All right,
the
well,
heights of Mamma Mia.
I
We're
tried,
only, we're only
Jesse.
on pasta. No, I know we're only on pasta too. You know, we'll see how we feel at the end of this. You know,
Okay,
because we're coming
okay.
up against spaghetti, which is it's a heavy hitter.
I mean,
Oh.
spaghetti's
Spaghetti-
Mamma
Yeah.
Mia.
Hey.
Spaghetti's Mamma Mia. Come on,
Spaghetti's so good.
I agree.
Like
Mamma
It's
Mia.
It's like
I
the
love
perfect
just
thickness.
a first-class spaghetti pomodoro
Mhm.
with cheese.
I actually
It's just
I think
well done.
a lot of noodles
Really
get
well
too
done.
over the top. Yes.
If it's done badly, it's like eh. But Yeah, it's heaven.
Well, I mean, it's hard to argue against spaghetti, right? Like it.
Yeah.
It's the goat.
It is the
Uh,
OG.
Agni Pepe is like.
Chini de Pepe.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Is that like orzo?
Chini de PP.
Oh, we are 12 years old. It's kind of like a pastina. If you've ever had pastina, it's like, it's fine. I don't know. It's like very like gritty.
Okay. Oh, like
I feel
gritty,
like it's something
the-
that you
the
wouldn't like. It
Philadelphia.
wouldn't be the primary thing a part of your dish. It
Oh,
would
fuck
be
with
like,
gritty.
It's used for like soups and stuff primarily.
Oh sure, soups are
Uh,
top.
yeah, like Olive Garden has like some soups that have it in. it,
Don't
I'm
bring
pretty
an
sure.
Olive Garden to this. Don't you dare bring Olive Garden into this.
You don't, are
Do
you
you
an
want to
Olive Garden
insult me?
hater?
I guess like I get like when you're there, your family, but like the family doesn't make good pasta, so like I'm sorry.
I like Olive Garden, so I'm not.
Because
I mean,
breadsticks.
but
That's how they get you.
Pasta.
They get you with the breadsticks and the wine and the salad, and then you're like, oh, I'll eat some mid ass noodles.
I don't. I'm not gonna.
Every
say that. I'm not
noodle
gonna
is a
say that.
mid-ass noodle.
I mean,
though.
this salad is pretty mid-ass there. Too.
At Olive
Anyway,
Garden, everything's a mid-ass noodle.
Yeah, Robo Riley
Honestly-
says, "Listen, sometimes you're stuck in the middle of Wisconsin or Iowa.
You could probably make
True.
pasta at home that's better than Olive
You can
Garden
find a
pasta.
buka.
Yeah,
I understand. I live in a very different scenario where family's Italian. I live in New York. I get Italian food very easily. If you're stuck with Olive Garden, look, this is the best Italian food you're probably going to get around. So you eat your Olive Garden. I'm not against it. I'm saying if you have
you can
options,
make
though,
it. You
Endless
can make better.
breadsticks.
Yeah.
Endless breadsticks are
Yeah.
honestly.
good.
I'm putting it into a kind of an S tier experience.
Yeah, that's a Mamma Mia.
I feel good after a night of
Bring those
breadsticks.
breadsticks in here.
Endless breadsticks goes in Mamma Mia.
Hell yeah.
We're like tier listing Olive Garden as a concept now, as opposed to the pastina noodle that we have in front
As
of us.
opposed to Asina de Pipi.
Which is a mid-ass noodle. Oh my god.
So we're good with mid.
Yeah, it's a mid noodle. It's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I
Have
would
any
argue it
versatility.
goes in the bad hole, but I don't know.
No, trust me.
No.
There's a pasta in here that is
Oh,
definitely.
there's some
in the
there's some
bad
other
hole.
like there's some other passes in here that I'm just like, no, they also go in the bad hole.
Cavatappi. I'm aware of this
Up at the
pasta.
PP.
It's a. I had some literally
I like
yesterday.
the name of this one. Hey, Ken, how do you feel about it?
How do you feel about Cavatappi, Ken?
Cavatappi?
Stop at the PP.
Fuck up. It's mid. Nothing
that's
needs to be
Noodle Madness.
like that.
Noodle
Ooh,
Madness.
Noodle Madness.
So we got
Look
mid
at
ass
it, so
noodle and we got
curvy.
Noodle Madness. We could put it in Gabagood and split the
It's a very
difference.
queer noodle.
Shit.
Well, you got me.
That's a good argument.
Yeah,
That's
like,
actually
I think good.
that's the
really
new.
resonate
Speaking,
with
you're
that
speaking
noodle.
to your audience.
I,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I think it's a good noodle. Like and I don't want to like. I don't want to say that it's only good if it works in a pasta sauce type dish, but like I personally have had this in that scenario, and I'm not a big fan of it. But like mac and cheese or something like that, that's different. So like I think
Look, it's
think
the
it's
noodle. The
good.
noodle's versatile. If it's
Yeah.
versatile,
Yeah, I
it
It
think
holds
it's
sauce
quality.
well.
yeah, but it's
There's
still
a-
not a great noodle.
it's the
though, you
the
know what I
pasta
mean?
salad.
Cavatappi.
Robo Riley's right. Yeah.
There's a lot of support for cavatappi in the chat. I just want to point out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think,
pasta
like-
salad.
It's used in a lot of
Yeah,
things, but
yeah.
the noodle itself is kind of like it's all right, or like it's good,
just-
like you know.
I feel like it's one of those things where everything that I have ever tasted it with, I feel like there's another noodle that does it better.
Yeah, I agree.
It's
I think we put it in
Yeah,
Gabagood.
I think it's Gabagood. Yeah.
I think it's Gabagood.
Tagliatelle.
No. Yeah, you almost added tagliatelle. I don't know where we got
Oh,
the
my
people.
God.
Tagliatelle PP.
No, tagliatelle.
I seen it a pee in the bad hole.
Tagliatelle is a great noodle. It's just you have tagliatelle when you have homemade tagliatelle.
Oh, it's kind of like linguine. kinda.
It's a very
Thicker.
It's a very like specific situation. Yeah, I would not get like tagliatelle from
When
a
you make like
store.
a cacio de pepe, that's when you would use like a
Yeah.
tagliatelle.
But
right?
but
No.
when it is used,
Mm.
it's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Now I want some ketchup to pee-pee.
My hot take is that I would throw this down the bad hole because every time that
Wow.
it is offered to me in some dish, I switch it out for something else. There was a long time where I didn't know how much I liked chicken Alfredo because it was always served to me with this shit, and then I was like, oh, switch it to penne, and then it's like,
Where were
actually.
you buying this
Wait,
chicken
the
Alfredo?
penne?
Olive Garden.
Like I mean, any Italian restaurant basically.
Ken, we're gonna go out for some great tagliatelle. It's gonna change your life.
It's messy. It's annoying. It's like, it's always a hassle.
Every time I like eat tagliatelle, I think of, you know how when you like whip a wet towel against a locker, like I think a tagliatelle you could do that with that. You could like slap it on something, it would make like a good thung, like you could snap a lock off a locker.
Does that
with
make it a bad noodle?
No, that
These
makes
are
it a
the
good noodle. I
splat
like the
Does
thickness.
it go in jail?
I would say like I think it's good. I think that, you know, I kind of compare like spaghetti, linguine, and this together, but like with this one, I think that it's just like kind of like a thinner linguine, so it just doesn't have that kind of that chew to it that I get out of like other long pasta for me.
All right, it sounds like it's in good.
I think
it sounds
it's
like most
gotta
people
be.
say good. Ken says mid to bad.
Okay, I have
But
a
I'm not
Sounds like a
gonna
mid-ass
test out.
noodle.
I have a
I
bull
don't hear
take
any
coming.
Oh, why are
positive-
you doing this to me?
I have a bold take coming for our next one.
For elbows?
Elbows in the bad hole.
I don't
Wow.
know.
I think-
agree with that.
Macaroni.
Elbow's great
Macaroni
if you're like
cheese.
6 years
No,
old.
okay. There's a difference between the
What other
elbows
pasta
and
do you
and
make art with, Eric? How do you make macaroni art if not with elbow?
Are we talking about like the big ones? The really
Yes,
big?
yeah, that not the ones that come in the Kraft mac and cheese box. That's different. Those aren't noodles. Those are just like styrofoam, but delicious
But they can be
styrofoam.
really good in like real, honest to God macaroni and cheese.
Yeah. Elbow is when like so there was a freeze here in Texas, right? And I finally was able to walk to the grocery store and the entire aisles are being cleared out of pasta. And you know, the only thing that was left were a bunch of boxes of elbow because not even people stuck in their frozen homes with very few food options wanted elbow pasta.
They're crazy. I would have taken it.
Oh, I
did
bought
you buy
some.
It was there we go.
It was a bad time. I was
mean,
unhappy.
elbow, like I'm not
There's
saying
no
like elbow
counting
is
the
my
taste.
Fine in the
elbow's
bad
not my
hole.
first choice, but like I don't know, it's like kind of the face of mac and cheese, like
Pasta
No,
salads.
shells are.
No, it's the
Come
elbow.
on.
no, shells
Nah,
is
shells
is an alternate, but it's still like
Shells is
Shells-
like for
No
Velveeta
way.
specifically. Like
Shells is
Velveeta
not-
and Shells.
It wasn't-
Yeah.
Shell.
Shell has never been the
But
primary pasta for mac.
let me
Oh,
put this
come
to
on.
you that
Come
every
on.
application of an elbow, it is better done by like any other noodle. I
Yes.
like you only go to an elbow if you just for some reason either want an elbow or it's the only thing you have.
I still think it's
just
good.
wanna
I
say
think it's
that-
reliable, and I think it's used pretty often. That I think that it should be in the good tier.
Elbow is law and shell is neutral. So what is and cavatappi is chaos.
Chaos
Tabata
cavatappi.
pipi.
I think
Yeah.
it's gotta be good.
It is not as good as cavatappi. It is not as good as
Tabata
cavatappi.
pipi.
Yeah, okay.
What is
No,
it?
no.
No,
But I would
cavatappi
rather
is higher.
I would rather
Ca-
you put cavatappi in good and then elbows in mid. Then like
Elbow is just
if
like
we're not
you
gonna
took-
like allow those in the same tier.
If somebody
Where's
said-
like the strong support for elbows?
Yo,
I-
elbows
I-
is it's
I think
a
it's a
solid
mid-ass
ass
noodle.
noodle.
It
Yeah,
has
I think
to-
it's
It's a
Oh,
mid-ass
mid-ass.
noodle.
Okay.
Mid.
Yeah.
Linguine.
Yeah.
Linguine is like
Mamma Mia.
no.
Yeah.
I would say noodle madness.
Noodle madness for me.
Okay, fine.
No, wait. I want to hear Kat's reasoning
Yeah.
for Mamma Mia. I'm
I like
interested.
that it's thin. I mean,
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
not as thin as angel hair pasta, where it's like almost too thin,
Yeah.
but it's an iconic noodle. It's a staple.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes into so many things. I think It's the yin and the yang to spaghetti. Angel hair spaghetti. So I think it's in the Mamma Mia category.
Yeah, I just think it's like too thick for like it's kind of like the thicker end of the like long hair pasta.
Do we have fettuccine on here?
Yeah, fettuccine's yeah, down here at the
it's on
bottom.
there.
Oh, okay.
The one we don't have on this list is pappardelle, and I'm not really sure why, but we'll get to
No,
it.
no, it's
Is-
right there.
Wait, is
It's right in the
bucatini on
middle.
here
I
too?
don't eat a lot of meat, but
Next to
linguine
rigatoni.
goes kind of the
Oh,
best with like chicken and stuff.
I don't see.
Like I'm not
bucatini on here, but
against
that's fine.
linguine and Mamma Mia, but I will say that like I would pick spaghetti over linguine like every single time. Like not even.
I
Interesting.
think it depends on what kind of sauce that I want to have.
Yeah,
You
for
don't
sure.
you don't eat a cream sauce with spaghetti, right? You do
No.
you save that for like a linguine or a fettuccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a linguine is better at soaking up like a thicker sauce, where spaghetti is great for your tomato sauces and some other stuff. But I think that they're two different. Obviously, they're two different noodles with two different use cases. But I don't particularly think like one is better than the other. I think it's all about like what you're having.
Mm-hmm.
So like I could see linguine and Mamma Mia because like I think it's the spaghetti of different sauces. Same with fettuccine,
yeah.
but we'll get
Yeah.
there.
I'm really happy that we said the words use case while ranking pasta.
Well, this is what happens.
11:30 p.m. Central.
This is what happens.
That's how that works. Yeah, toss it up there.
I'm
Yeah,
with
put
it.
it-
I can get
there.
there.
I think
It's up there.
Yeah.
Bow tie.
Okay, but
I
farfalle
like bow
needs to
tie,
be.
and I think that's
no.
noodle madness.
No. I was gonna say
If you
bad
break
hole.
out-
I hate.
If you break out the old bow tie
Bad hole,
pasta,
really.
people are like, "Wow, what a bold choice!"
No, if
I
you
think
break
it's
out the
really
old.
cooked well.
No, yeah, if you break out the old bow tie pasta, you're like, oh, did you just come from the school cafeteria and that thing is gonna taste terrible? Because that's all I think
Yo,
of when I see bow tie
If
pasta.
you want butter noodles, there's no better noodle than
Yes,
the farfalle.
that's-
That's
I
actually
somewhat
true.
regularly have bow tie pasta, and we
Bow
have
tie-
it as sort of a bolognese
All right.
situation.
Also
And
great.
it's actually
Yeah.
really good, and I find it easier to manage than a lot of these. I think it's at least
Gabagool.
gabagool.
Yeah.
Dude,
gabagool.
bow
I don't
tie,
think it goes below
bow tie
gabagool.
pasta. Here's the thing, though. It is like, through my experience, it is like a terrible experience just to eat. The amount of times I will like have my fork and I will put in the ribbon pasta and it'll just like split in half, and I'm just like, okay.
You're cooking
and I
your
just have-
noodles too much. You gotta cook it a little less.
Yeah, you got. Yeah.
You gotta have it a little al dente.
Oh, I like it
But
really
that-
al dente.
But like there are other like pasta of that kind of size that doesn't happen with, though. Is the thing. Like
Oh.
You gotta treat the noodle better.
So Milkmain
Girl
in the
cook.
chat is saying boiled and tossed in Italian dressing with chopped onions, peppers, and tomatoes. That does sound
Very good.
real good right
very
now.
good.
Perfect.
It's a very good.
Mwah.
Good. I think it's
almost,
gabagool.
I'm okay with it being in good. I personally I think it's mid, but like I'm okay with it being in good.
But like, look at what else is in mid, and I feel like the bow tie does not belong with the Asina de Pipi.
I think bow tie pasta
elbows.
being above elbow is pretty wild, personally. But
I cannot follow you there. my friend.
Elbow is a basic mid ass noodle.
Yeah,
It really
elbows.
is.
but it's used a lot. The utility of it.
It's used a lot in like two things. It's like mac and cheese, and then
Pasta
like
salad.
pasta salad. Yeah,
That's it.
that's about it. This one goes in the bad hole.
Campanelle.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think
That
Agreed.
looks like an
That.
eldritch horror.
Yeah, that looks like something from the bottom of the ocean that's trying to eat me.
I fought it in Elden Ring. It goes in the bad hole. Trust me.
Here's the thing I'll say with
Shalom,
shell.
Oh
No, no.
Shells are at least noodle madness. I do.
No.
A shell hits when a shell hits. A shell hits.
Here's my issue with shell pasta is that like I think compared to most other pasta, it is the easiest to like over or undercook. And like when the amount of times that like I've had shell pasta, whether it's myself or someone else that makes it, and then like it's still kind of hard, or it's like too flimsy, and I just like feel like I don't experience that with other pasta. Am I crazy? Is it like?
I've
Does
never
that not-
experienced that.
Cam, I'm learning that I think I need to teach you how to cook pasta.
Yeah, that's. I was about to say.
I'm
I
not
feel
saying,
like we're learning
I'm not
that.
saying it's me. Like all the, it's like I go out to places.
Teach your
like,
friends.
Exposed himself.
So,
That's a
I
bad cook.
I think it's fine.
I
I'm
think
not crazy
shells
about
should
shell.
probably go in noodle madness.
Well,
Because
what do you eat? What do you eat shell pasta with though? Like, what do you put? What dishes are you making with that?
Oh, you make some
mac and
stuffed
cheese.
shells.
Outside of mac and
you
stuffed
make-
cheese.
shells.
Yeah,
Stuffed
stuffed
shells are
shell.
open-faced
Are
ravioli.
we talking about
Shell
okay?
is
Like, hold on. Are we
white.
talking about big ass shells? Because I feel like that's different.
both? It's
Both,
shells in
because
general.
with elbows we talked about both, so we could talk about both with shells.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, there a big ass elbow pasta?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the first I've heard.
I've
That.
You should
heard
try
I think it's a lot more rare.
You put them in the
with
pool
all
and you
ones, but,
use them
they
to
do
float
exist,
around.
though.
They're flotation devices, but you can also cook them.
You grill them.
But yeah, stuffed shells, incredible. The versatility of the smaller shells for just holding sauces, for mac and cheese. I think they're really, really good. I don't think it's quite to spaghetti or linguine. But yeah, I think it's big shells are like open-faced ravioli / freeform lasagna. If you're doing stuffed shells, they're pretty damn good.
I think shells are where they belong.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah, noodle madness.
Madness.
I'll live.
Just fighting for that.
I'll live.
I will fight. Angel hair is my favorite pasta.
I do
It
like
should
it.
go with Mamma Mia.
Whoa, I was gonna
Mamma
say
Mia.
bad hole.
Me too.
Really?
Really?
I was gonna say
Whoa.
bad.
I know it's divisive,
Whoa.
but I have been known to take contrarian positions. I am a Final Fantasy VIII fan, and
You're a
I'm
Final
not gonna
Fantasy
be-
VIII fan
I'm
who
not-
took
I'm
Final
not
Fantasy
sitting here
VIII out of the
going-
pantheon.
I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, this should be in the pantheon of noodles," but I just want to just like put it out there that angel hair, like from a consistency standpoint and just the sheer joy of rolling it up onto my fork, is my favorite.
I just want to
You like
thank you for
play
saying
with
the
your food.
pantheon, so we can do the pastion, the pasta eon.
Passion.
1 month where we just pick noodles and we have to decide what
Pastion
gets
of
into
the
the pasta
blood.
pantheon. Yeah.
And somehow we turn into a 2-hour conversation.
Yes, we would. You know we can.
It's RPGs as different noodles, and you have to figure out what RPG is what noodle. Okay, so where do we want to put angel hair? Do people have strong feelings about angel hair?
So
one
here's
way or
what
the
I'll
There's a
say
lot
about
of
angel
support for
hair.
angel hair
I really like
I
it.
support angel hair as well.
in the
Yeah.
chat.
other?
Well, like I like you. So you.
I would
Angel hair
move.
and seafood.
I know that I already said linguine should be a Mamma Mia. I retract my vote and say that angel hair should replace it.
No, I definitely think linguine should be over angel. I just feel like out of all the long hair pasta, like angel hair's bottom tier. Like I just
No.
would never.
No.
Oh no, I like
It's-
angel
No.
hair.
Mm-mm.
The
Also,
fact
I wanna
that
take
it's
this
so
second to-
divisive shows how compelling it is. Everybody has an opinion on angel hair.
Actually,
I just want to take a quick second and just remind the chat that they can vote
yeah.
by donating
Yes.
to change these
To trans
rankings.
lifeline in the
In fact,
chat.
we have had a
Please do.
donation. I want to point out.
Yeah, we've already had one donation at one point. I don't think do we have a new one for the pasta?
I think so. It
Yes,
looks
we've
like
had one for the pasta.
No, we have not had one for
Oh.
the pasta. I don't see one for. Oh, wait, we've got 100 that came in at some point, but it didn't have a comment. Jamo, if you are intending to send me a message with that, please tell me. Please inform me of what your
where are you
message
putting
is.
a pasta.
Chat's got a lot of angel hair. A lot of angel hair.
Where do you want to put the?
fervor.
Where do you want to
Donate
put it? Where do you want to put the noodles?
Look, I'm fine with it in noodle madness.
I will.
It is a little bit of a noodle madness situation.
Like, I don't think it's a bad pasta. I just think that again, out of like
I kind of prefer
the
to
long
spaghetti.
haired, I would. No.
Oh no,
Stop.
no.
Yo,
Nonsense.
that's a
kinda-
hot
kinda-
take. I want
that's
to pull on that
nonsense.
thread for a minute.
I agree with
What is
Rob
up with
O'Reilly
that?
angel hair is best for Pomodoro.
It
If I
is.
see a good angel hair Pomodoro,
It's. I like its lightness. Like Kat was saying, like just twirling it around on a fork. It's fun. I think weirdly enough, even though it is so small and so thin that it holds sauce rather well. I like the consistency of it. I like the texture of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. It's such like a summery pasta. Like I think
Yeah.
of like a light dish. It's wonderful.
Some tomatoes.
some oil, some garlic.
I'm learning that we have like a real bias towards the long noodle.
Yes.
Because as we
Yeah.
talk about moving the angel hair up, it's like we're only putting long noodles in Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
I mean,
but like
I
a long
don't
noodle
mind.
is so good.
There were two non-long-haired noodles coming up that I'm like easy, or three actually that I'm like
Oh yeah,
easy.
there's
S
still
tier for me.
non-long noodles that
Yeah.
would go up to
are
Mamma
we,
Mia, I
we
feel.
good with angel hair where it is, unless
Yes.
there's a
That's fine.
donation.
I
That's
think
fine.
that is a noodle madness.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
All right, now we're moving on to Manigot.
Okay,
Manicott's
now
good.
here's the thing.
No.
Jesse Vitelli,
Yes,
expert
Cameron
Italian.
expert
What's-
at that. I studied
What
it. Yes.
what
thank
is the
you.
difference between what is the difference between
I studied the noodle.
manicotti versus like penne?
What? They're very
Manicotti-
different
They're
things.
very different things.
Like
Yeah.
Like-
It's like think about almost
Isn't
like a
manicotti
crepe,
huge?
right? Yeah. So think
Yeah.
about like a crepe, right? Where it's like very thin and long, and then you can like fill it with stuff. So a manicotti
Yeah.
is usually filled
I
with like
didn't look
at the
up-
cheese.
I didn't look up a picture of what this looks. Oh, because these are like big things.
They're
okay.
big
Think about it like
Yes.
almost like an enchilada, right? Where it's just
Yeah,
covered
no, I
in
see what you're
sauce and it's
saying now.
filled.
Oh,
Manicotti.
oh
Okay.
man.
So good.
I haven't had this
Real-
before,
real
but this
good.
looks absolutely delicious.
It is decadent. It is.
It is noodle
Oh.
It
madness.
is.
It is.
heavy.
Yeah.
We were having the ravioli heavy argument earlier. Like manicotti, you eat one of those, you're going to bed.
Yeah.
You're just going straight to bed.
That
I
is.
think it's good. It looks good.
No, I think that's
In
the
right
definition.
circumstances, it can be good.
I think that's the
Gabagool.
definition of noodle madness for me. Like I am in noodle madness when I am eating
You
manicotti.
fill it
That's
with
true.
cheese. You put meat sauce on
That's
top.
true,
You put
that's
cheese
true.
on there.
Madness minimum.
Like even if it's not in that tier, I'm in a state of noodle madness while I'm eating manicotti.
It's true. It's true.
Uh, ro- ro-
Rotini's S
Rotini.
tier.
Oh.
Rotini's S
I
tier.
think it's good.
No,
I
it's
think
S
it's
tier.
gotta be
It's
good.
Mamma Mia.
I think
It's
of
Mamma
all
Mia.
the spiral noodles, like rotini is probably my favorite.
Yes.
I think it holds sauce really well. Doesn't matter what the sauce is.
Because it's the ideal pasta if you want to make a pasta bake. It's
Yeah.
a great.
I disagree
it's,
with that.
It's a great pasta option
fair.
if
It
you
even holds
want
pesto
to.
well.
If you're not trying, if you don't want a long-haired, like typical spaghetti pasta tomato sauce dish, I think it's definitely an S tier. I think it's very versatile. I think it's a S tier. Mamma Mia.
I think it's a gabagool. I think it's like
think
it's
it's
solid. I don't think it's definitely not the best baked pasta noodle on this list. There are like at least two others I'd put over it. I think it is a versatile noodle for sure.
Okay. I guess I have to ask just because like it's part of your argument. What are you saying would be like the
Ziti
better?
and lasagna are better.
Ziti.
Well, here's the
Ziti-
thing; those are specific dishes, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when you think about ziti, like it is a ziti dish. Like, and lasagna, it's a lasagna dish. Like rotini, you can
I
make
mean, they're-
a bunch of different things. It's not like, oh, it's a rotini dish. That's like
I
it's
get-
kind
I
of
get
like
what you're saying,
ravioli.
absolutely.
It's kind of like
'Cause,
ravioli.
Ziti has like virtually no versatility, right? Like ziti is a baked ziti, and that's about it because it's not. It doesn't have like ridges on it, so it doesn't hold a sauce. It has to be baked.
Here's
Where
what I
like a
will say.
rotini can kind of go wherever it wants.
Rotini is like elbow to me, and that's just very versatile. But I don't think it shines in any particular aspect for me.
I'm not like looking
oh,
at
man.
rotini and being like, hell yeah, rotini.
Mm.
Unless it's like
Yeah.
a good cream sauce.
Yeah, whereas like a
like,
ziti, I'm like, oh, you made a baked ziti? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, but like again, like that's all it really does. And like with rotini, again, like I'm not saying that I agree with Kat. I'm not going to be like, oh, like rotini, like let's go. But it is like outside of the long-haired pasta for a traditional pasta dish, like
But-
that is my pasta of choice.
I'm not looking for a noodle that does everything fine to good. I'm looking for a noodle that
I'm not
really
saying it's
does
just
it
fine to
well.
good.
Like
Okay,
ziti is like rotini just does everything fine to good for me. Like it doesn't do
I don't
anything
feel any-
spectacularly well.
Like I
Feels
think they can,
weird in the mouth.
because here's the thing. Like I agree that ziti is also a Mamma Mia pasta. I think they can both be Mamma Mia for completely different reasons.
Well, I just don't think rotini is Mamma Mia. I don't think it's on the same tier.
I think rotini is like the perfect like you're making pasta at home pasta because like you're like I got a box of rotini and I can do just my possibilities.
Yeah, you can make
are
just about
basically
anything with
endless.
that.
I can't
Yeah.
believe we've been debating rotini this long when I don't even think about it in the annals.
I'm okay.
So
Also, I can settle with
rotini
Noodle
is
Madness.
The Mad Men meme of I feel sorry for you. I don't even
think about you.
I don't
Yeah.
even know you.
I can settle with Noodle Madness.
I'm
not gonna fight
Are
that
you
hard
kidding
for
me?
it.
That's a mid-ass noodle.
That's
No, it's
Oh,
not.
mid.
It's not.
I will settle for nothing less than Gaba Good.
Yeah, I'll go with
Fine,
Gaba
Gaba
Good.
Good.
Gaba Good's
Good's
fine.
fine.
Gaba good.
Dang.
A
I'm
rigatoni.
Rigatoni is pretty Gaba Good. I do
hurt. Yeah,
like it.
Gaba Good at the highest. I don't think it. Yeah,
I could be
I-
argued down to mid-ass noodle. I could also stay at Gaba Good.
I could
Yeah,
also
I could
argue.
honestly-
like
I could
would
honestly
like
go
that is
down mid-ass
actually
noodle.
where I'm
Mid-ass
sitting.
noodle.
It's a workhorse. It's a workhorse noodle.
Yeah, it's higher than. Please move it higher. If you move it to mid-ass noodle, it has to be higher than elbow. I get more excited about a rigatoni than I do
I
about
feel
an
like
elbow.
it's top of mid-ass noodle.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
We put a Gaba Good. It fits either way. It's in good company
Pappardelle.
either way.
The bottom of
Um,
Gaba Good. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Pappardelle, Mamma Mia
Yeah.
noodle. I want to hear
Ooh.
nothing less.
I just
It's
don't
thick
eat it
and
enough.
it's
Wait,
to
what
take-
is what is Pappardelle? I don't know what that is.
Yo, if you make pappardelle at home, you cut those bad boys thick. You only need a little bit. It'll fill you up. It's delicious.
Oh yeah, I've
Just
had this
getting
before. This is
very
pretty
Italian.
good. This is pretty
This is
good.
good.
I don't think
cook
I'm gonna
that
go
one at
Mamma
home?
Mia, but like
Do
Noodle
you make that
Madness,
at home?
I'm okay with
Put it through
Noodle
the pasta
Madness.
roller?
Is this like the udon noodle of pasta? Is it like
Yeah.
really thick?
But it's
Yeah.
not. It's
Or like
it's,
soba?
It's
Is soba
flat,
the ones I'm thinking of? Like they're really thick noodles.
But it's flat. It's like
It's flat,
It's
okay.
Yeah, it's
thick
really
and
good.
flat.
But I would say like Noodle Madness for me.
It's like, yeah, it's like the fruit by the foot of noodles.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare say
No.
something like that.
that's fucked
I'm
up.
just saying for like size and
That's
No,
fucked
you
up.
you just made me think how I could make like an Italian fruit by the foot that has like a bunch of like stuffing in it that just like unrolls on this giant noodle.
it's
Oh,
bubble tape.
bubble
I'd say,
tape pasta is so cursed.
I'm gonna say this really easy. I think Fusilli is like mid, and then Jamili is bad hole. Like
I don't think
No,
I don't think I've
Gemelli
had
is like
Gemelli,
same
yeah.
as Riccoli. Like they're basically the same thing. They're just like it's like a thinner version.
yeah, that's why I think it's bad hole.
No, because look at what we have in the bad hole. I don't think we're
Yeah.
putting
Yeah, that
Gemelli
thing definitely
with
deserves
the
to be.
eldritch
There's
abomination.
still another one
Yeah,
on
it's
here
true.
that goes in bad hole too.
There's
Yeah.
two or
Potentially
three
two
that
more.
go in.
There's
There are two or
potentially
three.
two
Oh,
more
yeah,
that go in the
yeah,
bad
yeah.
hole. Lasagna.
I like lasagna noodles a lot, and I think they're more. Everyone's always like, you just make lasagna with them. If you've never tried making like an at home like basically
Grilled
quick
cheese?
lasagna where you make the you like make a tomato sauce and just cook the lasagna noodles in it, and you make like basically a quick lasagna, it's actually very, very good.
You make
I,
a wet noodle.
Oh, it's so delicious. Such a good wet noodle.
My problem with lasagna is very meat centric, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm again quite biased against it.
That's
Very
fair.
Good
heavy, very heavy, and when done wrong is a catastrophe. It just makes you feel
Yeah.
ill.
Yes,
yeah.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. I think it's good.
Yeah, I do love it.
It's good because it can swing. It can swing up and down. So it's
Yeah.
It's good. But the
Variation.
respect
Yeah.
is there. It's an essential.
I
can't
think
live
it's a
without it.
mid-ass noodle.
Ooh.
I like lasagna
can't
noodles.
go
There's
that
something
far.
about that sheet, like that big sheet of noodle, that I do really like, especially when it gets real crispy on the edges.
orzo.
Is orzo the
Oh.
macaroni you find in a box?
Oh, yeah.
Orzo.
Well, I mean, you can
That's
find all the
noodle
macaroni in a
madness.
box.
For the small
I-
ones, this is noodle madness.
I don't
It
know
is
if
like
I can get
it's
there
like
for
rice.
orzo.
But
Like
it's
a
noodle.
spinach and orzo salad is like delicious. It's like, it's
make a
fantastic.
little lemon garlic sauce for it.
It's a summer pasta. You know what I mean?
Good.
Mm.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Put
You
it
get
in
out your
soup.
summer linens. You eat some orzo. It's a good time.
But like, okay, hold on, but like,
Yeah, it's kind of good.
Yeah, I think it's good.
wait, but like, like when I'm eating something that has orzo in it, I'm not like, oh man, this orzo. It's like, it's more like a topping, like for a different dish. Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
That is, yes. You're not thinking, oh man,
No.
I'm ready for some good ass orzo.
Oh, I am absolutely ready for
I
some
am
good-ass
too.
orzo.
Also,
The more we're
it's
saying
great
this,
as
the
like
more
a
I'm liking orzo.
it's great as like a side to an entree. Like a lot of these noodles don't necessarily do that. As holy shit.
Are you
there's
okay?
The orzo police are on their way.
The Orzo police are coming for you.
don't worry.
This is like the beginning of a Last of Us episode.
So freaked out.
Sitting around debating.
There's an Amber Alert that
Debating
went off.
pasta, then being like, "Oh, there's a plague outbreak."
I was just watching Twisted Metal and like
That's how good all good
shit
video
happened
games
on there.
start.
okay. We gotta put orzo pretty high here now.
I
No,
could
but-
go noodle
but-
madness for orzo.
Penne is
Honestly.
noodle madness. I'd
Do you
say.
get what I'm saying?
We're
though,
not up
as
to penne yet, Cam. We're still
Oh.
debating Orzo.
Oh,
It's not the center of the dish.
Remember when we said this would be a quick tier list?
There's no such thing as a quick tier list with us.
Not with us.
We fought Rotini for 20 minutes.
Penne has to go. Penne is S tier and has to go into Mamma Mia.
Yes, agreed. Like
I
I'm very
love
quiet for most
penne.
of this. Penne is top tier. Its simplicity and ease of use is unmatched in all pasta.
Yeah, an al dente penne noodle is just very good. It's very, very good, and it's always good.
You know what's
I
a
think-
mid-ass noodle or a kette?
What?
like I
Yeah.
respect penne, but like it's just one of my not one of my choices when it comes to pasta dish.
It's
What
my
is your
number one
choice?
We really got to work on your noodle cooking. Is maybe what I'm becoming concerned.
No, no, it's not even that.
Wait,
why,
what's your noodle?
why does
choice?
this all?
What
Why
is
does this
your
all have
choice?
to imply to my cooking?
No, dude, no. We don't want to. We're not taking shots of your cooking. I am curious. So,
Like spaghetti. I mean,
what is your
spaghetti's my number
go-to?
one. Spaghetti's my number one.
yeah.
If we're talking about like just like a traditional tomato pasta dish, it's spaghetti, linguine, rotini.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rotini,
And then-
yeah,
but-
see, we're back on Rotini. I'm with you on this one.
We're back
Yeah,
on
I
the
know.
rotini. The rotini.
Rotini.
Like penne would probably be after that, but that's because like a lot of these other ones I just wouldn't want to like have in a tomato pasta dish.
Penne
think-
is the main staple in my household. So
Yeah, I think
Like,
penne
it-
is what I always have a box of on hand. Yeah.
Put orchette in the bad hole. It's like
No,
someone,
it
someone
can't. It
messed
can't
up.
go in the bad hole because we're getting to two that absolutely are
Yeah,
in the
Okay,
bad hole.
fair.
And Orchette is like, it's okay.
Weird
It's
small
like-
shells.
It's mid. It's
Um,
like I'm never excited when it's there. I'm like, this kind of sucks, but I'll deal with it.
Yeah, it's doable.
Like,
Ro-
Rocchetti is like, what if we made shells worse?
Shell,
Okay.
shell,
Okay.
big shell. I think
Oh,
it's
I
a mid
actually like
kind of-
orchette. I'm looking at this now. I actually like this pasta quite a bit.
wagon wheels.
Bad
how-
hole.
Bad hole.
Bad hole.
Bad
Bad hole.
Bad hole.
That's like
Canceled.
That's like
Ladies,
the
Mamma
Rotel
Mia.
is canceled.
Ziti's Mamma
Jail.
Mia. Ziti's Mamma Mia.
I do love ziti. A ziti
Mamma
bake is
mia.
so good. Oh,
Can't
Yeah,
complain.
like a
Noodle
ziti
madness.
dish is
Not my
is just-
favorite, but can't complain.
I think
Yeah.
it's either Noodle Madness or Mamma Mia.
I think it's noodle
I think it's Mamma
madness.
Mia.
I like my top tier is very slim though, so that's just me. But
If I really like baked ziti, but if ziti goes up to Mamma Mia, ravioli has to go up there too. Like
Yeah.
there is no other choice. Like zero choice for me.
So then let's keep them both in Noodle Madness, so
Yeah,
we don't
that's-
have to have this conversation.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fine. I'm okay with that.
what the fuck is radiatory?
It's in the bad hole, is what it is.
Why is that
That
an
thing is-
engine block?
It's
it looks made up. It looks fake.
It is a radiator.
This is
Oh,
cursed.
those are the
spinal
aliens we
column?
had the court hearings about this
Yeah,
week.
this is cursed shit right here.
It's an
Worst
abomination, is what it is.
It's
I
the
have
pasta
never-
equivalent of the
Flytrap.
SMT penis monster.
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, it's
uh-huh.
Kazu.
the
It got
incubus.
out of the bad hole.
Oh,
Fettuccine.
Oh, it looks like a bug. The more I look, yeah.
I feel like it's
battle.
Noodle Madness. Noodle Madness is good.
I could go. Again, this is another one. I could do Mamma Mia or Noodle Madness.
Okay, but here's the thing: if we're doing like, what's the difference between like fettuccine outside of like making the dish type, right? What's the difference between linguine and fettuccine? Like on just a general, like a base level pasta.
Fettuccine
type.
is thicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Noodle Madness.
Fettuccine Alfredo is a defining dish.
Yeah.
It is.
I know it's a defining dish, but so is ziti, which we also love, and we also put in Noodle Madness, and ravioli, which we also love. Like, you know what I mean?
I feel
I'd
like
say
fettuccine is...
Alfredo is like bigger. It brings more to the party than a baked ziti.
Fettuccine Alfredo is a staple of Olive Garden.
Why is Totodile reaffirming this? Totodile, known partaker of Olive Garden.
Fettuccine suddenly in the bad hole. Yeah, like...
Yeah, Alfredo sauce is
nothing
kind of
like
gross. I'm sorry. I'm with you on
Whoa,
this,
whoa,
Ray Riley.
Yeah, I don't like
agree with you.
Alfredo.
I
don't like Alfredo either.
I never get Alfredo.
It's so
I
heavy
got Alfredo
and
when I was 10
creamy
years
and-
old.
Oh, it's perfect.
No.
Most days I would rather go for like a pesto or like a tomato sauce or like something
I agree.
like
I always feel very sick after.
I
fettuccine Alfredo.
feel so disgusting after eating
Yeah.
fettuccine Alfredo.
It's like drinking a carton of cream.
Yeah, like I just drank a whole
I
carton of heavy
associate it
cream.
with the salad bar and Marie Callender's when I was.
Oh, we
8
have
years old.
we have a donation. Hold on.
Oh yeah, did we ever find out about the other?
I don't think
donation?
Jammo ever told me what that was for. We do have 2 donations. My apologies. Lur, you can't donate $5 and then tell me that you want to move like 3 different things. That's not how this rule works.
It was $10. You
You pick
can move one
one.
thing.
I'm gonna need
one
more cash and
up or down
yeah,
one.
you got to pick one thing and send me $5 more. Send Trans Lifeline $5 more.
What's the other donation?
And send me $5 on Venmo. I'll send it. Morse D gave $10 for Cavatappy to Noodle Madness.
All right.
That is how it works.
Hey.
That's the system.
Hey, Necro
Okay.
Manslur, we really appreciate your donation and stuff.
Wait, Necro Mankler. Were you Jammo? This is honor system.
this is
Scout's
Lur.
honor. Oh, that's Necro Mankler. Okay, I get it now. Okay.
Necro Manslur.
Wait, so Lur and Jammo are the same
Hey.
thing?
Lur's an institution, and I say that we give Lur whatever
Lur's an
the
institution?
heck they want.
Okay, so
Fair.
I will. So angel hair has to be higher than spaghetti, is what Lur has determined.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay,
you
so
said
how
this,
works.
Cat. You did this.
This is how this works.
I'm fully on Lur's side.
And
I was
we
gonna
have
say,
one
Kat, that was
last.
the one fighting for angel hair.
We have one last request for the last noodle. Lur would like tortellini and Mamma Mia,
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Yo.
and I
That's
agree.
exactly what I was wanting. Let's go.
Tortellini rules.
All right, y'all got like 60 seconds to donate if you want to move anything else
Stuffed
before we lock
tortellini
this
is
list
like,
down.
oh my gosh. I just wish I had some right now.
Tortellini is
Eric
so
put
good.
60. Eric put 60 seconds on the clock.
Tortellini has been like my favorite pasta salad thing recently. Just like cold Italian dressing, like some vegetables in it.
60
some
seconds on the
Parmesan.
clock. You
Donate,
have a little
donate
bit of
now or
time.
forever hold your peace about.
Perfect lunch.
about
Okay,
the
wait.
pasta.
Jammo has submitted. Jammo's
you
here.
betrayed me.
Jammo has said angel hair has to go down. Angel hair's back in Noodle Madness.
Okay, how much time is left on the clock?
45 seconds to put in your
45 seconds.
donations to change this. I am constantly refreshing this.
Eric will do one final refresh when the counter hits 0, and if there are no
The
donations in
scene
by
from
that
Godfather 2.
30 seconds. Yeah,
Jammo.
I remember the scene
Betrayed
from
me.
Godfather 2 where Michael
Look what they did
Corleone
to
had
my
30
pasta.
seconds to save angel hair pasta from Noodle Madness.
take the gun.
15
leave only the angel
seconds.
hair pasta.
Poe is watching.
Where does Poe rank on the pasta tiers?
The Mamma Mia. 5 seconds. 2, 1. Last refresh. No, we're done. That's the tier
We're
list.
done. That's the tier list.
Wow.
We're gonna save it,
Wow.
and we're done.
Honestly,
Perfect.
good tier list.
Can we
I
send it to the
can't
Prime
complain.
Minister of Italy?
Yeah.
That's me.
Honestly, Rotel. I think Rotel just needs to be canceled / jail alongside Totodile.
Alongside Totodile.
We're not bringing my boy into jail.
Rotel goes to jail.
Rotel
in the
deserves everything in this
penitentiary
world.
with Teddy.
That was
Teddy
a
really loves
great
Rotel.
list idea, Justice. That was a good pick.
Good job, Justice.
Everyone, that's going to do it for day 1 of the charity stream. We went an hour over. Good job, us. Tomorrow, hopefully, nothing will break as bad as it did today. I mean, large segments of today were fine. It was just a few very specific breaks happened. But I want to thank everybody for showing up. I want to thank all our guests that we had today through all the segments. We have too many to count right now and name, but they were all excellent. They were all fantastic. I want to thank
you to all of you
you
for donating $5,225 in day 1.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Right on track to match last year's, but we got to pump those numbers up.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Tomorrow, our schedule, we've got Charlene Dropouts live in the morning. We're going to have Kat versus Eric right after that. We've got some great games lined up for that. We've got Zelda Lord of the Koroks. After that, Alex Van Aken and I will be competing in a Zelda who can dunk the most Koroks into Death Mountain competition. We'll have the Jackbox party with so many excellent people, including the one and only Ben Starr, voice of Clive,
Ash Parrish,
Nice.
Marin Miller, Victor Hunter. It was basically billed as like voice actors play Jackbox.
voice actors play Jackbox.
We figured just put Jackbox up and let voice actors do their thing, and it turns out that's a good pitch. And then we're closing out the night tomorrow night. Pretty relaxed compared to tonight, with just a Final Fantasy X speed run with Moonblaze Wolf. They're going to run Final Fantasy X. They do have the cutscenes turned off, but we will be watching the laugh cutscene specifically. We have re-enabled that one so we can all experience the Tidus laugh together. That's important. And we'll watch a whole 10 speed run. I might even co-op Kenneth Shepard here into joining me. Surprise. I forgot I was going to ask you. And now you're being pressured. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. If we get to that 10K, we'll be doing a giveaway for that Switch. If we get even further, I mean, shoot, if we get to 15K, that's a Baldur's Gate 3 campaign with Kat, Nadia, and myself doing a whole campaign of Baldur's Gate 3 on stream together. That's going to be nuts. And if we get to 20K, if we double last year, for some reason, I'm doing an actual play podcast on the Axe of the Blood God Network. That's what we do if we hit 20K. Push us to 20K and I'll have to do something really stupid that I probably shouldn't have volunteered for. So, yeah, it'll be great. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks to all the guests. Thanks to everybody who donated. We've got a ton of codes to still give away. We might even do some in the Discord. I want to shout y'all out because y'all have been here and active throughout the day. So I might do some code drops in the Discord later. Thank you to everyone who put in. Thank you to everyone here. Folks, let's call it a night. What do you say?
Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Good
Thanks
night.
for having me.
Night.
Good night.